Yo. There we go. Switch over there. There we go. Okay, what's going on, people? Yo. Alright. We still watching the morning stream? Yeah, we got more shit we gotta get done tonight, for sure. And I say that, and my stomach immediately goes... Okay. Alright. Actually, real quick, before I do all that, let me restart InDesign, because it seems to be a little bit chuggy. And then we want to hit what all is going on. Yeah, we're back. I had to take a nap. I took a nap, and then it was just like, oh, okay, we're good. Because, like, we ate lunch, and then for whatever reason, Amanda and I just both passed out. Okay. Plus, we hit a really interesting stride earlier, and I wanted that Eureka moment to keep going on, so I don't want to lose that. You know what I mean? Here we go. Okay. No, no, it's fine. It's just every once in a while, especially if you have this on for a long time, Adobe, like InDesign in particular, just seems to like not want to really process images, and it just glitches out. Actually, here we were doing this earlier because I don't want the plosives to pop. There we go. Yes, now the plosives should not pop quite as prominently. How did everything work out with the network technicians? Yeah, they literally came out to only like do a slight change. It's just that in our backyard, ours has like the main, like the easiest way to get to the main, whatever you call it, branch or whatever, like hub for the entire like neighborhood is literally in our backyard. So like they had to come out, and I was like, well, shit, I can't really rely on that really staying on long enough for me to stream. So I was just like, hey, I'm gonna call it, and then we'll be back later. Hey, let me see here. We got it later, so let's do a. Can we get a? How does this look on camera? Maybe? Is that even noticeable? I guess it is. Let's see here. Whoa! And then, what if we go? Ooh, right? Oh. Is that better? We definitely have like a huge variety of lighting happening there. What about this? Ooh. Ooh. And then maybe kind of dig that. Do this and then wow. Ooh. I don't know, sure. Corpse light. There we go. Yakuza Like a Dragon is awesome. You need to continue playing the series. I need to even get into that series. I've had a lot of people recommend it. Okay, making an open performance test. I don't like this too much. This, however, I had this thought earlier. Once per shift, you can use your action to perform a song of respite, which allows you and your allies that hear the song to gain the benefits of a breather. Now, this is just rolling their hit die to heal. This isn't resting. What about resting as a scene task? This is too good for once per shift. This has to be limited to like once per day. Once per day, you can use your action to perform a song of respite. No, wait. Oh, shit. Which allows you and your allies that... Have I been going all day? Not really. I took a nap a little while ago. I don't know how long we actually took a nap for, though. God, I haven't really taken a nap. Like, I don't know. I'm just not a nap person. But, like, I got this couch back here, and I was just like, oh, all right, I'm going to kick back and watch YouTube for a second. And then before I realized it, I was like, oh, okay, we're sleeping now, I guess. And then I woke up at 6, and I was like, okay, I guess I took a nap. I haven't done that in... Hey, Manda, when's the last time you think I took a nap? Took a nap? I don't really take naps. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Yeah, so I guess like 3 years? 2 years? It's just not like an everyday thing. Yeah. Like, I think Sarah said she takes a nap every day. Yeah. Their sleep schedule, their circadian rhythm or whatever. Yeah. I would hate to have a job where it was like, if I needed to take a nap, they would be like, you can't fucking do that. That's why I love working for myself. Oh, shit. Okay. You've been hitting, you're hitting 30 this year. You didn't choose the nap time chose me. Yeah. Like, legit, once I got pretty good at doing the, like, 1 hour, or, like, even the 20-minute nap, I didn't know how I was going to survive on a 20-minute nap. And then I got pretty good at, like, ooh, okay, you do that, and it's enough to, like, whoosh, carry you through the rest of the day. You can make it work. Whenever you rest, you can... So, here's the cool thing with the experts, right? I really like this identity of, like, the experts can do one of these tasks way quicker, right? That you? Oh, it was her. Okay. Once per day, you can perform a song of respite as a scene task. Hello. Jesus. What was that? I don't. Yeah, I haven't used them in a while. What are you trying to do? What are you trying to get rid of? What's gross? Oh.
I have some rise.
You're gonna pick your. I was like, stop, Taron, stop. Oh, that's gross. Caffeine after mixing coffee in 20 minutes. Yeah, right? Oh, God. Oh. This is such a light load, and I love that. Soundtrack. But what's the cool thing for you? I mean, you can control. Like, this is already such a huge bump.
Dwarf goblins.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ, Alex Jones. What the hell are you doing to me? William PH. Hey, welcome.
Dwarf goblins.
Orange ass. What? Hey, welcome. What? Uh-oh. Did we get raided by somebody? Maybe not. Was that just a total coincidence? Well, welcome, peeps. I aren't speaking Polish at all. My title is a lie. Oh, fuck. That's right. Damn. Oh, hey, welcome. See, Maestro is good. All the other names have like a expertise thing. Doesn't necessarily need to have that. Okay. What musical like cool thing could we throw in here? Calm pieces, right? We should go where thanks, Rayla. So there's like resolution, not laments. Laments is something very like that's like somber. Don't overwork myself. Oh no, I took a nap. I'm good. I just had an idea I was trying to really get on the page. During a breather, hang on. Okay, so we need like, what is calming? There's like Song of Healing. This is a once per day, and we probably, if we move it up to second, it's gonna really bog down that second level. You could say the experts. You could say that the experts need to wait an additional level. I don't know that we want to do that. I think we like keeping the third free. Like freed up, rather. And then let's go in alphabetical order here. Maestro. We'll figure out a name for this. Movements back like we never left. Yeah, 100%. Okay, I need like classical classical song parts, exposition development. Recapitulation, refrain. Refrain isn't bad. So we have prelude, that's good as our introduction. We have resolution is a fun idea. Ugh. The FTL soundtrack is so fucking good. This is so fucking good. Everyone's gonna be so happy someone chose to play Troubadour. They would get something different for their 7th. Ooh. Yeah, that's good, but we can probably get rid of that at 5th. Maybe. Well, they are a marshal, so it's okay. They're getting resolution. If you fail a will check, you can choose to pass it instead. If an ally spends your inspiration on a will check and fails, the inspiration is not spent. This is not really that good though, right? The problem is this is not really interactive, you know? But my bad. Yeah, I mean, you know, we're people talk like adults, but I mean, yeah, I get that not making people comfortable and all that for sure. You just discovered my channel yesterday. Started a Dragon Man campaign a couple weeks ago, loving it so far. Hell yeah, Orange Ass. Welcome, welcome. Okay, what is my thought here? Like, will checks just don't really come up all that often, in all honesty. It sucks if they don't get the success on the will check. But like, Here, work. Oh, gotcha. Is this a game you're making? Yeah, I've been. I kickstarted the development of this last year, and we're wrapping up with like a polishing. But yeah. As we've been playtesting this, 2 streams in a day, dude, I'm trying to get this shit done, my guy. I'm ready to move on because like I gotta get shit ready for the physical Kickstarter. And now that we've been testing it out, we have a lot to go off of here. We don't have anything for Song of Respite at the moment. Your inspiring anthem continuing to get better with you is really good. Let me see. I'm gonna go pull from Rogue real quick. I just want to see what Rogue is getting at the 4th and the 7th again. God, Sorcerer and Wizard are looking so good right now. I'm thinking about just like saying like this is what they're gonna be. Like just get used to it, guys. Is it a fantasy themed game? Yeah. It's what started out as me originally correcting everything that I hated about 5e turned into its own monster. Getting completely away from the 5e kind of trappings. Cause yeah, they're only getting slippery. And like they only take credit or debit cards, no PayPal, unfortunately. If you might check, like I said, I've been able to pay for Kickstarters with my PayPal, but it's also a different kind of account. So you might check and see like if you get a debit card through PayPal, if they let you do that. This is cool. Oh, thanks. It is a pulp fantasy game, yeah. Or as Call of Cthulhu Gaming Basin is a very close second. Oh, right on. Yeah, the objective for this is to make a game that can actually like run itself rather than force the GM to make all these arbitrations. And yeah. Okay, so we have refrain in here. Resolution is fun for for another mechanical or musical pun, I guess. Once per turn, if you fail a will check, you can choose to pass it instead. You are most likely never failing will checks there. It's extremely rare that something's going to trigger that twice. If we're just going to say in there that what this effectively means is that Troubadour can never fail a will check, we can probably get rid of the second part of that. Oh, because it doesn't spend... Wait, hang on. Oh, wait. Yes, we can. Wait. Ooh. Ooh. Is the game called Vagabond because it's pretty much a one-person self-published project? Not originally. It started out as a system that was going to be able to be played solo or like guided or co-op, similar to Ironsworn. My only thing with Ironsworn is that it's powered by the Apocalypse, and I just personally don't like the system. I don't like Powered by the Apocalypse is what I mean there. It hasn't ever really been able to click with me. So yeah, I would rather like kind of do something more in the feel of sort of standard D20 fare, you know? Your climax before slippery, that's real. Well, no. This is stuff I was pulling to compare from the Rogue. So, like, resolution is really good. We need another music pun in here. Climax has got to be the end. That's such a funny. Oh wait, Lucky Strike is redundant. How did no one catch that? Out of everything. Okay, let's go back up. Let's go back down. That makes it feel more like a buff than a resource, and you like that. Yeah, same here. Yeah, it's not something that they can spend. It's something that they have. Is a D6 bonus to damage rolls? Okay. That's very easy to do as a like 1st, 5th, and 10th, and say D4, D6, D8. I very much worry about Inspiring Anthem being a D10 and scaling that quickly. Flash of Inspiration. This doesn't always really work with everybody. And they're getting resolution and they're at 4th level. What if we move this to 7th? Here. This might need to be the change. Some people might be sad that they're not getting the D10 at 10th level. I agree. I understand. I also, you know, don't care. Forte tends to, yeah. Hang on, let's see here. Resolution. Let's see this. I don't know what it would be. Flash of Inspiration, but we'll fuck with that later. First, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I don't like that. Ugh, that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I can live with it. I can live with it. Unflinching luck is not incredibly cool anymore on the rogue. What if it was... What was Climax originally? I think it was like your inspiration die explodes. And... this doesn't work. Yeah, it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, because that's not how inspiration works. That's very fitting for Climax. And that's all of your buddies get All of your buddies are getting a D8 die that explodes on damage. Every goddamn turn. Are shields getting any other mechanic, or are they starting weapon that you can parry ranged attacks with? I think that doesn't fully represent what a shield is. I mean, I haven't really gotten there yet. I was focusing on kind of reducing some of the stuff in the classes right now. What was this? What do I think the biggest mistake new DMs always make is? Over-prepping. Not having established good prepping practices. The Gucci had since burned out early, sadly. I am more an advocate for short form, like, I mean, this is part of why Vagabond's only a 10 level thing. I'm more an advocate for, like, short form campaigns, especially as I'm, like, you know, up here at 34. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not asking people for a big long-term commitment. I'm like, if you show up for a one-shot, then we're having fun. We're around 5 years now, which is amazing. A lot of your campaigns die, though. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It happens. Wait, can you not parry melee attacks with shields? Nothing says that you can't. There's nothing saying that you can't do that. Yeah, exploding feels so much better. Yeah. Now, that is a very funny capstone. Your inspiration dice explode. How funny would it be if it was just your inspiration explodes? I don't know why that seems so much funnier to me than your inspiration dice explode. Your inspiration explodes. I can't hear shit. Hey, can you guys hear the fucking plates that she's washing in there? At all? Oh shit! Hey, thank you so much for the 20 bucks, Alfred Miller. You know, showing support, can't stay long. You gotta catch it. Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Holy shit! Your inspiration explodes, so creative burnout.
Oh, good. Y'all can't hear it. Okay.
You guys, yeah, you guys can't hear her doing dishes in there.
Okay, cool.
You can't prep for the hell of me. You feel super weird with it. 5e does not do a great job at teaching people how to, teaching DMs good self-care practices. If anything, 5e and the kind of commute, I guess the style
Love
of
what you're
it.
doing, showing support. Can't stay long. I will catch the rest in rewind.
Yeah, thanks so much, man. So I really don't like the encouragement of GMs to do this crazy amount of world building, which is something that I think 5e does in particular. Reason being, most GMs that do that and get into all that should probably be focused on writing a novel instead. I prefer if the system does a better job at offloading some of that from you. This is a big reason why, in Vagabond, you'll see I've added a couple things in here. There's something that I love about Vaesen, and that's that in Vaesen, whenever you're looking at the Game Master tools and everything, Vaesen does an incredible job at giving you a mystery structure, which is worth its weight in motherfucking gold, alright? So I decided to do that and set it out for Vagabond. where I was like, this is a quest. This is what you need to know right here. This is, if you're going to prep an adventure of any kind, this is all you need to know, right? So the tables and like everything I've written in here is beat for beat what you need to know to write a playable quest or whatever and be ready to prep it, right? You're ready to have it right there to play. This is like, okay, not enough guides I have seen to being a good game master or whatever break it down into procedures. They give you very loose ideas, and no one's able to really give you a metaphysics on it, which is what I was trying to give you in here, right? So like, okay, what these tables do. First off, I'm gonna need my quest, my quest idea. What is our hook, right? Okay, so our hook, I'm gonna roll D6, 6, 3, 4, 34. We have to escort. We're gonna escort and take a monster somewhere. Okay, what type of monster? 3? An outer. Ooh, okay, so maybe there's like, maybe there was something that fell from the sky, or there's a ship that crashed, right? Okay, so there was a weird like alien ship that crashed from beyond the stars, and nobody wants to deal with this thing. And this town nearby has put up a like sign for like, we need to get this thing away from our kingdom. It's like killing our cattle or whatever. We need brave adventurers to go and take this thing away. All right, sick. Now, because we've done that, preparation. This is a loose thing. We have the hook. Whatever we would write that in, figure out what the NPC need, whatever we need to go with, right? Preparation. This is typically a shift or two to prepare for the quest ahead by shopping and gathering information. So this is where they can do things like study, kind of look in and get information as to whatever the hell this thing is, whatever they want to do, potentially discover silver bullets, right? Silver bullet is something very particular here. If you played Dyson, it should feel really familiar to the rituals and secrets of like monsters and stuff, right? Now, travel. This is just the loose idea of taking this thing from one place to another. So in the thing that we're going to need to do in here, we'll figure out where do we need to take this thing. Maybe to this delve right here, right? Okay, so what is this place that we need to go to? For some reason, we need to take it to a boneyard. We need to take it to a mutated boneyard. Okay. So, I don't know what this location would be. I'm thinking, like, maybe there is a corrupted, if we say boneyard, this could be, like, a cemetery or maybe just a massive pile of dead animals somewhere. Mutated boneyard makes me think that maybe this alien thing needs to feed on something. Maybe it needs to go here to find a bizarre cure for its for a sickness on its own dimension that can only be found through this mutant flesh in this boneyard or something, right? Something like that. That we don't deal with this pit. Yeah, sir, a UFO crashed in my backyard. Can you walk it home? It's drunk. Yeah. Now, so we have that, right? So this would be our delve. The delve, we know of the 5-room dungeon structure. I believe this was created by John 4. John 4. So the 5-room dungeon model is just a very loose idea as to what typically makes up a conventional adventure, right? You literally just invented the mystery flesh pit. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, there we go, right? So, like, this thing is coming here to figure out, like, there's something that it needs at this fucking mystery flesh pit. Maybe it got injured in the crash, and so it can't actually move anymore. Or whatever, right? Maybe that's our hook. Now, so this 5-room dungeon structure is telling us, kind of quickly, what are we going to need to know in order to, like, make a delve, our dungeon, right? The entry should have some sort of challenge barring entry. Our mystery flesh fit could be there's maybe bizarre little mutated body part creatures or golems or something on the outside, right? Could be just delving into this thing. Maybe it's a literal like mouth of a cave that you have to get past closed teeth, something weird like that, right? This could be a guard, environment challenge, yada yada yada. Environment challenge or any other type of difficulty preventing progression until dealt with. 2. Interaction, a puzzle or roleplay challenge which can't conventionally be solved by brute force. You never want to gate them out of like moving forward if they don't solve this, but this could be a thing that just makes life easier or grants a reward for dealing with this, right? There was a really funny one in Wally's Beck Me game that we did where I think it was a puzzle he made. There was a king and a queen statue, a picture of a battering ram that had destroyed a castle wall, and there was a telescope in another room. And I'm trying to remember, the king and the queen were like the king and the queen of war, and the battering ram, whatever we were doing, it was like the battering ram was meant to destroy Ares, right? So like the god of war. So it was like, okay, so what does this mean? And by using the telescope and like aligning it at the constellation of Ares, it put the sign of Ares up on this wall down this slope. And it was like, oh, okay, sick. Like, all right, so now that we've done that, we can just drop the battering ram down this slope and it'll break through the wall, right? Yeah, it's an OSR style puzzle. Yeah. And so that's what we did. And that was like a really fun interactive puzzle, right? And that was at about like, we say room 2 on here. These don't necessarily have to be a beat for beat for beat, right? This is a interactive element of it that happened roughly about midway through, right? You love this shirt, hey, right? You was lost. Hey, Ked, what's going on, man? Oh, I can see your icon. I can't hear your beautiful voice.
I haven't said
Oh,
anything
Jesus Christ! Holy shit! How are you going? How are you doing, man?
yet. Are you still streaming, or are you streaming again?
Dude, I took a nap earlier.
Oh, okay. It's like, if you're still streaming, go away.
No, I did what I want.
I don't know.
Monka ass, yeah. How's it going, man?
It's going. I'm having a Pillsbury toaster strudel for the first time since I was a kid.
Ooh,
I haven't
you
had
mean
one
the
of these.
Superior Pop Tart?
Yeah, I haven't had one of these since I was like, I don't even know. It's been decades.
Have you looked at the nutritional information?
No, because I'm fat and sad.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, that's if anything will make you regret eating one of those things, it's looking at the back of the box.
Oh yeah, no, there's probably 3 days worth of calories in one.
How's it going, dude?
I'm surviving.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. At least you guys got a shitload of snow. From what you were saying earlier.
Yeah, it won't stop. It like semi-melted today, and now it's gonna snow again tonight. I got driving to do tomorrow.
Dude, I'm so unbelievably jealous. We got we got maybe like 3 days of snow here. This winter was El Nino just ruined our winter. Here. You mean rooms and 5 rooms is not literally referring to room? Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. This is kind of an abstract concept for like kind of the story beat of a dungeon delve. This concept has been covered. God, I mean, how long has this been around, Ked? 90s?
The 5-room dungeon structure?
Yeah.
Oh, I used to have a poster of it in the wall. I don't know, a while.
Yeah. But yeah, this is just kind of a tried and true like abstraction of what we know works for a dungeon. And the trick or setback. These are typically where you can throw in traps if that's what you want to do. These can be a subversion of expectations. Something. I have a really funny one actually for a dungeon I want to make super bad. And this is literally like, I don't know that I want to spoil anything, but sure. It's literally the trick or setback is there is an invisible dude that is just running around the dungeon stalking the players, and he's not doing anything to like necessarily hurt them. It's just he's fucking with them, and I thought that was so funny.
Oh,
and like,
there's a second edition adventure where there was like a crazy ass wizard that it was like a dimension thing. I remember there was something very similar to that.
Do you know what the adventure was?
I'm looking it up. The adventure, Mad Wizard.
The monkey puzzle in Sekiro. I have not actually beaten Sekiro yet. I haven't even really started, honestly. I see this as more like, okay, the Hero's Grave in Elden Ring has a really good trick or setback. Let me find this real quick. Hero's Grave, Elden Ring. This dungeon is fucking evil. Skip most of the dungeon. Is it this one? Gelmir Hero's Grave? Is this the one I'm thinking of?
Hey everyone.
Hi everyone. Yeah, of course this is the most replayed segment of this. Is it the one where, yes, this fucking, oh my god. Alright, we're gonna speed through this one. Here we go. Okay. So, this is the very entry. Alright, we'll playback speed 2 times. This should only be like a 3-minute thing. Okay. Oh, no, go back. Okay, so there's these lava paths at the first beginning of the entryway. There's also a bunch of these guardians, right? These are skeletons, and you're about to see the other guardian. Oh, do I need to give you a second? You okay, YouTube? We doing all right? So you need to get through here, because that's the other guardian. What? YouTube, what is going on? I don't know why it's buffering like this.
Sorry, I showed up. I cursed everything.
What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Let me see here. Have you met Ked, Gavin?
I don't genuinely think it's my fault, I swear.
I think we've interacted in the chats.
Maybe. Here. Okay, let me see here.
Your stream's holding up just fine.
Well, yeah, the stream seems okay. I don't know what's going on with YouTube's side. Okay, so there's another guardian. It's the chariot that comes down through here. This is like the first big difficulty for this dungeon, right? So here we have the quote-unquote guardian. You gotta wait through this, right? And it's also a little bit of a puzzle, which is fun. All right, going through here. Aaron Nielsen. Hey, welcome. Of course, more mooks for you to fight. Just low-level minions. Yada yada. Okay, so now we have... Oh wait, is that not up by default? I thought that was up by default in the dungeon. Maybe this guy's already gone through here. Okay, so this section... Well?
Do you know about the weird interaction with Margit's shackle?
You mean where you can use it and all the omens, like, stop moving?
No, in dungeons like that, where there's like those pillars and switches that you have to hit in order to interact with them, the Margit's shackle, because of the way it works where it shackles the omen characters, it has a giant hitbox that actually interacts with those things.
Oh,
so in dungeons
weird.
like that, you can go, like, you know the dungeon with 4 of those chariots and you have to get them to crash together?
Yeah.
You can literally cheese the whole dungeon by just walking to a certain point just under the staircase, use the shackle, and then it triggers the thing behind the wall that you can't reach, and then all of them just break and die.
Holy shit, that's funny.
It is a weird thing that they've never patched.
That is super fucking funny. So what all's happening right here is we have a bunch of puzzle / roleplay and an action RPG like Elden Ring. A lot of these puzzles and interactions are mostly going to come down to opening up different paths, making it easier to go through. And I mean, like, it's as simple as there's a hallway that's through here. I have to time this right to go through. Yeah. Not exactly really working out super well in a TTRPG, but different format. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I always say be wary of things like word puzzles and stuff, because there's a lot of players that no bueno. It's not going to work.
So this is the God. That's the funny. Whenever I figured out that the chariot would kill the skeletons, it was like, oh my God.
Do you remember day one when the chariots would one-shot you because how much damage they
dealt? Yeah. Oh yeah.
They nerfed the damage on those things massively.
This fucking area. Okay. I did not know about this. And see, I'm glad it's the most replayed. Yeah, this is the trick or setback for this dungeon. Because if you get to this point in the dungeon and you don't know about this, like what you're supposed to do here, you get hopelessly stuck. Like, you will go through here, God knows how many times, just trying to brute force and figure out what the fuck you're supposed to do. This is a perfect trick or setback right here.
Yeah.
So, you kill these guys. Okay, so you would go down here. There's this shadow that's yeah. Now, at this point, it feels like you're fairly low on options, because what most people are gonna do is they're like, okay, I need to go down here, right? Except whenever you go down this way, here we go. Oh, it's just, oh, well, shit, this guy's not gonna show it. There's a massive lava pool down there, and you can't do anything to progress. So it's like, well, what the fuck, right? So this, if you start looking around and really paying attention, or maybe you caught one of these in a previous dungeon, you'll know that sometimes on these paths, there's these little ledges that overhang. And so you can go through here, and this reveals, oh, a whole other room.
I feel like if you have played From Software games before this, it was a little more obvious to look for bullshittery like this.
Yeah.
But there was a lot of new people that had played Elden Ring that had never played like the Dark Souls series or anything like that. They're like, what is this bullshit?
But see, even having played like the entire Dark Souls series and Bloodborne, I wasn't ready for this part coming up right here. So the only way for you to progress over the lava is you have to get up here. So there's the lava right down there. And you have to wait. And what happens is this chariot comes over. And you have to fall on top of the chariot and ride it down through the lava. I have never seen a Dark Souls or like whatever. I've never seen a Soulsborne ever do something quite like this. That puzzle was like, holy shit.
When I did that dungeon, it was literally, I realized you were supposed to ride it because unlike every other chariot in the game, that one didn't have a statue sitting on top of it.
Oh, so I didn't even see that, yeah.
So I was like, I have to ride it, but like, wait, what the fuck? How do I get up there?
Yeah, I didn't even see that. Like, whenever I was playing through it, I just looked at this lava pit and I was like, the fuck? What happens here? You can make it through the lava with dagger dash. Yeah, but come on now, like...
Yeah, why would you do that? Ride the
Come on, the fun is solving the puzzle, right? So, the climax, this will be the confrontation portion of the quest, right? So here we're going to have our climax. And our climax, in this case, is going to be... Yada-da-da. We go into this room over here. And we're going to wind up fighting a boss. Unless this guy already killed it. Yeah, he's just showing you a way through it, right? So there would normally be a boss in here, resolution, you get the magic item or whatever, and then you exit the dungeon. This is 5-room dungeon structure perfectly right here, right? I fucking love Elden Ring's dungeon design. It's so fucking good. Ugh.
Here's a great question, actually. Because a lot of people say that they like the Elden Ring dungeons for the most part. But for me, I know that they're literally the same thing that the Bloodborne Chalice dungeons were, and
Yeah.
people said they hated those.
Because I don't really know that okay, I don't really feel like the Chalice dungeons really fit in the world. I'm weird. They just felt like such a secondary thing to engage with in the game.
They really were.
Yeah, they feel way more like, I mean, they literally are like dungeons in a fantasy world in Elden Ring, right? And in Bloodborne, they kind of felt like why is this here? But it's not a bad thing. I'm sure the experience is fine, you know.
It's basically the same. You run through a bunch of random little chamber rooms, all copy pasted, pull a lever, and then you go fight a boss. The only downside was that, and I'm not gonna lie, because I did it, because I platinum trophied Bloodborne. There's one of the chalices you have to do that's a defiled chalice, and it's one of the only mandatory defiled chalices. It halves your max HP.
Oh god, yeah.
And then it's
Oh.
like, have a fucking watchdog of the old gods as one of the bosses. It kills you if you're lucky in 2 hits. It's just like, fuck that. It took me like a solid couple days just to get past that.
Yeah. In Bloodborne, there's supposed to be catacombs under the city, you think? You know what? As soon as they drop the DLC for the Shadow of the Erd Tree, we're 100% streaming through an Elden Ring play over here.
Oh,
yeah. You just realize that's a King Gizzard and a Lizard Wizard shirt? Hell yeah. Okay.
I 100% recommend, by the way, go mod your Elden Ring thing and get the I think it's the Grand Merchant mod, and just get yourself a pre-built character. Don't do that. That's going to save you a lot of time just getting ready for a DLC run if you don't have a fresh file on hand.
The Grand Merchant character?
It basically makes Carly sell every item in the game for free.
Oh, God.
So you can just get yourself pre-built for the DLC. Like, I've already done it. I've got myself a full, lightning faith-built character with strength ready to go.
Oh, man, I would 100% do that. And it wouldn't even feel like fucking cheating out on the experience.
You got the whole fucking
just
game to play.
Not doing the bullshit, yeah. Oh, yeah, God, I would 100% do that and not even feel like it was cheapening my experience. It's
No,
just
they already
yeah,
confirmed the difficulty scaling. The DLC is going to be unique anyway. It's going to feel like Sekiro, where you actually have to beat bosses to get memories to make yourself stronger in the DLC. It's weird. I have no idea how it's going to work. It's just not the same as a regular Elden Ring.
Huh. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if they would do something like what Square Enix did in Final Fantasy VIII. Did you ever play that?
Final Fantasy VIII? No,
Yeah.
my wife did, but no.
Oh. There's so many things that I could say complaining about Final Fantasy VIII's game design, but I think my least favorite thing is the fact that enemies scale and level with you
Oh, yeah, true.
around the entire world. It was so nonsensical because you never really feel like you actually progressed. There is an area in the game that you could just farm super incredibly easily right before the end of disc 1, and because of that, you would feel like, oh, okay, cool, I'm gonna be like a god here. Nope. What winds up happening is that literally every single monster in the entire game levels up with you and just tanks your ass because you outpaced the game and you don't have the equipment to keep up. The equipment yeah, oh dude, it's so shit. Yeah.
Did you try Octopath?
I did. I loved
I haven't played the
Octopath.
second one. I've only played the first one, and I fucking
haven't-
love it.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to the second one yet either. I've been kind of saving my so I have a lot of my games and my books on my TBR whatever that I've been I want to get through Vagabond before I get into more stuff that could distract me from this thing.
Yeah.
I'm making an exception for the Elden Ring DLC.
I think with Octopath, what they did was that there's basically every zone of the game, because it's basically the whole game is a giant circle, and you work, and each one, it has 3 layers. And each layer has a range of levels at which the enemies can be. Sort of the first level is anything from level 1 to 20. So it scales with your character, but there is a minimum and a maximum within each area, at the very least, enemies can be. So you can at least get some level of progression on everything. Albeit when I finally did beat the final secret boss of that game, I did actually have to go and just use like what was the strat? You get like the dancer character, you do the random RNG dance, and then you get the AXP multiplier on a cat boss fight, and the cat drops Omega AXP. It was like, brother in Christ, the grind was awful by the end of the game. It was the only way to make it so it didn't take like 10 years.
God. Yeah, so the couple things I've got right now, I also really want to get to that, what was it, Unicorn?
Unicorn Overlord, yeah, I've heard a lot of people talking about that.
I want to get to Unicorn Overlord, Project Triangle Strategy, and God, I don't even know that I'd be even slightly interested in that new Fire Emblem game. I've not heard anything. Is that what it was? The one with the
one with
character
the two colored hair?
Yeah. Was it any good?
I've heard that basically the gameplay is like rock solid because that's where the focus of the game is. The story is dog shit, and I'm gonna lie, it absolutely is.
I don't know that there's been a really good Fire Emblem storyline since Awakening.
Have you tried Three Houses?
I thought that one was okay. I thought the storyline was all right. It wasn't.
I will admit, I only did Golden Deers. We didn't do any of the other ones. It's just too long.
Yeah, who did I get with? Edelgard? Was that her name?
That's the red names.
The red one. Yeah.
Yeah, that one's got a depressing story. I feel like some of them are like the blue ones have a messed up story. I don't remember what happens. It's just like, holy fuck, there's a weird plot twist.
Yeah, I think you go with the Golden Deers or whatever they were. If you just like, after doing the red mains or whatever, I was like, yeah, the next playthrough is going to be the Gold House because this one's just like, all right, I get it. Fascist takeover. Here we go. Like it's, you know. Dude, she is. Yeah, she's. Yeah, she's 100% like, oh, suddenly Hitler. Like, like that's the thing is you're like in her storyline suddenly like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I'm super down with all of this stuff that's going on, and now we're genociding. Okay, why? Like, why? Where did this come from? You know, and,
I genuinely feel Three Houses was actually originally, because it's an ugly ass game. I 100% bet that was a 3DS game that was meant to be 3 separate games, and then they just said no, put it on the Switch as one game instead.
Oh shit, you're right. That was on the Switch. Yeah, I don't remember that looking super great.
No, it was really rough. Albeit like it's still played fine. I mean it was my first full Fire Emblem game that I played. My wife always liked Fire Emblem, but she was terrible at the tactics part, so she was like, just subject you to it instead so I can enjoy the game kind of thing.
Yeah. You can turn against her in that run? Oh, I did. I was like,
I forgot you can.
Yeah, I was like, fuck this bitch. I was like, oh, well, you went from me thinking like, oh, I could get behind this faction because there's a lot of like cool characters in it. They had Petra, they had oh my god.
Oh,
Petra was the one. Dude, Petra fucking, oh my god, she's a train in that fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she just runs around and chainsaws everything. Holy shit. It was her, and then, what was the other character that I was like, oh my god. Who else in that house? Fire Emblem Engage. I get a lot of my design ideas from Fire Emblem, actually. Not Engage, 3 houses. There we go. Red, Eagles?
Yeah, that probably was it.
The Black Eagles?
I know there was a DLC faction. I don't remember what it was called. I don't know if that's it.
It's the Black Eagles, but they have the red banner? Oh, so then it's like even more sort of like on the nose.
Omega laughing?
Petra McNeary. Yeah, Petra was fucking sick. Monica Van Ox. Show me their faces. Dorothea. Okay, I thought I remember Dorothea.
Oh, we recruited
really
her
good.
on our playthrough. We pulled her into the Golden Deers. Yeah, she was great.
Yeah, Dorothea, Petra. Who was Caspar? Oh yeah, Caspar turned into a pugilist in the run I was doing. He was actually kind of good there. Yeah, oh, Hubert, this fuckwit. Yeah, I got so sick of Hubert.
There was definitely one of the Golden Deers we didn't like, and was his name Lorenzo, or whatever the fuck it was? He was like, he's guaranteed on the Golden Deers, and everybody I know and their mom hates that character. He's just the pompous rich boy, and has like no redeeming quality whatsoever.
He also has that stupid haircut.
Oh god, people even remark his haircut is stupid, so at least it's on point.
Yeah.
Oh god, then there was the only character I remember being like, this character did like way too much, because I think we had Hilda.
Hilda's,
Oh, God.
yeah, I think I
Hilda
remember
was
Hilda being sick.
There was also, I think it's Charlotte, the white-haired girl, and then there was also the quiet blue-haired girl. I don't remember her name at all. But the other character we really, really wanted, and I think we tried to fight really hard to make sure we could get her, was the teacher, the blue-green-haired teacher that was an archer. She's basically like a ranged assassin, and I was like, yeah, I would love that. Yes, please help me.
Let me see here. So,
Marianne, that was her. Yeah, I think we made her into a dancer, and she was very useful in that regard. The other two girls were just like physical and magic, just face smash.
dude, I thought it was so funny how, like, I mean, because I based the dancer I wrote off of Fire Emblem's dancer. Like, I mean, anybody that sees that class is like, oh yeah, that's the Fire Emblem dancer. It's 100%. But I love that I had been talking about just how crazy, insanely strong that one is, and everybody kind of has, but they were all like, it always seemed like, well, okay, we're not going to prevent multiple dancers on a team because like it's still a class and yada yada yada. And then like 3 houses came around and they were like, look, you're only getting one of these motherfucking things in the entire game, all right?
True.
It's so fucking funny. I was like, yeah, because even, I mean, tactics-based games, man, if you can just supercharge one unit, like, that was all anybody did in Awakening was like, oh, Frederick is going to be insane.
Yeah,
So,
everybody,
like,
I think the speedrun is just make Frederick take the game for you.
yeah, you make Frederick absolutely fucking crazy, let him just ride on a horse and kill everything, and just go in with a party of like 4 dancers, and like,
Yeah, that's it. Shamir, oh my god, like she's just wonderful. It's just that you couldn't get her all the time, I think. So that we had to make do, well, only way we had her every once in a while.
Shamir from Fire Emblem.
She's one of the teachers, so she's like not one of the students, so that's why she's harder to get.
yeah. Looks like a total Dami mommy kind of situation. Yeah.
I had no choice, my wife wanted her. And then I was
Dude,
like,
I
oh
mean-
shit, she's great.
Yeah, who can blame her? Yeah, wait, hang on a second. Hey, Manda! Come here real quick.
Oh god.
Tell me what you think.
Oh, yeah, no, I already know what Amanda's gonna think. All right, you ready? Tell me scale of 1 to 10, all right?
Okay. But wait, oh, okay. I was like, wait, what kind of scale is this? I need to know.
You know.
Ooh, oh. Do we need a scale? I mean, just look. Just,
I mean, I was like, I know 100% this is Amanda's type.
oh, absolutely. I love a little goth lady to just step on me.
Stunned the speech.
Well, what's their name?
Shamir
Shamir?
from Fire Emblem.
From Shamir? That's an interesting name. From Fire Emblem, you said?
Yeah.
Oh, that explains the hair.
And I'm gonna do here. There we
I
go.
was. Onyx, they were... They said too stunned to speak. They're my thing.
Almost all your favorite characters just so happen to be dancers, so thank you for making a dancer class for D&D. Yeah, thank you.
Oh, I know. Isn't that a... That's one of my favorites. I liked playing it. I did. That was good.
Yeah, but you directly benefit from sales off of it, so like, of course, it sounds like
Oh my god.
nobody can trust you.
Well, fair.
Yeah.
It's like a
You
YouTuber getting sponsored.
He called me in here.
Yeah. Right.
He called me in here, and then
Yeah.
I had to do the more fun that way.
It's so funny how much like chores just get infinitely better whenever you're on drugs. It's
That's absolutely correct.
it's the best time. Yeah. It's
It is.
Yep. Well,
You know,
were you gonna tell me something? You don't.
brain left.
Choo choo.
Sugar.
Nice. Well, You have a good one. Oh, okay. Okay. So now that we've changed Troubadour to be an infinite, absolutely right. Shamir gonna steal your girl and also you. Yeah, thanks so much, Blue, for the $2. Also, Shamir and Catherine, both teachers, have a little thing going on. You're sure there's art out there for it? Yeah, I think I remember that.
There's art out there for everything Fire Emblem related.
Yeah, I mean, why do you think I pulled up all the Fire Emblem shit off of my display for stream?
I legit was just going Fire Emblem Three Houses characters on mine, and I already got hit by some images.
Oh.
I was like, oh, I forgot these characters grew up in this
Charm,
game.
we're going to steal your girl. And also you.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, thank you, Blue, for the $2. What's the... Okay, Ken, what are you thinking? Did you watch earlier, Ken, whenever I was talking about the changes to Sorcerer and Wizard?
I missed that. No.
Okay.
I did not see that.
Okay, so...
Were they big changes?
Kind of. But
I heard something about going wide and tall.
Yeah. I re-emphasized the identity of Sorcerer and Wizard, what I think is a more interesting way. Because here's the problem that I've hit so far. I've had a lot of people trying out Sorcerer, Fighter, Vanguard, Troubadour, Pugilist, Revelator. So notice a pattern here, right? Lots of martials. There's not been a lot of people really gravitating towards the casters. And a part of this is like whenever I was in the game with Treant Monk, Chris was like, I don't really know why I would want to play a caster in this game. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, I remember him going off on that. You ended up changing like one of the major issues he had at that time.
Yeah, it was what was happening with a whiff, because it was going to be a way that I would allow casting to stay infinite, and whiffing was going to be a risk that could be inherent to any time you cast, right?
Yeah.
So I was like, all right, well, that's not exactly working out. It has bad play feel, because it wasn't just Treant Monk that was telling me that. There were a lot of people in the server that were telling me that.
I was telling you that, and you were like, fuck you, I'm doing it anyways. And Treant Monk is like telling it, and you're like, oh, ooh, senpai.
You didn't tell me that.
I did tell you that.
Oh, you didn't? I don't think we ever had a conversation about that in particular.
Yeah, okay, sir.
Oh, well, what? I'm just saying.
I wasn't there. Don't fucking look at me.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Gavin, you solved this.
What? No.
So, like, after seeing Chris go through making 2 characters and then hearing Chris's feedback on why he chose not to play a caster, it really it sunk in that there needed to be some more appeal going on. And then after there were the changes that were made to the casting whiffs and everything, there still haven't been that many people playing casters. So I was like, this is weird. What's going on? There's been 2 sorcerers that got played in the playtest that Inspiration is running, but no one's playing Wizard. And I was like, okay, so like it's time to give Wizard some kind of a facelift here, because there's nothing that's apparently like appealing to people about it. So, what I did in this like earlier one today was I have been trying to figure out some way to re-emphasize the identity of these 2 a bit heavier. And so with Sorcerer, they're still going tall, and they're going extremely tall in this one. They're not getting a huge spell diversity, but the spells that they cast are going to really, really pop off super hard. Spell Slinger, you crit on cast checks on a roll of 19 to 20, and your spells use a d8 damage die rather than a d6. So by default, all spells are using a d6. On the Sorcerer, they're all going to default a little bit harder. And what this means is, if you blow a lot of mana on this, that music just got really loud all of a sudden. If you blow a lot more mana on it, that cast is going to hit hard. Rather than like, if we just give you a d6 flat, it's like the base levels are kind of low, but then if you give it the oomph, it doesn't really escalate all that hard. right?
Mhm.
How much presence does a sorcerer really have at level 1? You mean the stat, or are you just talking about like an abstraction of like their overall presence? Because if you're talking about the stat in particular, I'm estimating that a sorcerer is most likely going to have at least 6 tap. So nobody was really using tap to gain fatigue, and if that's not super appealing, and we're worried about this potentially getting you way too much mana, I would rather get rid of that. But the other thing that was cool is that people were willing to pay the health tax instead. So when you pay mana when you, and this needs to say when you spend mana. When
Does
you
strength
spend
still
mana,
scale your HP?
do what?
Does strength still scale your HP?
Yeah,
That does incentivize strength sorcerers. Is that going to be okay?
that's absolutely fine.
All right, then there you go.
Muscle sorcerer gets what he wants.
Yeah, rage mage.
Swolcerer.
The fun thing is, sorcerer is gonna feel like the magical barbarian, and the really fucking funny thing is that a barbarian sorcerer is actually kind of an okay build. Because, well, so the barbarian can't focus on casts because they're gonna berserk. The sorcerer doesn't give a fuck about focusing. They're blasting. They're just throwing shit out there. So like, they really don't mind. Like, hey, I've got to cast this one thing, cool, and then rage, right? So
what you've got here is you can tap into your health to start doing these extra things with the mana cost and everything. I like it because I don't think you've realized it. You've just brought sorcerer back to its origins in the game.
I was gonna say, yeah.
yeah, it's like a blood mage.
No, like history lesson for a moment. Before 3rd edition, sorcerer wasn't really a thing, but sorcerer was inspired by the 2nd edition class channeler, which was a wizard that tapped into their health instead of having specific slots. And then the sorcerer kind of came from that. You've kind of full circled.
Hey,
I was gonna say it is. I know it came from somewhere. It's happened before.
It was players' options, spells, and magic, AD&D 2nd edition, whereas the first concept started to come about for it. And then it kind of turned into the sorcerer eventually. And then sorcerer kind of got weak sauce, like off wizard. And yeah, you're kind of going back to it.
Because this mechanic is, this was the thing that Ross Leiser wrote for his Odic in order to, like, so Ross's Odic was basically a challenge because Reddit kept saying you can't make a con caster and you have to handle it very carefully. So Ross was like, okay, I'm gonna do that then. And this was the mechanic. It wasn't a like you're going to have to how do I put it? You're gonna like tap into your health to do that because you can just restore that health with spell slots that you're gonna regain. So like, who cares about the exchange of spell slots for spell points? But if you reduce your maximum health, you can't replenish the thing you used to cast with, right? So I always loved that. That was such a elegant fix for that. But yeah, this reduction lasts until you rest, and you can't reduce your maximum health below 0 this way. If you die as a result of using this feature, you don't die until after the cast. Get ready, because this is going to get super anime here in a second. Quickening. You can take a second action, which can only be used to cast a spell. Spell twinning. If you cast the same spell twice on a turn, the second cast check is favored. And now that's building into, you're going to crit a lot easier on that second blast, right?
Yeah.
Overpowered. You crit on cast checks on a roll of 18 to 20. Further, you can skip your move to gain 1 fatigue. Doing so lets out an audible manifestation of your magical power, which can be heard out to the nearest mile. If you do, you regain d6 mana at the start of your turns for 1 minute.
The fuck is this? Is this D&D key charging?
Yeah!
You're just fucking screaming.
All the and like multiple blasts. I'm picturing Vegeta all of a sudden.
I love that everyone immediately gets it. It's the final flash from Dragon Ball Z.
Oh my God, it's so dumb.
It's Vegeta trying to take out Boo. Yeah. So if you wanted to, notice the last sentence. This feature stacks. This is a Super Saiyan transformation right here.
Yeah.
So what this means is that every single turn, if you gain 4 fatigue and you escalate into that like 4 fatigue sorcerer getting 46 mana back at the start of each of your turns, throwing out fucking nukes everywhere, you can do that. And I love that about this. But it's so risky. It is so fucking risky. Like, if anything gives you 1 fatigue after this, you're fucking dead. The other
I'm okay with risky. I know a lot of people are not good with that, especially after the whole like, what's his killing his character off in Critical Role with the Blood Hunter, and they're like, I don't like risky classes. I'm like, well, then don't be dumb.
Then don't play this thing. Then like, the other fun thing with this is that notice with tap, Ross's mechanic in here also solved another thing I was worried about, and that was, what happens if someone just revives you with this and you continue tapping? Well, notice that you don't increase your maximum health isn't restored until you rest. Because of that, if someone tried to bring you back, no, your maximum health is reduced to 0. So you don't revive. You literally waste away by using this.
On brand for sorcerer.
Well, and it's supposed to be that heroic sacrifice moment, right?
Yeah.
Like, this is supposed to be sorcerers. Like, if you're going to play a sorcerer in Vagabond, one of the things I would probably say is, like, you have a oh shit button, but it is a scary oh shit button, and I want that to be something that people really latch onto with this class. Yeah, deader than dead. Yeah, you cannot be revived.
It's like in 5e, people pointed out if you die from exhaustion in 5e, you're actually permanently dead, because if you get revived, you still have 5 levels of exhaustion. So
5 levels, yep. Death loop, yep. And that's the way it operates in Vagabond too. The only way that it doesn't operate that way is if you go something like Cleric and then specifically get a class feature that does that. All the magic that would bring you back is just like, number 1, you better get to them within a round, and then number 2, you better hope that they died of damage and not anything else. Because if they died of fatigue, they're not coming back. If they died and their body got completely destroyed, like they got decapitated, they're not coming back. So, like, I love emphasizing more common sense stuff like that, instead of the, like, okay, well, here's the death saving throws, here's the... I know some people are not going to be huge fans of that, but I'm like, there's already so many other systems that do that.
So here's my hot take. There's a lot of people that like, they get invested in the character. They want a lot of like checks and balances that allow them to come back and stuff like that. But meanwhile, me and my buddy Drew are sitting there in our 5th edition game on Thursdays, whinging about the fact that like, it doesn't feel like our actions have real consequences because we can just have a redo.
Right. Yeah, I think in either of those cases, it's like, to the person that feels like, I really get attached to this character, and I have very, very hard feelings whenever they die or something, that's a thing called bleed, and I would really recommend trying not to engage and encourage that kind of an engagement with your character.
Yeah.
That's a known problem. And
maybe like part of me is broken because like I'll get attached to a character and be like, I love this character. I want to keep playing this character. But to me, that heightens the sense of danger and the stakes.
Yep.
If you're playing in a game that has stakes and danger as an adventure. I mean, to me, I realize everyone plays their own way, but to me, that should be a thing.
Yeah.
I'm too used to roguelikes. I don't get attached to my characters at all.
Dude, I'm the same way. Like that's where I'm kind of sitting at with it. Where like, I have never really had a D&D character that I felt like, if this character dies, I will never play this game again, or like whatever. And I think that if people have that kind of level of attachment or something, I'm like, that's I really, really worry.
Part of it, I think, is it's the way that the modern systems have kind of shaped us, because once again, like 5th edition, once you reach a certain stage, it's very hard to permanently kill off your character. They have all sorts of ways to come back.
Yeah.
But when I started playing, like back in the day, and I'm fucking old, if my character lived that week, I must have bribed the DM. Like I had a brutal, vicious, very bad DM, but that's how I learned. It like
Right.
I saw a guy lose 7 characters in one session.
Holy
Like-
fuck.
Like fucking dragon
Holy
turtles,
shit.
man.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, right.
It was
Oh
the
my
Temple
god,
of
don't
Elemental Evil.
fucking remind me of Dragon Turtles. Fucking even with my half elf that I'm famous for, there was a point where I tried to get away from 3 of them on a ship onto a mast, and then they were like, "Oh yeah, steam breath," and I got fucking tri-beamed.
Has there been any feedback/testing on how progressively lowering your HP to cast spells? How far can a character safely push themselves before they lose their casting feature? I mean, so far, a lot of people are more excited to play sorcerer than they are wizard, because of that interaction in particular. I keep hearing that they feel like it's a really interesting mechanical expression, and because it's so unique to sorcerer, I don't want to kill that, and I want to keep pushing that in further, right?
Yeah.
Now that's sorcerer as the very, very tall. This is like single spell specialist, right? I'm gonna know maybe 6 or 7 spells throughout the whole game, and I'm like, yeah, that's what you should be doing. If you want a lot of different spells, you should be going with wizard. And like, to anybody that's going to complain that like, well, sorcerer doesn't really get enough, and yada yada, and I'm like, this is the design intent. This is the intention here.
Mhm.
Or I would just say, go play a wizard instead. Or I say, you homebrew it. I can't do shit about it. So
Have Eldritch Blast.
yeah,
To me, wizard is in almost every edition. The best wizards to me have always been the utility knife.
get ready.
Okay, all right.
So
I took my eyes off your stream around the time when you were getting back to Wizard, so because I had work.
I am so happy with this wizard. It's making me go back through and redesign Rogue, Troubadour, Alchemist.
Wizard's my favorite class. I have high expectations here.
Okay, so here we'll start out from the top. And remember shift tasks and everything, right? Like those are a thing in Vagabond, like solidifying. Yeah. Okay, so first off, starting out with spellcaster, they're getting the Arcana thing, yada yada yada. Spells known. Your spells known is equal to logic plus your wizard level. You can change your spells known when you study, or one of your spells known by spending a studied die. Now, going over and kind of refreshing on the scene tasks and everything. Whenever you study, this is a shift task, so it takes 6 hours worth of work. But if you study, choose a skill you practice, studied, or otherwise trained in. You then gain a study die, a d6 bonus on skill checks you make with the skill for the next 24 hours. Once this bonus causes you to pass an otherwise failed check, the die is lost. So you can exchange that die to swap out a spell as a wizard. So they're already getting some slight spell versatility in here, right?
Yeah.
Their mana is not going to, their mana and their augmenting maximum is all going to cap because they're not a sorcerer. Moving on from there, they're going to get their subclass also at first. Astute Arcana, you pay 1 less mana to augment the delivery of spells. So now Wizard is going to have an easier time changing the shape, changing the look, affecting multiple targets with it, right? Like this is augmenting the delivery, not the damage or like subtle casting or anything.
I like that. Okay.
Now, Page Master, whenever you study, you gain 2 studied dice rather than 1. Additionally, once per shift, you can study as a scene task. So once every 6 hours, you can get 2 of those studied die. Manifold Mind, you can focus on a number of additional spells at once, equal to your wizard level divided by 4. So this is, you can focus on 2 spells now. At 8th level, you can focus on 3 spells at the same time. Mind over matter, while you're focusing on a spell, your focus can't be broken by taking damage. Okay. Arc Wizard. You pay 2 less mana to augment the delivery of spells. And if you have a studied die, you can spend it, no action, to cast any essence during the turn, even if it's not a spell or one of your spells known.
Holy fuck.
No, nice.
So that is Wizard getting every spell in the game.
Yeah.
They just have to do a little bit of a role play focus in order to get it.
Can I make one suggestion about the wording for the one thing with the divided by 4?
Sure.
Instead of just having the math in there, because it's really only like one of 2 states, right? Like it only changes like once you reach 8. Just
Except
maybe
remember, everything is future proofed in here. So if they continue on after
10th
level,
right. I was thinking only up to 10, but yeah, there's the past 10.
Yeah, some tables can continue playing Vagabond. I think whenever I crunch this out, the math of the game will continue to work all the way up until 134th level or something like that. Like, you could continue on making a character and leveling them up that far, and everything will continue getting better with you. At that point, you've already maxed out all of your stats. Like, you're not going to progress by really taking any additional, like, milestones.
Mm-hmm.
You could keep going on further, but the milestones are going to be like, you gain a perk. So it's just like every three levels, you gain a perk, and then your class stuff is going to continue getting better with you. So, it's like, it's possible, but one of the things I keep telling people is like, I like keeping this at 10th level and lower. This is just where 99.9% of campaigns are going to be handled anyways.
But I like being able to swap out, like that makes them a very good utility knife. Just the constant ability to swap them out with the study dice and on like some downtime and stuff like that. Be like, oh shit, I don't have that spell. Okay, 1 second, give me a second. I'll swap it out.
Yeah, so like, and you get the study die that is like, and notice that you'll be getting 2. So it's like, shit, I don't have that one right now. I can recall it, but like, yeah, I'll go on ahead. All right. And then it's like this arcane recall, right? I love that. And I love that it's like kind of pushing you towards, don't disturb the wizard. They're in there studying, right? No, you don't understand. Don't go fuck with the wizard while they're in their tower. Like, we need them right now. Like,
I will
kind
admit,
of
from
love
the
that.
one playtest that I did as a druid, I would have 100% playtested this wizard instead, because I wanted to fuck with the magic a lot more.
Yeah.
I think that this is giving people a huge amount of paint to paint with here. Like, I think that this is a big ass scary wizard right now.
This is exactly what I want out of a wizard. Because like I said, basically every edition of D&D or D&D adjacent that I've played, wizard's always been one of my go-to, and I always play it as a utility wizard. Because they're never as good as a blastery type.
You love the roleplay opportunities and how the dice can be represented in game. Yeah, I've honestly thought that Alchemist needed something like this. Where I can say like Page Master, going back up into Alchemist right now, like they're all gonna get an expertise like feature. And Troubadour just got one. And I like this phrasing so much. I'm just incorporating it across all the different experts. Reason being, the old one, whenever you do a test, you start with 1 pass check. I wasn't hearing people talking about it like it was interesting. I was hearing about them talking about it like it's good, but, right? Like, it wasn't a like, yeah.
Well, I mean, it's like shell armor in Pokemon. It just protects you from critical hits. Okay, well, you don't see when you get critical hit anymore, so nobody knows how good it actually is.
Exactly.
Yeah, right.
So like Experimentalist, Page Master, right? So Experimentalist was, when you make a craft or examine test, you begin the test with 1 pass check. So what we can do here is whenever you craft, right? Because that's going to be this thing's specialty. When you craft something. Additionally, once per shift, you could say you can craft as a scene task, but here's the deal. Alchemist is already getting you can craft by skipping your move.
Yeah.
So this is not good. So the limiter that we had is that originally these were only going to last for a minute. Oh yeah, by the way, Alchemist also got cleaned up because it was very, very wordy, and that's been reduced down.
Oh, you have reduced it. Holy shit.
Oh yeah, I mean the whole I cut out like over 2 paragraphs of flavor text in this entire thing, at least for this class in particular. So
was it partly just because of us going through the dagger heart thing, and you're like, this is wordy as all fuck?
oh no, we're in the polishing phase because like a lot of this was always like throwing shit at the wall to see what sticks.
Yeah, that's how it works.
You know, and it. Oh wait, whenever you craft, you gain a studied die as if you studied for the shift. Whenever you craft as a shift task, you gain a studied die as if you studied for the shift. Additionally, when you study as a shift task, you gain 2 study die instead of 1. And then mix could be you can blow the studied die to combine the items.
You could reword that, I think, to whenever you craft as a shift task, you also gain a study die. Just to cut it down even further.
Whenever you craft as a shift task, you also gain
a study die, and then you can just cut the rest of that if you want.
Yeah, because the study die only references gaining it from one source anyway, so it doesn't matter explaining that again.
Yeah, I will admit, I'm doing in my tabletop system, I'm going through, now that I'm actually fucking done building my 170 spell magic list, doing a recodifying language pass. And it's a lot of that, just me going through mechanical bullshit and simplifying language.
Yeah, that's always one of the most important bits.
Yeah.
I think that this does need a reference, though, just to say where they got it, or where, like, because this is the first time that this ever comes up.
Oh, fair. If it's a weird concept, then yeah.
Yeah, interactive cross-reference. As per this needs to go. This would be in. Oh my god. We just had dinner, and I am very bloated on pasta right now.
Pasta. I had a chicken and salad, but it was a Maui rib sauce chicken.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I fucking man! If you've never had Maui ribs before, fucking have it. It's like the most like molasses-ridden thing you've ever had in your life. It's so good.
See, I don't know why by default they do the quotation marks around that in Adobe. Sure, we'll do that.
I wanted to do ribs tonight, but because it's -6 outside and I want to do one on the barbecue, and I'm like, that would take forever to cook.
-6 Celsius or Fahrenheit?
What? Celsius.
Celsius. Okay, I was gonna say, like, is that Fahrenheit? Holy shit.
Wait, did you say -6 Celsius?
Yeah, that's cold as fuck.
It's not that bad, but like it's enough.
Wait,
that the
what do you
barbecue
mean
wouldn't
that's
cook
not
to-
that bad?
I'm Canadian, dude. We reached like it was almost -30 here at one point, like this winter.
Holy
Wait.
fuck.
-6 Celsius to Fahrenheit. Let me see.
Yeah, like where I'm living, it was like 20 degrees over like a couple days ago, and then literally today it was like 12. It just
Oh.
dropped massively.
Yeah, okay, 21 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, that's not too terrible.
No,
Oh,
it's
God.
that's still t-shirts and shorts weather.
Yeah.
See, to me, it's like, right, like really bad Fahrenheit temperature. If it gets like, okay, so Ked, if it gets to like -20 degrees Celsius here, that's like a really, really bad, oh shit, storm.
Yeah, for
Like-
sure.
Oh, we had, like I said, more than that after like wind chill and everything.
Yeah.
I'm in the banana belt of Canada. That's what my dad likes to call this place. So.
The banana
The
belt?
banana belt.
What
Yeah,
the
just
fuck is
well,
that?
I mean, well, if you're familiar with the concept of Vancouver, Canada, then I say the banana belt. Everyone goes like, "Oh, okay, yeah, for sure," because it's like coastal and like right above the United States border, so like it's not that
Okay,
far
makes-
north.
That makes sense.
No. This is good, right? When you craft as a shift task, you also studied. That's good.
Yes.
Like, it's not a crazy.
it's a solid mechanic. It's relying on it. You're not having to introduce new mechanics every single bloody time, which is nice.
Yeah.
Like I don't mind if there's extra like sub mechanics in an RPG or whatnot, but if it's the
Yeah.
same thing every time.
I can.
And
What?
Gavin's in here too.
Heyo.
Does everyone
I
do
will
it?
admit,
Hey, we're
I
doing
do
good.
like sub mechanics, but it's mostly the fact that like if you're going to give a class or something like that a sub mechanic, you give the class one sub mechanic, and if you're
Yes.
going to give it again, it's because the subclass has a sub mechanic. But to be fair, like that's the most I want to see. The moment I see like most homebrew where it's like you have like 2 resources and then a third
Yeah.
one gets introduced, I'm like, oh for fuck. Even I don't
Yes.
really like features that are like once per long rest because that's another element of tracking that's separate from everything else.
Yeah. I'm so glad you said that because that is a whole reason why the Alchemist got majorly reduced in this patch.
I still really liked the because it's in the Alchemist, I believe, was the or you unless you have a merchant class in there. You have a merchant class in theirs, right?
Not yet, no.
I was gonna say because I remember reading in Alchemist there was something that you had that was like you quickly set up shop somewhere with like a portable storefront, and I was like,
That
oh,
was the
that's so.
merchant, yeah.
Oh, it was the merchant. Okay, yeah, because I was looking at that, I was like, oh, that's so fun. You could be my favorite thing in video games is the immersion breaking merchant in the dungeon.
Yes.
That is that is to me the funniest. I actually will admit I worked on animation for Lego's Ninjago. There's an
okay.
entire season that I worked on where all the ninjas went into like a virtual reality video game world. And I gave one of my seniors a sequence that was for Shifty. His name is Shifty. He's a merchant that just appears out of fucking nowhere and sells whatever you need. Like you go to like the wall of impassable or the impassable Great Wall, which is this giant fucking vertical cliff that goes into the clouds, and he's just there on the side with like a flashy display waving at everybody. He's like, "I have grappling hooks here for you."
I have an idea for one of the hell spawn in here that's going to be kind of like that. So the narrative for all the demons and stuff, and I guess the devils in particular, is unlike the so demons are just like born of chaos and they just yeah. Devils, though, the way that they like climb the ladder of power is by making deals and shit. And I thought, wow, what better than to have a merchant devil that... What? Oh, okay, I just heard like... And I was like, the fuck? So I love the idea that like there would be a peddler devil. And this devil's whole like shtick is like, well, if you really need something, I'll get it to you on the cheap. But like, you have to agree.
What's it gonna cost?
Yeah, like you got to make a deal. Like,
I
almost
actually
like
will
this-
admit, did you ever play? You've played Castlevania stuff, right?
yeah, oh yeah.
So, do you know Legacy of Darkness or 64? It's the same game.
I played the Nintendo-based stuff. I did not play like Symphony of the Night or anything
So
like that.
don't. Those games are awful.
Really? Okay.
Well, I mean, unless you played Legacy of Darkness, it's just the same game but better. I played 64. It's fucking awful. It's like a shitty 3D attempt. But there is a character in there who is a demon, who is like a guy in like a fancy dressed suit and stuff like that, and he is your merchant for the entire game.
Oh, that's
So
awesome.
every time you go into the save points, you have like a demon merchant who literally sells you stuff. What's fucking so funny though is that it's tracking how much you're spending with him the entire game, and if you spend
Yes.
over a certain limit, right before the final boss, he shows up and says, "Did you read the contract that you had with me? If you spend over like this amount of money, I own your soul." And he turns into a monster. You have to fight him before the final boss.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
yeah,
I was
that's
like,
exactly
that
what I'm
shit
going
is
for.
super awesome, actually.
Yeah, I love that. That's exactly what I would want out of this.
Yeah, I would 100% go for that.
There was a piece of artwork by Trevor Henderson that inspired the idea, where it was like just a long, skinny arm reaching out in like an impossible doorway in the middle of a swamp.
Oh, like
It
the
was
hand
like-
from Zelda in the toilet.
Yeah, in the toilet, right? So it was like that, and it was just like what it was something he said on Twitter, like what who's buying or something like that. And I was like,
stranger.
yeah, I was like, fuck, I love that. So yeah, I'm trying to figure out what that would be in here. But
There's got to be
anyways.
some, if you can give it a stat block, there's got to be something omega funny you can write into the stat block as sort of like its silver bullet. Like the idea of like, I don't know, you throw gold on the ground and it like becomes like mesmerized by the gold and can't target anything else but the gold.
Like, and some of that's fun. Like, the thing is, I think more modern games got away from that because the criticism was always like, if you look at the Displacer Beast.
True.
So, old school Displacer Beast was, or no, wait, Blink Dog, right? Right, Ked?
Oh, right, the blink dog, because it like disappears in sunlight, right?
No, Blink Dogs would, like, according to their stat blocks, no matter what, if they saw a Displacer Beast, they attack it.
Oh.
It's like hard coded in on their stat blocks. And then they got rid of that because people were like, I mean, I would rather that not be hard coded in. You know,
Yeah,
so like
there was a lot of weird shit like that. There was a few creatures that would like if there was a gnome in the party, they would focus fire the gnome and nothing else. Like weird shit like that.
Oh, that's funny. What's that? You picked the wrong character, the character creation? Oops, get owned, loser.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, oh, you chose that stupid thing? All right, cool. Here you go.
Of course, the best thing in the old school monster manual from like the TSR days was still the fact that someone was credited for the picture of the invisible stalker. It was just a blank box. There was nothing in it.
Oh, that's great. Oh man. Yeah, I'm like with some of these devils, it's like, okay, what's going to be the interesting thing? It's always going to be okay, this is what sucks about, I think, demons and devils in like 5e in particular. There's all they are is there's some lore maybe, but like in terms of their stat block, it never really feels like it reflects the lore. Like, and I don't know why, because they eat up so much territory. But I've seen like more thought go into like Josiah, like Dungeon Dad stat blocks than I have into like most of D&D's official stat blocks.
Demons especially. Demons get the short end of the stick all the fucking time in terms of like lore and design, because they're literally just meant to be, these are things that are big, strong monsters the players can kill without needing to think too hard about it. Devils get way more of the focus comparatively. I mean, to be fair, fucking in 5e, they did all the Arc Devils. They never did any of the Arc Demons for stat blocks.
No. The problem is when Wizards of the Coast took over the IP, they tried to make everything so much more family friendly, so to speak. Yeah. So much of what originally made them different was tossed out the window because it was considered too risque.
Yeah, same with like going with the serpent demon that has to wear a breastplate now.
Yeah.
She's got abs for days though.
Well, hell yeah. Okay, that's a medium health spawn, so that at least needs to be 4 health. I don't know, I'll figure all that out. But yeah. Yeah, in the future I really want this to go in the angle of like what is a devil merchant like? You know, there was just something really fun with that I wanted to push. Because like if they're gonna get power through deals they make, I'm like, of course they would love opening up a shop that like, holy shit, we really need this thing. And then I'm telling like, you know, the GMs out there like, hey, here's an easy seed if it really works for you. There's a devil that will sell them the thing that they really need, but it needs something from them. Like, you know, like, okay, well, if you buy literally anything off this guy, they're getting power, you know?
Part of me almost wants to see one of those like stupid, almost isekai level devils. Like, you know, those bad isekais where it's like, I ground, like fought slimes for 1,000 years and now I'm the most powerful. I want to see a devil that like, he only ever did safe, very tiny transactions, and as a result worked his way up to like Devil Lord because all the others kept doing these big risky plays and failed. And he's like,
he's like somebody who only bought low and sold high for like 20 years.
Yeah. Wasn't that a Rick and Morty episode? That's the Foolish Things episode, and I think or was it Needful Things? Because it's a pun on the monkey's paw. And I think that devil was selling people cursed items, not that they were getting power through the sales. I think they were just fucking with people. But I might be wrong on that. Also, I need to go grab coffee. You guys entertain my chat for a second.
Gasp. Oh no, stage fright. I can't do it.
Well, how do we get them canceled?
I mean,
Let's
like,
see.
isn't there something that you can advertise for yourself at least? I don't exist in the D&D sphere anymore.
Well, D&D, no, I haven't touched actual D&D in years, but I mean, my Void Home RPG just entered early access to purchase on the 29th, less than a month ago. I guess you guys can check out my stuff.
Buggies.
Go to kofi.com/kedhup. But I mean, that's all I really got to plug right now.
No, I'm getting close enough to the point where this tabletop system I've been poking at for like almost 3 years now is getting to the point where like might be able to play test it finally. But this is all like, I'm not going to sell that thing probably because it's just me been doing that as a hobby for a while. If I were to sell it, I would need to worry about a lot of other things now.
I've got a secondary project like that. Like my Void Home one is technically using the bones from Cypher, although I've like reworked the entire system. Me and one guy, Old Gus, because there's like, I love the core of the system, but there was a lot of things in it. I'm like, yeah, you guys really needed to standardize this terminology and redo some stuff. So whatever, I redid some of that. But like, I do have a second project that's kind of like that. It's like my own system, but I'm not sure if I'll kickstart it or anything, or I'll just like release it into the wild and be like, everyone go nuts.
Yeah, my codifying pass I've been doing, I had to go like, okay, fuck it. I have to like do one last pass on the blood and death magics I had planned. And I was like, all right, I'll regret this decision later. Smash his keyboard for a few seconds. Anytime you kill somebody with blood magic, you regain HP. All right, fuck it. Let's see if that breaks the system.
That's good. That's good.
Death magic will make it so every time you kill somebody, they fucking explode and hurt other people.
Have fun. Oh, it's just in here chilling out. Ken, do I just give these guys harrying like everybody else?
Oh, what are we working on again? The
Oh,
Alchemist?
sorry, Alchemist. Yeah, because like the 5th level, they're a martialist. Hang on, let me see what Rogue is getting here.
The alchemist gets the ability to use an object action twice a round if they want.
That's what my Alchemist for 5e gets, and my Merchant.
Mainly because they needed it.
Yeah, but they're getting a unique thing in here where I guess
What has changed? Let's see.
wait. Use action. Hey, follow. What are you doing? Wait. You can take the use action with your action or by... Okay, wait. What if we codified that a little bit harder? While you have alchemy tools in hand... Wait. You can take the use action by skipping your move. Okay.
Oh, so you literally sit your ass down.
Not even that. I mean, you could still be standing. You just don't move anywhere. You're kind of quickly, you know, because they're going to be a backline character anyways.
True. Yeah. Well, I mean, like giving up
Okay.
your movement to get that again actually makes a lot of thematic sense.
Yeah.
So it's not just for quickly crafting alchemical items, it's just use action in general.
Uh-huh.
Okay, cool.
While you have alchemy tools in hand, you can take the use action. So this means skip your move or use your action. You can take the use action to quickly craft an alchemical item. Otherwise, obeying the rules to craft as a shift task. Oh, wait, but then this could cause some confusion with this up here. With experimentalist. I'll figure that out. They don't need to get studied die by using this right here.
When you use action. Okay, when you use action, so you can take the use action by skipping your move. Awesome.
Mhm.
Second thought, while you have alchemy tools in hand, you can take the use action to quickly craft an alchemical item, otherwise obeying the rules to craft as a shift task.
Could I just get rid of this right here?
The last part, I don't think you need it because it's like automatically you should be assuming everything except what has changed should be the same, I would say.
Spending the materials to craft them as if. Does the craft them? Does it? Okay, so by craft being
All you're doing,
capitalized,
like normally you need the materials to craft, right? So all you've changed here is the time function of this. So do
Right.
you need to reiterate anything else in the crafting task? Because wouldn't you be like using your normal crafting rules except for this change?
essentially, yeah, and because it's capitalized craft, it's different. Or I mean, it's
Right.
the shift.
It's a
task.
system term
Yeah.
at that point.
Yeah, you're right.
This allows you to craft something and then immediately use it on the same turn as long as you don't move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is great because that, especially at first, it's like an integrally necessary kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is telling you right here, stay the fuck back unless you have stuff prepped. Like, and even then, you probably want to stay back.
Hide behind a rock, get the brewing stand out there, start heating the potions out of the beaker onto the battlefield.
Exactly. Yeah, because this is the Martial Blaster right here. When you make attacks with alchemical items, you can make the attack check as a craft check. Yeah. Oh, I
Use
could
action
probably.
to quickly craft. I wonder if you just want to reorder that one sentence a bit to be like what you're doing and then how you're doing it. So while you have alchemy tools in hand, you can quickly craft an alchemical item by taking the use action or something like that. So you're stating what you're doing and then how.
Wait. While you have alchemy tools in hand, you can quickly craft an alchemical item with the use action.
Or something along those lines instead of like alchemy, but you were doing the use action. So that's how you're doing it. But then at the end of the sentence, you're saying what you're doing with that how, which I would move that end part up further. Just be like, this is what we're doing and this is how we're doing it.
So you can take the use action by skipping your move. While you have alchemy tools in hand, you can craft an alchemical item with the use action.
Yeah, something like that. This way it's stating up front within the sentence, this is what we're doing. And then you're tailing on, okay, here's like the time signature or whatever change.
Yeah. Fuck, I think you being able to take the use action by skipping your move is so good.
It's integral.
Like-
It's like core functionality. Good.
Yeah, we need to build around that. Oh, that's so good. Oh! Yeah, then Rick's whole deal was decursing the items, yeah. I haven't watched Rick and Morty in like 5 years. Does it hold up?
I've never watched it.
You never
the
watched it?
Most
dodged
recent
it.
season was pretty good. The season before that was a bit hit and miss.
Mm.
But the most recent season, it felt like they kind of got back to basics. Like it was good shit. I liked it.
You'd think I'd watch a lot more stuff being an animation director, but I kind of just don't. I play a lot more games, honestly. I mean, the current thing I'm watching right now is Delicious in Dungeon.
See,
That's been good though.
Oh, it's been great.
I've heard a lot of people talking about that one, and I'm like, see, here's the thing though. If I was to read that, I would immediately turn Vagabond. Like, I feel like I would start seeing some of that show up in Vagabond, and
Yes.
I don't think that it needs all the like subsystems like that.
No,
You
but
would
also it's
100%
very
do so.
obvious when you're looking at Delicious in Dungeon. This was just someone's D&D campaign.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
100% was.
I've been following with Delicious in the Dungeon and then keeping up with Free Run lately and loving both of them.
Yeah.
The one that I really I really do want to spend some time getting to watch is Black Clover. Wait, is that the one? Is that the one I'm thinking of? Hang on.
It's not Black
Is it
Bible, that's for sure.
Black Clover.
It's a lot of
No,
Black
wait.
something's Black Butler. I don't know.
No, wait. Black Clover is the one that I absolutely despise. No, I can't stand that main character's voice actor. What's the one I'm thinking of? It's like
I don't
there's
know.
there's a dungeon delve. What the shit? There's a
Let's see. Anime Taron like La Blue Girl.
La Blue Girl.
Don't look that one up, especially
Oh.
not on stream.
Okay. Black Clover is the one with wizards. I mean, yeah, but there's it's the protagonist of that one I cannot stand. I absolutely hate that protagonist. I think more than any other anime character.
I got into like a light discussion with my small community of people where we were talking about Akira Toriyama's passing, and I said that the only thing I didn't like that came out of Akira Toriyama, I said it's not his fault, it's actually everybody else that followed suit after him, is the Goku trope character.
Yes.
The character who is too fucking amazingly strong, that can solve everybody's problems without needing to invent any new horse shit for it. Superman syndrome, but he's also a moron.
Why do you think I hate fucking One Piece?
One Piece and Naruto, and then people are like, well, they're not all powerful characters. Like, yeah, but you want to know what's really bad? Like, especially like One Piece, I believe, does this. It's not Luffy that's really Omega strong. It's Luffy's friends, and he just has to believe in them. And I'm like, so you're telling me he's useless?
Everyone's mentioning Freerun. I mean, that's the one I just mentioned as well earlier. Like, are you talking about Freerun?
There's a scene in particular
Elf?
that I don't totally remember. I don't know.
I'm legit. It's been too long since I've watched anime, so I have no memory of things that came out recently.
I mean, if you're looking for an anime, Freerun, like, whoa, that's been good.
Really?
Oh yeah, because like basic premise without ruining anything. Like it's like basically an immortal elf is the main character, and the majority of the anime takes place like years after she's finished her adventure with the heroes and defeated the demon lord, and it's her just kind of like passing through time, trying to remember how mortals actually do things and reminiscing and stuff. But it's actually been like really touching and really good. Like at one point, she's traveling with her human companion. And her human companion is like, "Okay, we got to move on." She's like, "Okay, let's just stay here a couple of years then." She's like, "No, fuck, we gotta go." And it really sets those expectations of how to play an elf.
One Piece blasphemy? Hell no. It's one of the only shows. I'll go this far to piss off all the weebs. The Netflix show was infinitely better than the fucking anime. Oh yeah.
I like the next Netflix. I thought it was great.
The Netflix
I saw
adaptation
one of my
was
friends
incredible.
watched it. He reviewed it fairly okay.
I absolutely hate One Piece. I cannot stand Luffy's voice actor. I am, how do I put it? I can't stand whenever a protagonist has that screechy of a voice for the entire fucking series.
The best part about One Piece is the 4 Kids rap.
Do you watch dub or sub?
Huh?
Do you watch dub or sub with your
I watch dub.
Oh, that's what's wrong with you.
Oh, no, the subs are also, the Japanese voice actor is worse than the English one.
Oh, mate, I've tried several times to watch One Piece and I've never done it.
The only time I will say the dub for a show was better than the sub, like hands down, no one can take it back from me. Dragon Ball Z.
Wait, sorry, say that one more time.
The only time I will ever say the dub was significantly better than the Japanese voice acting.
I agree with that 100%.
Because people say, what's the Japanese voice actors? They sound like they're grannies.
I disagree. I disagree. There was another English dub that was infinitely better than the Japanese one, Cowboy Bebop.
Oh, okay, fair.
What about Nausicaa? I mean, that had like Patrick Stewart and stuff in it.
Oh, shit.
I mean, all the studio. It's the Studio Ghibli stuff is kind of cheating though, because like they get like Billy Bob Thornton and they get god tier actors on that. The manga clears the anime so much. On which one? Oh, like One Piece. I will actually super agree. The story to One Piece is very cool because I got to enjoy it through the Netflix adaptation, not the fucking anime.
Sort of like
the story was cool.
through the abridged series.
I've enjoyed these random ass guys on TikTok explaining the world lore to me more than the actual anime.
You think they're giving One Piece a Brotherhood treatment that should fix the pacing? Fucking good.
It's called The One Piece. It's actually going to start airing before the current piece anime is done. And it's
Wait, really?
look it up. It's called The One Piece, and it's basically they're redoing it, but as a more abridged and modern animation. Because like One Piece started like 25 years ago or something like that, right? Like it's the animation they want to kind of redo it. So, but yeah, it's The One Piece.
Taron, the One Piece is real.
They are.
Smile.
Huh. Okay. You know?
So they're not done the manga. They're not done the current anime series. And they're already starting a second anime series of the same storyline. But with like modern treatments and a bit of a faster pace.
If they can just get me a different voice actor for Luffy or Luffy, whatever, however we want to go with it.
I mean, you could just be like Naruto and just be like, okay, we're going to change one letter of the character's name and say he's his son now.
You completely understand if you hate One Piece if the only interaction you have with it is the anime. It's literally just the voice actors. I have no beef with One Piece for any other reason other than I cannot listen to people screaming like that. Especially, like, whenever it's DBZ, it's a different thing because we're talking about, like, a little bit bassier, right? I'm sorry, but I can't listen to children scream for hours on end. Yeah, no, it's the reason why whenever I was a teacher, I teach high school. I can't deal with elementary school kids.
Mm-mm.
It reminds me actually of one of my series that my wife got into when she there was a period of time where she was between contracts, so she didn't have anything to work on. She got into Hunter x Hunter.
That's another one that I have not been able to really like.
She really
totally
liked
get
it when they
into.
got to the story arc that was like all the bug people monster stuff, and she said that she was really invested in the story by that point. She tried to make me watch it, and I was like, honey, the first season's kind of dog shit. She's like, oh, but it gets better. I'm like, okay. And then she finally released me, and I didn't have to watch it anymore.
I always love it when people are like, oh, this anime is really good. You just got to get past the first 27 episodes, and then it's really
Yeah.
good. I'm like, if I have to get past 27 mother flipping episodes, it's not good.
You know the other anime that I was like so stoked about and then immediately fell out of love with was Made in Abyss. Have you watched that one yet?
Nope.
I watched
Don't.
the first season.
You did? Okay.
And it was such a cool premise, and
Yes.
I liked where it was going. But then like, near the end of that first season, I'm like, so what? And then there's like the 2 movies and then the other season, and it's all kind of like hard to cobble together. I really fell off.
I just can't deal with a show that's masquerading that much weird fetishy shit behind like child characters.
Yeah.
It's like
yeah.
because I'm in the same mindset as Ked. I absolutely love that world. That is a fucking cool premise. I am so there. But it's what they do with their child characters that I'm just like I'm not comfortable watching this. It's Made in Abyss.
Yeah.
Spelled like Made in Abyss.
But I really
that.
like that concept of like the deeper you go, the harder it is to come back up because of the weird curse thing that's going on.
Yes, I think, like I said, I think the world is super cool. I'm like all there for the world. Can you please age up the characters by like 15 years apiece?
Lily really likes some of these like super trash isekai, so sometimes we'll just sit down and that's what she watches, and I'll browse on my phone or sometimes pay attention or whatnot. I am so uncomfortable with the amount of, what's the word for it? Lolly.
Yes, that's the term.
There's lolly or like moe, and it kind of depends because like lolly implies what I feel is like lolly's implying a bit more like sexual attraction, whereas moe is just like cute girl.
Okay,
Like,
I'm scared
it's
to look
cute.
up.
Yeah.
I'm scared to actually Google the definition of these terms.
It's mannerisms, I believe. I think it's mannerisms.
Okay. Either way, they're like they dress and or even sometimes say that they are like younger, and it's in situations that they're in like outfits in situations. I'm like,
That's
really
probably-
don't want to watch this anymore.
That's
Don't-
probably. I mean,
You're
going
going
to
to jail.
Why is it so prevalent in so much of the media that it just feels like Chris Hansen should be sitting there watching it with me?
stop right there, kid. We're the Canadian Mounted Police, eh? We're going to take you in for looking at the lolly, eh?
Gets dragged out into the cold, snowy weather.
That's why you stopped watching My Hero Academia? Yes, thank you. Oh my
I watched
god.
the first season of that, and then I was like, where's this going to go? And then I saw snippets of it, and I was like, I don't like where this is going.
I'm sorry. I thought My Hero Academia was super cool until it got into the what was it? There was the cheerleading segment.
I didn't see that, no.
Where I was like, cool. These are characters you have clearly said are 14 that you are now straight up like saying without any like innuendo whatsoever, where fan servicing out these fucking like 15 and 14-year-olds, and I was like, I'm out. I'm clocked out, my dude.
Actually,
Rest of Hero-
this is on topic, but you guys were talking about like getting attached to your D&D characters in a weird way and being like, I can't imagine people being like that. Bruh, have you seen what people do in the anime gacha gaming space?
Oh no, I'm aware.
Yeah, it's like I think that people getting attached to characters that aren't even theirs is like a common thing that we see. So like getting attached to your own character, oh fuck yeah, it's definitely a thing that is like especially in like the current young generation. They easily get attached to that shit super hard.
I'm like, and whenever I'm saying that, it's not even like I'm not saying don't get attached, but I am saying there is a type of, whenever I was talking about bleed, where I'm like, if the bleed is so severe that it actually causes a severe emotional reaction, or like I can no longer enjoy a hobby because this character died, I'm like,
that's a problem.
I don't think that's a healthy mindset to have.
Do you want to hear a funny news story I heard about recently that like no one talks about for like, anime gacha nonsense? So do you know the company Hoyoverse? They're the guys that run like Genshin Impact and Honkai. Yeah. So before all of that, like that's before COVID and stuff like that, they were running like Honkai Third Impact, I think was the game that they had on their thing. They released different content for different places of the world. Especially, ones mandated in China being different because it's China. For everybody else in the world besides China, they released an advertisement video, just a video, just advertising the game for everybody else in the world. And it was all of the main popular girls in the game dressed up in bunny outfits doing a sexy dance. A fan in China, because the studio is there technically, took so much offense to them looting up their fictional characters, they armed themselves and went into the office to try and kill the head executives.
Oh my gosh.
And I'm like, this is real life people happening. Jesus. And I was like, and you never hear anybody talk about this incident, but it's 100% happened.
Yeah.
I don't want to live on this world anymore.
No, I know. It's like these extreme reactions like that. I'm like, what? Like, there has to be a conversation had at some point about like how people can healthily engage with a hobby, because like encouraging people to be obsessed about things, like, because okay. I remember.
I was gonna say, remember that fucking Twitter thread you were part of at one point about someone saying if you're willing to kill someone's D&D character, you're causing them actual trauma.
Yeah, I call that such fucking brain rot. That's such a stupid brain rot take. I'm like, and no, if that's what you actually believe, and like you're like, yes, this is the way it needs to. No, I'm sorry, you are not engaging with this game in a healthy hobby, and I guarantee you, 110% of fucking therapists would agree with my take. They will absolutely agree with my take that is not a healthy way to engage with any fucking hobby whatsoever. I'm sorry, but that is that is so terminally online. Touch grass, you fucking loser. Absolutely needs. And they were, the only reason I have that response is because that person was like going on a crusade against people in the TTRPG industry that were like, you should probably not be engaged with the hobby like that. And it's like, no, don't lash out at people who are like, you know what, this doesn't sound like you're actually engaging with this in a healthy way. I might recommend that if you have a therapist, you bring this up with them. And then they're like, how dare you say, it's like, oh my God, get fucked. No, this is a 100% terminally online Twitter speak kind of a thing. This is, and by the way, to anybody that's listening, this does not mean that you getting attached to a character like, yeah, I really feel something for this, is a bad thing. It's whenever you have the emotional response of character bleed, that this is a bad thing. So character bleed is a very, very particular thing. It is not an emotional bond to a character. It is, you have become so ingratiated. Your mind is so like into this character that you start to lose sense of reality. Like, that you start to believe that story is something that is actually occurring, where people are grieving over a character like that, and they're experiencing real world grief, right? Like they're actually going through the motions of real world grief.
I met somebody who thought Kingdom Hearts was real.
That's we should look at that as that is a problem.
Yeah.
I mean, if I say a mental illness, I don't know that I would go that far, but I would say that, yeah, this person should probably be talking to a psychologist. This is not a healthy mindset to have.
To be fair, like even
yeah.
with me growing up, like I had a lot of like, I was a gamer all the way through my life. Mainly ever since I was like even like 5 years old, I got shown my first video game. I was like, wait, it's like a TV show, but you can control what's happening. That's so fucking cool.
Right.
But he's like, I would get attached to like my investments, stuff like that, in my achievements in games to some degree. Admittedly, not as bad as people nowadays, because I grew up in an era where like the internet was new and like it was created like during my lifetime. So I wasn't like online gaming, getting talks to people on there. I wasn't playing like World of Warcraft when it was new, because like I was like, why would you want to pay money to play a video game you already own, kind of thing. So like I'm not like so horribly lost, but like very attached to like some stuff that I will admit just doesn't fucking matter. And I don't know when it happened in my life, but some period in my 20s, like I was getting to the point where like, I'm an adult, I'm a real world person. I've made a connection in my brain where job important, don't let hobby and personal life ruin job.
Right.
And then I'm not gonna lie, probably like when my mom passed, like even a couple of years ago, something else just tricked in my brain, and then I was like, oh, I super understand now certain things I took for granted about just living a human life.
Yes.
And certain things toned down massively for me in terms of like what I had to care about. Like I said, like I stopped doing the YouTube D&D channel like literally the month after my mom passed, and I was like, there's a lot that happened in my brain during that period of time. Be like, reevaluate where everything is in your life right now, and understand when there are things that don't matter, that you don't need to get upset about them, and you can just enjoy them.
Right.
And when it comes to like D&D and like in like characters or fantasy characters and getting attached to them and such like that, it's like it's in the same boat. It's the same thing as like getting too invested into any game or project and things like that. That ultimately doesn't matter. Just take a deep breath and go, okay, and then think about it logically and just work yourself back through it. And if it is emotionally hurtful for you and stuff like that, it's like, yeah, be emotionally invested, but don't let it ruin and control your life.
Right. There's the immersion of it, and then there's the like what I feel like is a it's funny, I think it was Linda Codega that said this. There's having a parasocial relationship with your own character.
Yeah.
And I was like, that, yes, I understand that 100%.
I think we're seeing a rise of escapism being just taken a little bit to the extreme, especially with the online world.
Yeah.
Younger people getting into it. Like, I mean, for me, I never had that because once again, I mean, I'm an old fogey, and also had a very different upbringing. I grew up on a farm. I've killed shit with my bare hands. You tend to think of things a little bit differently at that point.
Right.
Where, like, I don't know, like life is life. There's real life. Yeah, sometimes I escape into be a magical elf, but like I'm still realize that life is there and I'm grounded because of it. There's a lot of people though, especially these days with like the very younger generations that have like grown up with tablet computers and shit that they don't have that. Like
they do not.
Been their everything.
Dude, we had so I left teaching last year, at least for the state of Oklahoma. I'm not coming back to teaching in Oklahoma. We have way too fucked of a board of education here, and I'm not going to go teach again unless I get a high school gig in like a state like Colorado. But I say this because after the pandemic, I went to the classroom, and it was fucking crazy because what we were seeing is, and I'm like not even shitting on this. You gotta love iPad kids. Yeah, so this was an actual phenomenon that we were witnessing post-pandemic, and they actually called it this, and I don't know that I necessarily agree with this term, but it's what it was being called, and it was called screen-induced autism.
Oh, God.
This was a phenomenon. Yeah, this was a phenomenon in which kids were mimicking the effects of autism, or I guess the traits, the kind of characteristics of autism, as a result of not being socially acclimated for around 2 years and having their entire like social life shoved off to a screen, right? Yeah, 100%. You can go and Google this right now. Screen-induced autism. And yeah, no, guys, I am not shitting with you. Screen-induced autism.
Like I know every generation.
I've heard it from my friend who's a teacher.
Every generation always says the same things about the younger generation. Oh, they're the worst, stuff like that. But the problem is, like, I know several people that are into teaching that are across generations. Like there's one that's like retired super late that's basically a boomer, and then I know someone that like had just got into it and they're like in their early 20s, and they all have the exact same opinion of the kids nowadays. And that the kids have no fucks to give. They just don't care. There's just no socialization and they don't care.
No, they don't. They legit don't. That's the thing that my friend has been saying this whole time. He says like the current generation that he knows from even in the high school period up here, he's like, these kids are fucked. He's like, COVID messed them up.
Okay, you want to know how fucked they were? I went back to teach at an elementary school for 2 weeks and fucking quit. I went there because I was like, you know what? I should do my duty here. We have a fucked board of education, but like, you know what? I should go back and at least see what I can do to help out. I went back for 2 weeks and I quit. I was teaching 4th grade English, and you want to know how fucked they are? We had 4th grade kids that were learning what the hell a soft vowel sound was.
Oh God.
Yeah.
4th grade?
4th graders that were learning what the fuck soft O was.
Brother in Christ, I learned
short,
it first.
long and short O. Yeah,
and
like
not to throw shade,
or O.
But
yeah,
the American education system isn't the highest rated to begin with.
Right.
Sure.
But we're seeing a delay, and this is 4th grade. Yeah, they were learning basically 1st grade English in 4th grade. These were kids who were completely behind on pace, and like we had this other issue going on where like if a kid is let's say having a violent outburst, we can't do anything about that.
Nope.
There was a student who very clearly should not have been in a normal classroom because hey, what up? Fucking Daniel from Zweihander. Hey, what's going on, man? So like this has led to a sort of like quote unquote like it's kind of a sad thing. I've heard teachers define this like upcoming generation of current like high schoolers as a generation of clods, and I'm like, that's fucking sad. Mm-hmm. Like so they're all behind basically about like about 4 or 5 years. Those 2 years screwed up so much social development.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, they have so little to look forward to. They'll never own a house. They'll never get to retire. They'll struggle to find a job in anywhere, no matter their level of education. Like, it's really, really rough. So the class that returned to freshman year of high school, you got to think about it like this. They were let's say that they were freshmen in 2019. That means they had their freshman year cut off, and then by the time that they went back to school, they were seniors.
Yeah,
I want you to think about what you would be like and what experiences you missed out on had you missed sophomore and junior year of high school.
Those are some of the biggest years for like forming me as a person in my youth.
Yeah.
Like that's where you start to learn like some actual big social skills.
I started dating.
Yeah.
I learned about, drinking and driving. Like I made mistakes that I was allowed to make at that age. Not drinking and driving. Not that. I mean, just I learned about going to parties, and I also learned about driving, not at the same time. So like there's commas in there, all right? I promise. But like I learned certain limits that like whenever I went into college, right? I knew what those limits were. Because I had dated, I learned more about like how you treat women, right? I learned like social skills that I carried with me whenever I became, I guess, a young adult, right? And we are seeing a generation of people that are coming up right now that are basically being raised on like skibbity toilet bullshit. And that's like, yeah, but I mean, we're seeing very socially awkward kids right now.
I mean,
And-
like for me, I reinvented who I was as a person in 8th grade going into junior high because I realized coming out of elementary school, I was like, I was fucked up. I got like in 6th grade, I got bullied by everyone in the whole grade. For an entire year, I was tormented. It fucked me up massively. And I chose going into 8th grade when I've changed schools and went to junior high. I was like, I'm going to reinvent who I am and be a different person and a better person. And I did. Fucking imagine if I didn't have a chance to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I have a somewhat family member that they're a French teacher in somewhat earlier grades, like around like grades 6 to 8, that type of thing usually. And she also says this, one of the major issues is the fact that the kids will just straight up tell you no. She'll be like, oh, you need to do this work. And the kid will be like she had like a third of the class laugh at her, say no. And then when she failed them, that third of the class, despite knowing she's pregnant, started throwing desks at her.
Yeah.
And all she could do was leave.
Yeah.
She couldn't do anything except leave and call the cops.
Yeah. So you can't do anything about that. And here's, I saw this post over on Reddit in the, so I'm a part of like one of the education subreddits. Despite not really going back into education anytime soon. But, so I was in this education subreddit and this post broke me. I was like, I'm not going back into teaching until they sort this shit out. There was a student who had been told, yeah, guys, whenever we're talking about it, like, dude, there was a teacher who got, what was it? She got stabbed by, oh my God, this was a couple years ago, but yeah, she got stabbed by a student and then she got in trouble for it. I'm trying to remember what the situation was.
Wait, she got stabbed by a student and got in trouble for it?
She got fired for getting stabbed by the student, and I'm trying to remember what the situation was. I think she took his phone away, and she got fired because she quote-unquote stole property.
Yeah.
But what this post said, so what this post said was this teacher had tried to talk to a student that was always on their phone, never paid attention, and the thing that made her quit her job was she went up and asked the student, hey, look, I really need you to do some work and participate in somewhat in the class. And the student said, because of No Child Left Behind, I can just sit in here, not do shit. I don't have to answer to you. But as long as I'm here, I get my degree. Somebody on TikTok made a viral post that was like, hey, here's what you students need to know about fucking No Child Left Behind. And spread this mindset around. And now we have a generation of kids that thinks that because of No Child Left Behind, they don't have to fucking try.
Oh, God.
Like, there's no point in it. That school is just a punishment, or like, it's a place where you get sent, not a place for you to actually learn about responsibility and grow in the world and not get shocked about things like fucking taxes, right? Like, you're getting skills so that you can enter into maybe even higher ed and get better job opportunities, or just define yourself as something other than a fucking screen zombie. And yet these kids are being told by some dipshit on TikTok who benefits from telling this whatever information that they don't have to try because of No Child Left Behind. They're going to have a rough time in college. They're not going to get to college. Like, they're not. No, those kids are not going to fucking make it. They go to a community college and they act like this at all. This was, I think it was a junior that had told it to this lady. By junior year, I'm sorry, if you're not able to get through a college, or a junior level college algebra course, I don't know what fucking math gen eds you're going to be able to take. Like,
God, I fucking hated doing algebra, I'm not gonna lie. I could do math with everything, but like when it came to like a circle in math, I fucking just, my brain didn't turn on. I couldn't do it.
Yeah. Like, you're a person who ever since I believe second grade was always like, even if I hate the teacher, I'm still not going to say it or hurt them physically. I see, this happens so widespread today, but like whenever I was back in school, we had one instance, and I think that this kid actually wound up dying. Not as a kid, but like I think that they died in a drug deal whenever they were like in their 20s. We had a kid at the school that I went to who tried to poison a teacher by putting bleach in his coffee.
Oh, God.
Yeah,
Oh my gosh.
He was in school suspension and took some kind of a bleach disinfectant or whatever that was on the table and poured it into the attendant's coffee while they were out to the bathroom. Another student who was in school suspension told the teacher before he started taking a drink. And that's the only thing that, like, saved that guy from getting poisoned. So, like, you know, and I think that kid wound up actually, they got expelled for that. And then I think like 3 or 4 years later, they wound up dying in a drug deal that went south. But yeah, like, you know, so, but here's the thing. That was like rare. If a student punched a teacher back whenever I was in high school, that kid is gone.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
that kid is out of school. These days, the teacher gets lectured on their classroom management skills. They blame it on the teacher for not being able to rein in the chaos of their classroom. Like, this is how fucked they are. And why I don't want to go back to teaching at any point right now until shit like these policies is revoked.
It's honestly like nearly you can barely do your job.
It's completely untenable. You cannot be a teacher right now. Like, this is why we see a mass exodus of teachers. Yeah, it's yeah.
Well, it got so bad that, like, in the U.S., they were like almost literally drafting like ex-military personnel to be teachers, even though they didn't have teaching degrees.
Yeah, dude, they dropped the fucking bachelor's degree requirement to be a teacher in Oklahoma. You don't have to have your bachelor's. You don't have to be certified. Nothing.
That's scary.
Here, you want to know how scary it got? Not only do you not even have to have your bachelor's, you don't have to have a high school diploma.
Oh, fucking dear God, man.
Yeah.
They just want butts and seats. They don't.
They
care who
want,
it is.
dude, they just want, they want teachers who are, dude, the Oklahoma education situation is so unbelievably fucked. Like, our state superintendent, I've been a little bit loud about him over on Twitter because, like, you guys might not realize how bad it is. I think with the whole thing with Next Benedict that happened, because they died, I think we're actually seeing people around the world realize how fucking bad things are here right now. You know, like,
which is weird because there was a really comprehensive documentary made about this. What was it called? Idiocracy.
Yeah, yeah, right.
Good name for it.
Oh, have you not seen it?
No. I mean, to be fair, like me, I barely watch anything as it is. It's definitely not going to be a documentary.
Oh, dude, you have. Well, no, it's not a documentary. He's making a joke.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It's just a really good movie starring what's his name? Luke Wilson.
Yeah,
right.
Well, something Wilson. I don't know.
It's not Owen Wilson.
No, it's Owen Wilson's brother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's like Luke Wilson, Terry Crews, Maya Rudolph, I think, is in it.
Yeah, I'm looking at Maya Rudolph, Dax Shepard.
Dude, it's such a good movie. But yeah, it's this guy gets. I don't think he's stuck in a time machine, right?
What it is he's part of a military experiment, and they wanted to take the most average human being that exists. He's average everything, nothing special about him. They put him into like a sleep capsule, and it like he's stuck in there for too long because they like stack boxes on top of it by accident.
Futurama rules, right?
Yeah,
laughing.
And then he wakes up only to find out that due to like the stupid rich people breeding and all of like the smart people kind of dying off because they didn't have kids, everyone just got stupider over time.
It's just the idea that there are so the stupid people who don't pay attention to birth control and probably, you know, practice regressive politics. And you have people who are like probably the more intellectuals that are saying like, well, we're a bit concerned about having kids right now. And they're actually making weighted choices about whether or not they should have kids. These people not fucking and not breeding led to a massive like idiot, just idiot after idiot after idiot generation. And so
that's too real.
Dude, it's hilarious how accurate this fucking movie is as time keeps moving forward. Like, oh my god, there's like some actual prophetic shit in that movie. But it's based off a book, right? Like, Idiocracy was...
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Can I just say it's really funny that we're discussing all this like horrible shit and we're staring at the barbarian stats on Vagabond
Yeah, right.
now.
I know. I'm trying to think as to whether or not I need to can the 3rd level feature. Because I like leaving the 3rd level open, but I also know that Barbarian would really want to go Berserk and not be Charm Frightened or confused.
Yeah, you don't want something to suddenly like stop you in your tracks. You got to be that juggernaut.
And like Bloodthirsty is super in flavor, but it could probably go later on. Because this is definitely like a Taiko War Drum kind of like, yeah, that's a great narrative. But in all honesty, this isn't super great.
I mean, unless you're fighting like literally an invisible enemy.
I mean, that's supposed to be the intent, right? Or
Yeah,
like yeah. But like,
I mean, think about it from
that's
the
so
Ranger in
niche.
5e. They get that kind of thing, but it's like 17th level or some stupid shit.
Yeah, I gave this. The Hunter in here's big capstone is that they get all sight.
Yeah,
So it's
actually,
like
I read
true sight.
your changes to Hunter, and I was like, ooh, because I remembered them from reading it before.
Yeah, what I like is happening right now is it's like there's a sort of mental flossing happening across the entire thing.
What if instead of that blood sight thing, because like that's super circumstantial, right? Like
It
that's
is.
only gonna. What if it's something about like becoming like hyper focused on a target, like blinders or something? Like you see red and you just see that one guy. That's who you're gonna fuck up. Like if you keep attacking the same person, maybe you get an extra perk of some kind.
Imagine it's actually like blood vision, where it's like literal blood vision. When you're bloodied, you gain that vision and just have it on all the time.
I think like if it's just like you have favor on attacks against bloodied beings.
Executioner style.
Yeah, beings and can see them. And can
There
see
we go.
them
That beefs
as
it up
if-
a bit. Yeah, because right now that 4th level ability, you get it, and then if you end up not fighting anything at 4th level that's like invisible or like in a certain darkness level, you basically just never use that ability.
Yeah.
Being able to like zone in on anything that's low as a barbarian is very on theme because they want to be butchers. They want to be able to chase the thing that's low on HP.
Yeah, I think with Rancor, the exploding damage rules thing is funny and it's cool, but like I think I would just way rather this thing just keep it simple. Fatigue can't prevent you from taking the rush action, and while Berserk, you can't be charmed, confused, or frightened. Like, okay, you're immune to 3 statuses, and you overcome the biggest detriment of fatigue other than death. Like, that's solid.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And this cleans it up. I mean, this is a cake progression happening in here. Ferocious is gone. Bloodthirsty is there at 4th. You have favor on attacks against bloodied beings and can see them as if by blind sight is fucking sick. Yeah, that's such a cool narrative right there. Yeah, your eyes turn black as they fill with blood.
Screams.
Yeah. Well, it is a 1-column barbarian. That is a pretty slick, yeah. What would they want in here? So they're already getting martial techniques because they're a warrior. All of the subclasses are getting 2 features, like at 2nd level. So like we don't need to bake that in right there. So you get your first 2 features from the class. You get your barbaric instinct, and then a milestone, and then bloodthirsty. You have favor on attacks against bloody beings and can see them as if by blind sight. That's awesome.
I appreciate the rip and tear in there, by the way. That's always fun.
Yeah.
And murder mode, man mode. Actually, that reminds me. When I was fucking with my own system, I actually got to a point where I had to design like Eldritch Insanity magic, and I was like, just fucking around, just trying really hard to go like, how do I get madness in here to be able to like get like a mechanical benefit in here? And then I actually had to. I found out a way to make it somewhat work. It was with a trifecta between charmed, enraged, and feared condition. The charm condition, you can't hurt the guy that's charming you. The fear condition, you can't move towards the person that you're scared of. Enraged, you can't move away from the guy you're enraged at, and you can't hurt anybody else but that one guy. And I was like, oh, there you go. So they got a trifecta of like different effects, but they also all shut each other down. Where like if you become one versus the other, it cancels each other out. And I was like, that's just that. There you go. Now you got all the weird behavioral stuff like that. And all I did for the Eldritch Magic, at first you can do it to just sort of like tank and AoE and aggro people, but then at higher levels you could do an AoE. You could just pick one of the guys in the AoE, and everyone in the AoE is now mad at that one guy.
Yeah.
And it's like, yeah, there you go. So that way the DM has to choose, do I just nuke my one minion here so that way everybody else can attack in the group, or do we just have a hard time of this?
Yeah.
It's good to balance that shit out. I remember seeing a homebrew for a 5e barbarian. Like there's standard, they call it the juggernaut, whatever. But I remember like one of the like early abilities it gave you was just ignore all conditions. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, there's man, it's so funny because like I remember back whenever, I don't know, what was this, like 2016, 2017, I first figured out like, oh yeah, you can do mods and stuff for D&D, how cool. And like you hadn't even really thought about like, oh yeah, this is super balanced or what the hell ever. I just hadn't really been putting a whole lot of thought into it. And you know, it was like, oh okay, well we're gonna try out some of these weird homebrew things and see what's up. And then whenever I looked at, you know, what was it, D&D Wiki at the time, is that still around?
Oh, probably, yes. I've seen people posting links about it.
Maybe.
It was basically what people were using to kind of get a lot of the material without owning the books.
This fucking website, oh my god. Yeah, so like...
Still there.
Yeah.
Lists of stuff.
Like... Look, if they were just doing SRD and like self-submitted stuff, no problem with them whatsoever. But, you know, they were pirating like my work, Benjamin's work, Ross's work.
Yeah, I
like,
remember the day when it got nuked, or it was a site similar to it where like they finally got hit for having stuff that they weren't supposed to have.
They got rid of the trove. They did not get rid of D&D Wiki, but at least D&D Wiki does take shit down when you ask them to.
Mm-hmm.
Because people were hosting up some of my shit over there, and that was a big no-no.
Actually, you're talking about like nonsense homebrew, like overpowered stuff. I actually remembered this. Like everybody else and their goddamn mom, when I made a paladin subclass, I made the Oath of Martyrdom. And I was like, brother in Christ, it's the 20th level feature. What the fuck am I going to do other than this? And it's like literally act of martyrdom. Your soul ignites with a blazing inferno powerful enough to fulfill your cause. As a bonus action, you gain the following benefits. 1, you are immune to all damage. 2, spells and other magical effects cannot affect you. 3, when you would normally roll dice for dealing damage, you instead use the highest roll possible. After 1 minute, you immediately die and can never be resurrected by any means, except a true resurrection or wish spell, only if your god deems it appropriate.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, is like a lot of amateur homebrew, I'll show you the number one big sign of it. At least for 5e, well, there was always the thing with saving throws. Look, if I can see that you give something in 5e, a class, 2 strong saving throws, I'm immediately like, I can just disregard the entire thing. This person doesn't understand what D&D 5e class design is like. So like...
Oh, good, you get Dex and Con. Awesome.
Yeah, if you're giving them Dex and Con or Wiz or Dex and Wiz, then I'm like, I'm sorry, it's not allowed at my tables because I can already tell this designer has no idea what they're doing.
One of my friends literally designed a class that literally gave Dex and Wisdom, and he literally got given the same treatment. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw someone submitted a monk revision. What was this? Like, and I mean, I give, you know, I'm not saying that everybody should be pro or what the hell ever. Like, no. I am all fine with seeing if someone has something that's busted. I'm like, okay, well, like this isn't telling of your character or your intelligence or anything like that whatsoever. But if you're asking for my opinion as to whether or not I would allow it at my table, you cannot take it personally whenever I go like, no, because this right here. Only reason I bring this up is because this person did take it personally.
Not fair.
Because this was a monk that had like a D12 hit die that had dexterity.
Hit die?
Yeah, hit die.
Oh
god.
Monkbarian.
Yeah, dexterity and wisdom saving throws. Yeah, not even the D10 that people that don't understand monks like combat roll would give it. It was a D12. A, what was it? Your key was regenerating every round.
Oh my gosh.
Equal to wisdom. And
it's called the Saiyan class.
Yeah, I was like, no, see, this is the thing. Like, there is a difference between a D&D character and an anime character. And what you're doing here is just giving it, you are munchkin building a different class here to fit your very specific ideas to what this would be. And I don't really know why it is that it's always the monk that gets this treatment. I don't really see many class revisions for ones like Ranger that absolutely break the class. I see ones for monk, though, almost 4 out of 5 submissions.
The worst I saw for the Ranger was the Spellless Ranger that was basically just taking Battlemaster Fighter and just slapping it into the Ranger. And the biggest problem I had with it, because I had a friend that played it for a while, was that after like a lot of playing with it and stuff like that, and I stared at the class for a little while. I said to him, like, hey, can we change your class? He's like, why, what's wrong? And I was like, well, did you happen to notice that, like, you're literally, like, a ranger plus a fighter at the same time? Like, you're basically getting both levels at the same time. And he was like, oh, you're right, I am. And I was like, yeah, do you just want to be a fighter? And he's like, yeah, okay, we can do that. And it was just like, oh, it when it comes to certain levels of homebrew, it's because your ability to create your own homebrew, and if you see it as something that like meshes very well with like the standard that's set by the game, it's well respected because it also means you have a clear understanding of why things are designed the way that they are and why they work the way that they do and interact the way that they do.
Yeah.
Whereas like if you, like I'm saying, not gonna lie, most people who play D&D who don't understand the rules come up with their own ideas. They think, oh, these are really fun and great ideas, but it's like, no, you don't know what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Like, even with me, when like you were saying that you had a friend that made a Constitution spellcaster to try and like make certain things to go into it. When I made my fighter conduit subclass, that's originally what I was trying to do, was like, can I make it work? And what I settled on was it's a martial character that casts the spells of other people through his body using his constitution. So therefore he doesn't actually have spells, but he indirectly casts spells through himself. And I was like, okay, great train of thought in terms of like inspiration, but also like me trying to come up with a very clear understanding of like, there's a lot of room that you don't have to move the moment you go and ask the question as simple as spellcaster but uses constitution.
Yeah.
Right.
It's got to have some balance to it.
Or at the very least, just think of like some sort of like interesting mechanic that makes you go like, oh, interact in the game, but in this weird and unique way. It's kind of when I played like Risk of Rain 2, like I happen to really, really like 2 extremely overpowered characters in those games, and that's Rex and Void Fiend. But if you play Rex and Void Fiend, you understand why I like them. It's because Rex is like constantly hurting himself to deal ridiculous damage and has lifesteal on top of it to balance it out. He's like no one-shot protection, but he's fun once he gets going. Same thing goes with Void Fiend. Very fun character, but if you play heavily into corruption, you have an immensely hard fucking time not getting stuck in infinite transporting between 2 forms and getting killed because you can't move.
It's okay to have something like that, like overpowered, if you've got something cool that antis it. It reminds me of the one kit from 2nd edition D&D, one of my favorite casters, but it would never work in a modern system, the Shair from Al-Qadim.
I've heard of it.
You didn't have spell slots or anything like that. You really only could hold one spell at a time, and it was because your little genie friend would bring it to you, and you could cast any spell in the game from any class, even sometimes for levels you didn't have yet, by sending your little genie friend to go get it. But one, it took a really long time to get it, and 2, the genie was getting it for you by stealing it. And if you tried to steal something that wasn't meant for you or was too high level, sometimes the genie would come back with more than just a spell.
Oh my god, that's fucking brutal.
I'm just kind of talking my way through a thought I was just having here. Yeah, okay. So what I think is going to happen here, so while I'm doing this reduction pass right now, I'm looking at bad medicine on the gunslinger. Now, a lot of what this gunslinger started out as was a port of heavy arms gunslinger into Vagabond. Now, heavy arms gunslinger for 5e has to do particular things because of that system. And the uses of grit and everything over here are very different from what they are. Well, I say very different. It's been a second since I've looked at his gunslinger, but they are quite different over here because Vagabond's dice mechanics are very different. We have these exploding die with big irons. Now, what Heavy Arms originally wrote was a feature called Bad Medicine. When you crit on an attack using a firearm, you can roll 1 additional damage die and add it to the damage. The number of additional die increases every 4 levels you take in this class hereafter. This is my version of the port. So, the problem is, Big Irons is reliable enough to really already do this. With Big Irons, when you roll a 1 on any of the damage dice of a firearm, you can spend 1 grit to make that die explode. So you're already getting additional damage out of this, and Bad Medicine is just sort of freebie 5% of the time. Well, more often. And rather than add additional dice that can explode, I think it's time to cut this from the 3rd level. Because out of everything that they get out of this, this is the one thing that they're getting that I'm not the biggest fan in the world of. Everything else feels kind of cool and thematic for them. This in Vagabond just doesn't really hit right.
Are you thinking of just cut, or do you want to replace it with something?
I'm thinking about just cutting it because that frees up that 3rd level. I mean, if we're looking at the other marshals, like, if we're doing this reduction across the entire system, looking at the other marshals, sure, Fighter's getting poise at 3rd. They're getting poise. Poise is really good. There's nothing for Druid coming online at 3rd. There's nothing for Dancer at 3rd. So, yeah, nothing for Cleric. These are all just milestone levels, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, everybody gets something, but they're getting a base level improvement, right? So nothing for Barbarian, and then nothing for Alchemist. So, like, I think it's time to get rid of this. And what's the thing? There was a 3rd level feature for somebody that kicked in. Fighter getting poise. I honestly think that poise could get kicked to 4th. And, like, the martial techniques, if you get the martial technique and poise, fine. Get those both at that same level, sure.
So that would clean it up so that 3rd is just the milestone for everybody then, basically.
Yeah, we keep the milestone levels bare across the entire game. Because those are good levels. Those are flat improvements everywhere.
That sets clear expectations. Like, the 3rd level, okay, we know what happens at 3rd level.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for homebrewers, it's like, here's your clear scaffolding. By the way, this is another thing, to anybody that's like, what TTRPGs are going to succeed in the future? I think that any TTRPG that has a chance to succeed has to make it easy for third-party creators. Yeah. They have to be easy to hack for third-party creators. You want to know why Pathfinder is not able to dethrone D&D right now? It's because every single time I talk to a D&D third-party creator that's like big in the industry right now, I have had conversations with big 3PP guys that were like, I'm not even going to touch Pathfinder. Like, I'll keep homebrewing for 5e because I want to keep making for a system, and Pathfinder's too much to even want to mess with right now.
We were talking the one day, I forget, you were like working on like making a new monster or something, and even just going through that process was a logistical nightmare.
I won't really like, I mean, I had plenty of good like relationships in talking with people at Paizo and everything, but that whole process was such a befuddling fucking nightmare. I was stressed out over it, and I was just like, I need to figure out where some of these numbers come from so that the internal logic of these stat blocks makes sense. And the best that they could tell me was like, you might look at a different stat block, and I'm like, wait, what? Where's the number come from? Like if I'm calculating resistances here, this number feels like this should come from somewhere. Like for 5e, we know the internal logic. Armor class is usually 10 plus dexterity. And then if they have like a natural armor thing, you can figure out that's probably coming from either proficiency bonus or constitution, maybe something like that. The logic makes sense as to where this stuff is coming from. But in Pathfinder, it just seems like a lot of shit is just sort of grabbed from out of nowhere. And I with like that and determining like how many like damage dice a thing is going to do, like there was that one roll I think I showed you where it was like 12d12 plus 24 or something, and I was like,
yeah,
what the fuck? Why?
And where did it come from?
Why use that many dice and why use the d12? Like so yeah, I understand. I mean, now having really tried to design some third-party shit for Pathfinder, it's just not going to be the system for me.
Yeah, my favorite systems with all the shit that I've been creating have been very easy to mod systems. We're talking year zero. I'm not as fond of Powered by the Apocalypse, but that is easy to work with if you wanted to. Cypher, even Fate to a degree, like things that are like very clear-cut rules. If you want to add shit, this is the easiest way to add shit.
Yeah.
To respond to you in chat, the one thing I will notice from D&D 5e because I did successfully design a monster that got published in Kobold Press. Yay, look at me, I did something. The only thing that comes into going to HP amounts when it goes into a monster, or a stat block that you're designing, is it's not just like Constitution score and the character's assumed level, it's also the creature's size.
Yeah.
And that also affects the hit dice. And it's like, oh, once you know that, then it's like, oh, okay, then you understand like when there are certain big monsters, certain expectations come with that. Yeah. The most time it gets broken is when you're looking at like, I don't know, Strahd, which is like, you know, because he's just a normal dude vampire who's like just normal dude size. And then it's like, okay, well, for story purposes, that gets thrown out the window sometimes. But when you're designing like generic stat blocks, a lot of the time it comes down to like, there are certain expectations that at least you can find.
Yeah. Hey, what up, Josh? You're a pop-off Pathfinder. Like, well, okay. Well, I guess I can say this now because it's not like I don't think I'm under NDA anymore. I shouldn't be. Yes. So I hopped off of this project, and I mean, I willingly backed out of it because it wasn't really clicking. I couldn't really get the guidance I needed, and it wasn't really on Paizo on this. It was that they hadn't really gotten the info for us for how they were going to format their monster stat blocks. Or at least I couldn't get any information on the internal logic for a stat block. And this might just be a Pathfinder feel. It's just not a me thing. But I was working on monsters for Starfinder 2. And I got on this project to take a monster assignment. And, you know, it was one monster, get into a bestiary, say I work for Paizo. All right, fun shit, right? I thought it would be a decent resume builder, but it further proved why Pathfinder is not a system for me. I can't. Everything feels so nonsensical. I don't understand why the numbers are that overblown. I think that some people want a game that has that level of crunch just to say that they're playing a crunchy game. In the same turn, Traveler, not for me. Shadowrun, not for me. I just don't really get anything out of that level of crunch where I'm like, I just want to play a fucking game where I'm hitting shit with a sword, right? And it's not that I can't get that stuff, it's that it bores me to death. You know, like, it's just super not for me.
I mad respect any RPG or any kind of RPG-like game that has a really low math, because it means that it must be extremely well designed to work the way that it does with the low math that it has. Like, I mean, I will admit, like one of my favorite RPGs of all fucking time, thank God it's getting a remake finally in May, Paper Mario: The Thousand Year Door. Paper Mario has extremely low fucking math. I mean, like, to the point where, like, your first boss, the first major boss of the game, has 20 HP, I believe, and they heal themselves once for 10 during like a gimmick that's funny. That's it. And then like, oh, okay, well, what's the final boss got? Which is like, 8 chapters after the first chapter. This is 9 chapters, spoiler. The final boss is like 150 HP, and the boss before that was 70. Like, so the final boss is the only time it jumps. And also, I will kind of horse shit. It has respawning hands that life steal. That fucking boss is not fun, especially because it takes 10 minutes to sit through the fucking cutscene whenever you fight it. Okay. But like, also just, I respect it immensely because of the fact that like throughout most of the game, you can have enemies that are under 40 HP, and the game is great. Works super well that way. Even the Bloodborne board game I love so much, like fucking the Cleric Beast. And like, because every player has 6 hit points in that game. The Cleric Beast scales based on the number of hunters you have, but it's like 9 to 16. And that thing fucking, oh my god, help! It's so strong.
Yeah, this is part of like, okay, so like, I mean, Daniel Fox was just in here a second ago. Zweihander. Like, Zweihander is abstracting narrative damage very, very well.
Yeah.
Where like, you essentially only have 5 hit points, where like, but these are more so like they are injuries, right? So like, you have these damage thresholds that if the damage exceeds this threshold, you take 1, 2, 3, 4 injuries or whatever, right? So it's rather than a like, this is how many numbers get subtracted. It's like, if it rolls a 6, you'll get injured. Right? But any damage below that is more like, oh, okay, whatever. So I love that idea. And I think it's really good as a thing that I would probably adapt for Vagabond's like Spaghetti Western, or Spaghetti Grindhouse rather. Because like, I feel like it hits for a more, those are going to be less like fantasy hero games and more like ridiculous, blades, hot babes with guns kinds of games. So I also
depending on the demographic you bring in, kind of thing, yeah.
I also think it's gonna kind of work out really well with poker hands for some reason. I'll figure out what that's gonna be like.
That's gonna be fun.
I think after Balatro, I'm even more excited for it because I'm. I can think of a billion different things I can do with this game of like customizing your deck of cards or whatever.
Yeah, I will admit finally because I was late getting into Baltra after you because like even though I recommended it to you, I hadn't played it. I think I'm like 138 out of 150 Jokers now. So I've got a good stab into the game finally. Still missing 1 deck.
Yeah, oh really? Have you so you've beaten it past blue?
Yeah, I've beaten it past blue. Well, I will admit, I basically use checkered deck a lot of it.
I'm using checkered deck now to just get past fucking blue chip.
Yeah, and then once you get Nebula deck, or not Nebula, Plasma deck.
Yeah.
Plasma deck is okay. That just makes the game an unlock potential for you.
I am very glad they hid that one behind a pretty difficult thing because like
it's easy.
It's pretty clear that just makes the game pretty cake.
It's like a Zazel and Isaac. It's like you don't need to try.
Yeah. Oh, Ked, have you not seen how that one works?
No, I haven't seen how that one works. Like I've started unlocking a fair amount, but I'm not that deep yet.
Yeah, here, I'll pull it up.
It's a very simple mechanic and how it works, and once you understand it, you're like, oh, okay.
Oh, it's so smart too. I love this one because here's the brilliant thing. It makes you think completely differently about the way you've been playing the game for probably like 60 hours at that point. So like the way that this works, Ked, is whenever you play a hand using this deck, this is the like all things are perfectly balanced deck. Yeah. So this person, let me see here. Okay. So if this is the hand that they're going to play with this deck, they have 40 times 4. So what it does is it doesn't multiply this. It adds them together. So 40, it would be 44, and then it divides it by 2. So then what your actual result is going to be is 22 times 22.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what you do basically is you go for chip heavy starts, but then you have to pivot halfway through your run because it scales better to go with multiplying itself than chips just getting a bunch of chips.
Because you want to balance it as much as possible between the two.
You can't get both. Well, the more you get both, the more it fucks your run.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay. Oh, I see.
it's really interesting. This is where I was like, this designer is fucking fire. Like, what a unique idea for a whatever. And yeah, it's a very good deck, because what it does is you've been trained this entire time, like, yeah, multiplying multiplier is like really, really good.
Yeah.
And now it's like, no, wait, all the chips cards are the really, really good one all of a sudden. And so all the jokers that you've been like, these are dog shit, now you're like, oh.
Oh, by the way, the trade-off for this deck, all the antis are double the score. So, like, you get a really good way of generating score, but, like, you have higher marks to hit. So, like, you have to go hard.
And but it's not incredibly hard to.
Oh, no, it's still very easy.
Like, it's such a funny deck. But yeah, I'm very glad that the designer knew this was so good that they had to tie it in behind, like, a later level difficulty thing. Because this would have trivialized the entire game.
Oh, yeah, it's crazy.
God, it's funny. Oh, man. Balatro, people, if you haven't played it yet, it's already Game of the Year. Like...
What's hilarious is the dev said he didn't realize he had a hit on his hands until the day before the game came out. And I'm like, oh my god, he had his head so underground.
Yeah, dude. I mean, people are going to be pointing to this thing as, like, probably one of the most influential roguelikes of all time.
Did you hear about the bullshit with him getting, like, hit by
the gambling
laws?
thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, so stupid.
Fucking unbelievable. It's
You're
not
not
even real gambling.
It's
There's
not
nothing
gambling.
in it.
But, so, the reason why... I'll play devil's advocate on this. I love this game, by the way. Like, this is probably one of my favorite games of all time. But I will say the reason why is they might be banning it might not be because it's gambling, but because they believe it is using gambling iconography, or it is somehow subconsciously encouraging gambling-like behavior.
I could believe that only because the fact is it requires you to understand how poker works, which is a gambling-related game, in order to play it at all.
What?
Right.
Who's banning this? Like,
Russia?
whatever. They ban all sorts of stupid shit.
Well,
I think Nintendo for the Nintendo Switch port had issues with it as well.
Yeah, any country that has pretty strict laws around gambling is... Yeah,
Okay.
Turkey literally doesn't
you
let
going?
Twitch and stuff like that on their internet over there, which because of the fact that they try to shut down gambling, and Twitch has gambling on it.
You're making cheese tomorrow? You want to
I'm cutting cheese.
You want to No. Oh yeah, it's cutting cheese, not making cheese. I thought
Dwarf
Oh,
goblins.
that sound. I don't want to know what that.
Nanja121. Hey, welcome.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds like a.
Nadia. Nanja.
How they.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Anyway, I'm going to bed.
All right, goodbye.
I love you.
I love you too. You go sleep. What? What? How dare you? I'm streaming. I'm a cool streamer right now. I can't give you kisses. Mwah.
You're not a cool streamer. You're hanging out with me.
Yeah, I know, right?
When we just saw the collapse of a relationship on stream.
Yeah, I know, right?
No.
So yeah, there's a couple of different like countries that have tried to make the claim that it is not necessarily that it is a gambling game, but that it would encourage gambling behavior that they have deemed, not appropriate in their territories.
Let it be known, there is not a single point in Balatro where you make a bet.
No, 100%.
There's
100%.
no betting in the game.
Yeah,
Meanwhile,
there's
these
zero
countries
betting.
probably have no problems with Call of Duty where you're using guns to murder people.
Yeah.
Most likely, yeah.
Or there's all those fucking games that get around the loot box system because of oh yeah, we use an in-game currency, so it's not real money.
it's
In-game currency obtainable by real money anyway.
It's such a ridiculous overstatement of harm. Yeah, so what's going on? Oh, okay, well, you're playing poker hands. So is it teaching kids to play poker? No. Actually,
Teaching them how to play a really fucked up version of poker.
Yeah, it's actually... If you went into a casino and you were expecting to play poker using Balatro rules, I'm sorry, but it ain't gonna work out for you,
It's like playing
bud.
Yu-Gi-Oh! If you only watch the anime.
You just show up to the fucking table and they're like, where are the tarot cards?
Please tell me, has somebody gone into a casino to sit down and play poker dressed as Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh?
Probably, and then get kicked out.
I have
Please
a
tell me.
3 of a kind and a blue eyes white dragon.
My favorite thing I remember for that is like the Looney Tunes cartoon where Yosemite Sam and Bugs Bunny are like in a Western saloon, and Yosemite Sam, they're playing poker, and he just starts laughing. He's like, yeah, oh, you're screwed now, Bunny. Look at me, I've got 5 aces. What do you guys say about that? And he turns around, and he goes, 6 aces.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit.
I am telling somebody out there that wants an easy million view video. There you go. Dress up as Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh. Go to a fucking casino and go try to sit at a poker table. That's literally all you got to do. You'll probably get thrown out, but I promise you it'll be a million view video.
I bet if Little Karibo did it, he would get like 1 billion views.
That is absolutely a viral video waiting to happen. For whatever reason, dude, Yu-Gi-Oh shit seems to pop off on YouTube.
It's actually very funny. Well, fuck, I mentioned it in your chat earlier today. Like, some of the funniest shit to me is watching like the videos that compare censored 4Kids versions of Yu-Gi-Oh, because that show got so omega censored in order to appear in the West. Bro, have you seen what they did to Zork? And just look at the concept of what Zork even is.
I saw the guys with guns that had, what were they, cell phones?
Fingers. They were their fingers.
Oh, fingers.
Pointing their
Okay,
fingers
yeah.
at people instead of having guns in their hand. No, Zork is like, he's a monster from Yu-Gi-Oh, but like, bro, he's got a literal dragon, and they had to try and draw over it.
Oh,
to make it
no.
look ridiculous. Yes, it's like, look
Oh,
at this fucking
no.
thing. So bad.
Wait,
It's-
what
it
is...
It is like the. How did they even try to censor that?
I mean, what were they doing with the original one, though?
I will admit he's riding his dragon, I guess.
Oh, he's riding a dragon.
No, I'm just saying it's literally just a giant lizard head. It really is. I'm trying not to say what it actually is.
Oh, I mean,
we're not putting it on screen.
Oh, wait, we aren't, because I just did.
Oh god, okay, fair enough. Yeah, this guy's got a dragon.
head. Whatever.
I mean-
It's a dragon head.
Yeah, and how they censored it was, I guess it now just looks like it comes out from a...
It comes out from his stomach.
yeah, that...
I just fucking, it's like, to me, it's like when I saw that, I was like, something looks weird when I saw it on TV, and then I saw like the original version of Zork, and I was like, why? And then when I became much older, I was like, oh, that's fucking hilarious as shit.
That's so
Yeah.
funny.
4Kids did some really weird edits and so many.
That is so fucking funny. Oh my god.
I can't believe that it's so fucking funny. And he was
I-
like a major character.
Yeah, I cannot wrap my mind around what was happening here. Like, you know, I mean, hey, I don't know, man. Like, we know this is supposed to be a cock. Like,
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Hear me out.
Remember,
No.
remember when China wanted to censor Japanese anime by changing all the blood to white?
yeah.
Yes, it was sweat. I saw that in Metal Slug.
And it was just like I saw pictures of like a guy lying in a big pool of white on the ground, looking exhausted. I'm like, oh no.
I just can't, like, I'm trying to think of what the internal logic would be for the design where this is not a penis. Like, this is not.
Oh, it's 100%.
It
100%.
has to be inspired by some religious iconography that we just have no idea what it is.
You
There's
mean
no
where-
way that somebody just was like, dragon penis.
They weren't that crazy, right?
I don't know.
Were they that crazy?
I mean, like, there is some weird, like, if you see biblically accurate angels, there's some weird shit in the world, I'm sure.
God. Someone super knew what was up and did it anyways. Yeah. They knew what they were doing. Oh man. Yeah, whoever just decided to go like, oh well, at 4Kids, yeah, whoever was like, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make it look like his tummy is really big, and it's gonna wrap around the neck of the dragon. Like, oh my god, that was never gonna work.
Bruh, I think it's like 4Kids censoring is some of the funniest shit of all time. I mean, like up there with like the intro songs always getting changed. Have you heard the Naruto German theme? I think it's the German theme.
No.
Oh god, it's actually kind of a banger in a terrible.
Yeah, chat's telling me to look up Mara from Persona, and I got my shit.
Oh, Mara, you haven't seen Mara?
No, I have seen it. I just had it. I'm glad I pulled it up over here. Yeah,
No, that one's way more phallic.
Yeah.
That's so fucking funny. Did it make it into Persona 5?
Yes.
Oh.
Unchanged.
You know, I'm happy for them. Do they have to do like a stream friendly version of it, or do people just stream it and they're like, "That's a dick"?
Well, I mean, apparently it's supposed to not be a dick. It just happens to look like one.
How is this
No,
not supposed to
that's-
be a penis? That is a
is-
penis.
No, that's the thing.
1,000%.
Apparently, I've heard. Apparently, it's not supposed to be one, but it just happens to look like one.
There's
I don't
no
know what it
way.
actually is supposed to be, though.
No way.
There is zero world in which it is supposed to be a dick. Yeah,
There's a lot of physical action figures you can buy for this. You should
Are
buy
they-
a physical action figure.
Are they hard plastic or silicone?
Fucking dear God, man. I didn't mean to derail things this hard. I swear to God.
Depends. Are you ordering
Oh,
it
that's
from
so
Bad
fucking
Dragon or
funny.
Japan?
I mean the figure looks pretty cool. Like, I mean, there's a lot of, whenever I say a lot of detail, I mean it is a cool looking monster on the chariot, right? Like, there's something that's like, well, this is horrifying, but it is just a penis. It is just a green penis with. How big of a figure is that? Oh my god!
Well, the monster's huge in the game. It's like way bigger than a person.
Well,
Oh,
That's,
God. Okay, I'm under control, I swear.
that's so funny. Seeing all the like Persona characters like pointing at it like, oh, it's so fucking funny. Oh my god! All right, Christ. Cock fell off and gained sentience. Is that actually the lore behind it?
God, if that is.
Maybe.
Mara is just the penis of a god.
I mean, Japanese shit's just sexually weird. I mean, look at the anime Pompoko. Do you remember that one with the Tanuki? Like,
Oh
falling
yeah,
from the
with
sky with the giant nut sacks and everything.
yeah, that was
Oh,
so great.
yeah.
What if the chariot wheels were balls? I mean, testicular torsion, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, have you ever looked at Koraidon from Pokemon From Behind?
Wait, which one?
So in the original release trailer, where they showed off the box art legendaries for the last generation of Pokemon, Koraidon and Miraidon. Sorry, Miraidon. I got it mixed up. They did a reveal where they first showed off the Pokemon by looking at them from behind, and everybody who saw Miraidon
no.
was like, it looks like a cock and balls.
What?
It really does. It's just a silhouette of just its leg thighs and its body being straight up.
Is it Miraidon?
Yeah, it's Miraidon.
That's
Oh, yeah.
unfortunate.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah, I can 100% see how people would think that was very penis-y.
Which is weird because if you look at it from like literally any other angle, it's fine.
Well, I
Okay.
mean, even still from the front, I can see how this is very testicular. I mean,
I think
you know.
everyone needs to go to the eye bleach Reddit.
Yeah, we're all right. Yeah, that's fucking super great.
I'll admit,
Oh,
I've
that's-
genuinely been really enjoying watching like the meta shakeups in the last like couple of years for Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. It's kind of like a wild ride watching what is going on. Like fucking like they said, oh yeah, Articuno, Pokemon's been bad for like its entire lifespan since Gen 1, just won a major tournament. Because someone just happened to go like, hey, I figured out some weird shit with it, and it was like the perfect time for it, and it just sailed through. The only reason the other Articuno team lost in the tournament was because it faced off against the other Articuno team earlier in the bracket.
My so my problem with Pokemon here lately isn't even the kind of thing of like, the games have been like lame or what the hell ever. My problem is, and it honestly it's the same problem that I have with games like Power World. Is that somebody, okay, sorry to anybody who this fucking ruins Pokemon for you like it did for me. Pokemon is just paper, scissors, rock. It's just paper, scissors, rock. And I have had a very hard time getting past that feeling of like, oh yeah, I'm just inputting the right thing that I already know what the answer is to, because this thing is colored green.
To be fair, that's why competitive, at least the only official competitive, is in doubles format, because it really takes that away. And
I can see
the only
that.
problem is that out of like the 1,000+ Pokemon that exist, only like 40 of them are considerably viable, which is embarrassing. Like there are way too few Pokemon that are like wildly underpowered. To be fair though, the last couple of generations, they've been a lot better about designing Pokemon that are much more competitively viable than fucking Skit.
Yeah. I mean, Cassette Beasts, I think, improved upon the formula a little bit with like the combinations.
That's right, I remember that
You could do
game.
that. But I really think like someone needs to make like a hardcore like roguelite Pokemon. Like
I've been watching a lot of people doing Ironmon randomizers for like several months and stuff like that. And to be fair, like because they randomize almost all the intrinsic values of the game, it makes it a little bit more tense to watch.
Someone already did make that. It's called, what is it, Super Monopets or something like that?
Oh right, I think I've heard of that.
Or is it Monopets? No, wait, that's
no.
Oh, Super Autopets, sorry.
Oh right, there's actually going to be a Pokemon version of that. Fuck, hold on, I got it on my wish list. There's like literally a Pokemon inspired one of this coming out, and I'm mad. It's like it got announced like 4 years ago, and they haven't released it yet. It's got a weird name. Give me a second. My Steam is apparently like dog shit at turning on.
Super Autopets.
Super Autopets is amazing. They actually released a mythical animals pack recently that actually has like a bunch of new systems in it. It's super fun. Like there's a Hydra in the game now. And when it dies, it like spits out multiple heads in your team that all have like stats based on this Hydra's stats. I think every 10 attack or HP it has, it spits out an extra head, which is super fucking funny.
God.
Let me see here. What is this game? Zoom. Hydomon Hyper Auto Battlers. That's it. It's a roguelike Pokemon game that plays like Super Auto Pets. It's not out yet. Release date is apparently at the end of March? It's 5 days? What? No, it's not.
More of an auto battler than like a traditional roguelike type thing, but it looks of it. It still looks pretty dope though.
Yeah, that's why I'm paying attention to this. Holy shit, my computer's exploding apparently. Why?
Going through this D&D wiki, I hadn't looked at it in years. They got some interesting class ideas here, like the dancer.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, by the way, I did actually read through your Gunslinger recently, actually, because I was getting back into reading Vagabond stuff. Until I realized I was like, oh shit, a lot of stuff I read was like wildly out of date because of like I read it months ago. The thing I noticed was that in Gunslinger, I think it was Woo subclass.
Mm-hmm.
One of the features has a tag in it that probably doesn't need to be there. It says like when you use your grit to do that bullet time effect, you can do something else, no action required, but I believe the thing it's calling for doesn't require an action anyway.
Hang on one sec. Sure, your grit's character, I guess we'll say. Okay. So what was the thing with the Woo?
I'm looking at it right now. Hold on. It was Woo. It was unless you changed it already. D4 bonus to give him a different sense. Check both time. Oh no, you already changed it. I think. Yeah, you already changed it. Never mind. So this was when I was looking at it before you updated everything recently.
Never mind. They're only getting one kind of nice thing with their trail. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So then, Quick Draw can actually go up to second, and I think that's fine. Once per round, you can make one attack with a firearm against an enemy that takes the attack action. That's very good. And then they would need something a little bit nice at 4th. What are just about everybody else getting? So we said Barbarian for this. And the thing that Barbarian is getting right there, Bloodthirsty, is kind of furthering... we're talking like these are thematic power oomph. Okay, so Bloodthirsty. What is the Alchemist getting? They're getting Mix. Okay. Still throwing out bullet bending as an idea. There's already kind of bullet bending stuff going on in here.
I remember one cool ability that was in the first edition Pathfinder, which they had carried over, was the gunslinger, after they had shot, could stick the red hot barrel into a wound to stop any sort of bleed or daze effects by like burning it and then waking herself up.
Oh, this might be what I was staring at. Bullet time. You make the defense check to attack against... you can spend 1 grit to get a d4 bonus to the check. If the result of the check you apply to the bonus is above the score that you require to crit with a ranged attack, it counts as a crit. And then there's also the ability where it's like, oh, you get a d4 bonus whenever you make a defense check with bullet time.
Oh!
And if it gets to be higher than a 20, then it counts as a crit. It's like, but it wouldn't it already...
It would already.
Higher than 20. Yeah, that's what I saw. That was it.
Yeah.
So that doesn't do anything for you, actually.
Yeah, actually, you're 100% right. That should be your bonus to dodge checks with bullet time is a d6. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. And then. Everybody else got a pretty, because like right now the thing that's weird is like, what's the oomph here? I think this is probably too good. Actually, hang on. This needs to not be at 5th. That's incredibly good. Okay, deft. When you use bullet time, you can move up to half your speed. That's already good. What would it be? So, okay. What's the fun thing here?
This is the Bayonetta witch, right? Or Bayonetta gunslinger, right?
Yeah, or like the Matrix, or but yeah, we're essentially talking. This is Bayonetta.
This is also trying to have a lot of things to do with bullet time in particular.
Yeah.
Let me open this up and read it again. I have a bad habit of closing shit on my computer. I do it on my phone too. My wife hates it.
Okay, maybe not the Bayonetta thing, but the Matrix thing. Ooh, hang on. No, just... when you use bullet time, here we go. When you use bullet time, you can choose to hasten yourself for the rest of the turn.
That could be pretty good.
But
additional speed.
This is only happening on an off turn.
So what's the benefit of haste again?
You get 2 actions and you can move up to twice your speed.
Until the end of your next turn.
Yeah.
So how does that stack with already moving half your speed?
But you can also get 2
So
attacks.
does that mean your half speed becomes full speed with the haste?
Yeah. Yeah, that would be fucking stupid strong. But I like shooting for the ridiculousness and seeing what you can do to reel it back in.
Yeah.
You can hasten yourself until the end of your next turn.
Just leave it. Afterwards, you can't use this feature. Just leave it.
Yeah, afterwards you can't use this feature.
Yo, it's like having one real good fart and then it's just gone.
Yeah. Afterwards, you can't use this feature ever. Period. To tear apart your character sheet and build a new woo. Oh, that's funny.
Your character fucking ceases to function, falls on the ground, and is catatonic.
Afterwards, you grow a horn out of your head. Yeah, oh my god, that's great. You rest. Oh god, that was so funny. Now, do they need this? No. It is good, but like, kind of who cares? You get finesse. You can get better bullet time. Okay. But like, God, it's so specific.
You could also make it an effect where, like, even if you roll the defense check with bullet time, with the bonus of the d4, and it still isn't enough, it gives you some kind of benefit. So that way it gives you an encouragement to use even if you're more than a d4 or d6 off.
You're already getting that at second level because no matter what, if you do use it, you're able to move up to half your speed on an off turn.
Never mind.
That's really good already. I mean, not a bad suggestion, but yeah, they've already kind of gotten that in there.
Yeah, it's good to just make it so that way, like, when you whiff a thing, it still gives you something.
Now, okay, so it is already increasing the crit range. Or, sorry, yeah, well, I say crit range increase. It somewhat. It's making it way easier to crit.
Oh, someone's asking if you're working out. You look good, apparently.
Am I working out? No. I need to get back into the gym.
No, I'm just naturally toned.
Yeah, someone thinks that you went from looking like dad to daddy.
I know. Some of that. I can't even fucking say. Never mind.
I swear to God, if my wife ever calls me daddy one time, I'm gonna slap her.
Oh my God. Okay. You want to hear the... Amanda, no, she would not have a problem with me telling this fucking story. Holy shit. Okay, so like 4 years ago, I think this was like 4 years ago, something like that. So it was Father's Day. And, I was like, I love messing with her. As we're like, you know, getting in bed or whatever. And I'm like, what's like the least sexy thing I can say to her right now? And as we're like, you know, getting undressed and everything, I like go in and kiss her and I go, Happy Father's Day.
That's awful, man.
She fucking cried laughing.
So how was the couch that night?
We were both just fucking crying laughing. It was so funny. Holy shit.
Most of the best stories I have for my wife are just because she's a bit of a sleepwalker, or mostly a sleep talker more than anything else. Like, she'll just wake up, have a whole conversation with me, and then go to sleep, but she won't have been awake the whole time. And like recently, she woke up next to me while I'm just watching like a Morrowind stream in bed, and I just sort of look at her, and then she goes, I think she said something along the lines of like, oh, that's funny. And said like, we don't have to worry about that. And I was like, I'd hope not. Are you asleep right now? And then she went, and smiled and went back to sleep. And I was like, okay, bye, honey.
Amanda's, oh god, Amanda, I think she needs to get tested for sleep apnea really bad. Cause like, she'll just like, I'll be like in there, passed out, and then I'm like, because I wake up really, really early. I'll come in here and like start to work, and I just hear like, and I'm like, Jesus fucking Christ! No wonder you don't sleep well. What the fuck? Like,
it's just fucking like death noises.
Yeah, I mean, there's been times.
I feel like I need to clip that specific sound and send it to her on Discord now.
I mean, yeah, it's oh my god, she. All right, this is absolutely yeah, Taron divulging too much to the internet, I guess. There was like, yeah, that's sleep apnea, 100%. Oh, I know it is. Yeah. There's like, there was like one morning where I was just like, hey, you know what? I'm a little like, I'm a little frisky this morning. But like Amanda was passed out, and I was like, all right, you know what? I'm just gonna take care of it myself. She'll, well, whatever. And like 2 minutes or so goes by. Amanda just goes, "You're a bad person," in her sleep, like right next to me, and I'm like, "Fuck!" I was like,
Well, baby Jesus Christ.
yeah, I'm like, well, that's it for me. I'm done with that feeling this morning.
Okay, hold on. The best story I have of my wife, I've shared this with a lot of people,
Oh,
she doesn't
no.
mind, is I'm fucking asleep. It's like 3 in the morning, middle of the night. I'm asleep, she's asleep, and I wake up because she's fucking hitting me in the leg. Like, I'm just like, what? Fucking, she's slapping the shit out of my leg, of course, like from the other side of the covers. And I grab her wrist and I stop her and I go, honey, what's wrong? Because I'm like, I don't know if there's a bug in the room, and she hates bugs, so I don't know what's going on. And she says, the bed. And I went, what's wrong about the bed? And she said, the bed is on fire. And I was like, a long pause, and I went, honey, the bed is not on fire. And she went, it's not? No. Go back to sleep. And she was like, oh, okay. And just went back to sleep. And I was like, holy shit, my heart was going like a fucking like 120 in a minute. I was like, holy God.
Well, your sleep's done for the night.
Yeah, I sincerely think she needs to be tested for sleep apnea. And like, I've never really had a weird problem with sleep necessarily. But I have caught myself here lately doing like, if I sleep on my back, I'll go like weird. I don't know. I just breathe odd. But like, I've never had sleep apnea. I think otherwise I'm like a pretty normal guy. I think.
Sometimes when I sleep, I get so relaxed into my pillow that I kind of choke myself a little bit, and then I wake up like unable to breathe. And I'm like, okay, I've gotten better not trying to fucking kill myself. So whatever.
Okay, I just had a thought on this.
I'm jealous. I just wish I could sleep.
What is this thing called sleep, and how can I have more of it?
I get like 3 hours a day if I'm lucky. But the good news is when you have insomnia, only 3 more sleeps till Christmas.
If you have something about what?
If you have insomnia, it's only 3 more sleeps till Christmas.
Insomnia. It's only 3 more sleeps till Christmas. Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, I got you. Okay. How about ignore half cover for an attack like they're curving the bullets like in the Wanted movie? Wait, what? Why now are you guys like? Why just now are you getting those responses? If your crit range with Deadeye is a
YouTube's had this thing for the past few months where like every once in a while, if you've been watching a stream for a while, like you guys should do a quick refresh because sometimes it'll just lag you behind.
I actually noticed that happened to me like literally just a couple minutes ago. I was like going like, oh, you're staring at the gunslinger, and then you were like apparently staring at Fighter or something like that. And I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, some people. There we go. I just sent out a message. So I thought if your crit range with Deadeye... Wait, if you crit with Deadeye on an 18 or lower... wait. The moment your crit range... There we go. The moment your crit range with Deadeye becomes an 18 or lower... wait. If your crit range... If you crit with Deadeye, there we go. On an 18 or lower, you can choose to... I like this idea of like Here we have this absolutely crazy state that kicks in. If you crit with Deadeye on an 18 or lower, something, right?
Something awesome happens.
Yeah, this needs to be like a cool transformation state for a second. Don't know what though. Doesn't seem to be happening on your PS5, just the main site. Weird. Huh. Yeah, tongue placement thing. Yeah, I've been like, because she always talks about like getting terrible sleep, and I'm like, okay, well, you're tired throughout the day, and your sleep is bad, and I hear you snore incredibly loud. I think you should be tested for sleep apnea, because like if you can get better sleep, isn't that ideal? You get to experience more life, I guess, you know.
Yeah, don't look at what is it, deathclock.com or the heck, and it just shows you like exactly how many hours you have until you should, be expected to die, and how many of those you will be spending asleep. Don't look at it.
You choose to crit. Okay, crit. If you crit with Deadeye, wait. If you crit as per your Deadeye feature on an 18 or lower, there we go. Yeah, never look at life expectancy in hours. Yeah, I know. It's okay. We're here now. Enjoy the journey, not the destination.
Live in the now.
Yeah, live in the now.
I go to the website and it's like, you will die in -3 hours. What?
Just question mark, and then the truck comes through your wall. And then like the moment before it hits you, it just like cuts into the smooth jazz JoJo music. It says to be continued.
Yeah. I watched a video last night on, there was a guy that was talking about the premise to every Final Destination, and like talking about trying to make sense of the magic system of it, right? Because it's funny, because there is a magic system to Final Destination.
Yeah.
And there's rules that you would think apply, and it's like, it's funny how consistent they are, and then how immediately they break the rule, where it's like, okay, so now we understand it, and the very next death they shake it up. And it's like every single time it happens, and it's like, well, then what's the point of the plot? Like, it's a really cool premise, but how did you guys just keep continuing to make these like coked out decisions on like, oh, well, yeah, this one lady's gonna drive by a car wash sucking her head off, and now that these two have died at the same time, that means these other two have to die at the same time as well, except she didn't die, and I'm like, what the shit? What? Yeah,
You're assuming there has to be I think you're trying to get something out of it that it wasn't meant for. They're just doing it for the deaths and the splatter flicks. They don't care about the story.
But that's the thing, though, is like, it is a compelling idea, right? Like, Final Destination as a premise is more than just a stupid reason to have a splat movie. It's a cool concept.
That first movie scarred our entire generation. I still will not drive behind a logging truck.
That's the second movie, actually.
Or was it the second movie? I couldn't remember.
Yeah, the second movie fucked me up on semi-trucks and logging trucks, yeah.
It's up there with like Paranormal Activity. Like just fucking people up massively.
Yeah.
I still think, I think I think Final Destination traumatized more people in our generation than just about any movie.
Well, here's the thing, Jaws.
Maybe.
Jaws made people afraid of bathtubs.
Yeah, and it made people afraid of sharks, which, like, shark attacks very rarely happen.
Yeah. What was that? There was a movie about, like, a haunted cruise ship that got kind of popular because of the death scene. But Blair Witch felt too, it felt avoidable in a way.
Just
I
leave.
don't think that the Blair Witch really traumatized people quite like,
No.
you know. Wednesday, July 21st, 2027.
I don't get it.
Somebody's looking at death clock or something like that.
Oh god.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Oh, if you want some I guess reassurance on getting a bad time on there, it's all literally randomly generated.
That's funny.
Final Destination 100% was the worst. There was a movie that I'm trying to remember, but the very introduction to it was this Ghost Ship. Is that what I'm thinking of?
I legit don't know.
Did I seriously just recall that the fucking name of this movie?
Ghost
The
ship?
very intro scene is there's like a group of people that are dancing, and this scene fucked me up for a second. A cable snaps on the ship, and it flings. Sorry, it doesn't fling. It gets pulled across the entire ship by like a mast or something, but it gets pulled across so fast that it just literally cuts everybody on the dance floor in half. And like that moment that happens is just a like, whoa, and then everybody like falls apart. And it's like the way in which they show people like falling apart. I was like, well, now I'm just afraid of basic construction. Like
the worst part is there's rules on a ship because that shit has happened.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to stand near tow lines or anchor chains for a reason.
Yeah.
I do think Mythbusters tested like hypertension on cables to see if them snapping could actually bisect people, and they won't. They will probably kill you still, like especially if they hit you in the back, but they won't like actually rip through your body. It doesn't have enough like mass behind it.
It depends on the thickness. Did they do like
That's the thing.
like cargo vessel?
That's the thing. If it's a thick ass cable and it gets going fast enough, they like they said, if anything gets going hard enough and fast enough, it will punch a hole through you. But I think when it's talking about like they were typically, I think, looking at like the steel cables that are like, oh god, maybe like an inch in diameter or something like that. Like they're not like huge.
That's tiny.
They're not the huge ones.
What I mean, what was it based off of? Like, what's the myth? I guess
like literally just a snapping cable. If it flies at you, then would rip you in half.
Oh yeah, see, this wasn't a snapping cable. This was like a cable that had tension behind it. And like it started in one area of the ship, and then something shifted, and this thing got like dragged incredibly quickly across the entire ballroom. And by the time that it hit the end, it was like it had just cut through everybody.
Yeah, no, I'm certain that like underneath enough tension, it would absolutely kill you. Even if it doesn't cut you in half, it would absolutely kill you.
Yeah, totally. There's oh my god, what was it? There was a guy that made a whip out of, well, I guess I say made a whip, was he just whips
I think I saw this recently. Yeah, I saw this recently.
And like there's a so what will wind up happening is like you can whip a chain, but the force that it takes to get all the way to the end, it's so slow that it's like whip it and then you can drop the chain and then run away, and it will like wham, finally hit at the end or whatever.
Yeah, the guy that I saw doing it, he actually was hurting his arm doing it because of the reverb going back up the whip after he cracked it was going straight into his arm, and there was so much mass in the whip and in the chain, it was actually hurting his arm to do it.
Damn.
But like that concussive force behind that snap right there, if you are like nearby it, it's enough to rupture organs.
Oh god, because it's sound. That's why it goes through your body, because you're made of water.
Yeah, it's the same thing with like whenever they're like, you never get in the water next to a blue whale.
Oh yeah, because the pressure wave that it creates off from its call can actually hurt you.
It can cook you alive. Yeah.
Oh, god.
Anytime that you go diving with whales or what the hell ever, you're supposed to have like hearing protection, and like you're not supposed to get within like a certain distance or whatever. And a lot of those guys that do, it's like, well, your life is literally at risk, because if that thing decides to bellow at any point, you get fucking cooked alive. Like, holy shit. Yeah, metal. Yeah. You wonder if Nightmare on Elm Street gave people insomnia?
Oh god, probably because they're not afraid. They're afraid to sleep.
I don't know of too many people that were like, I mean, because that was my mom's generation, and I think that her generation got way more freaked out by Exorcist than they did on Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yo, speaking of Exorcist, how familiar are you with the Faith trilogy? The Atari-inspired games by they're published by the guys at New Blood.
Oh yeah.
So you want to know what I learned about with that game? And it's fucked up when you hear it. In one of the boss rooms, I don't remember which specific Faith game it is. One of the boss fights where it has like that messed up like thing going off, and you hear all the screeching on the Atari system when you're exercising one of the demons. The screeching noise is a bit crushed sound clip from a real exorcism, and I'm like, why would you include that?
Yeah, right.
That guy who did that, so that if you look at like, there's like a 3-hour video talking about the story of the Faith games. It's a marvelous watch. It is some messed up shit, like, you know, explaining what the unholy like sacrament is, the ritual that everybody does. It's like, yeah, this is what it is. He explained what it is to the guys at New Blood, and then New Blood was like, that's messed up. We love it. It's like literally, you go and do a ritual. You take a woman, typically, you cut off her face. And then you start putting babies into the hole in her face. And you keep doing that until something comes out. In this case, it was another baby, but it was not a normal baby.
If your minimum crit roll as for your Deadeye feature is an 18 or lower. Okay, I was trying to think of the wording on that. Yeah, I do definitely want to play through that at some time. There's so many of these games that I have on my, like, I need to play that, but, like, just not until I finish making this thing.
Smile.
Yeah.
Like, I broke that rule for Balatro, and oh boy, did I pay for that.
Bro, I haven't even played Liza P yet, and that's been on my list ever since it came out.
Yeah, I haven't played that one either.
All I've heard is that it was a good thing I didn't, because the game has been patched to be a little easier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, one of my friends played it at launch, and he was saying that, like, by the end of or mid-end of the game, enemies were getting to the point where, like, they were being very hard to deal with because they had so much super armor through all your stuff. Oh, if you want another good, like, horror-esque kind of game that's, like, really, like, and it's also on a good deal right now, Signalis.
Yes, I have it, I just haven't played through it yet.
Yeah, you're going to enjoy that. That game is phenomenal. That's a great game.
I opened it up, and then I realized, like, within, like, 30 minutes, I was like, I'm going to want to sit through and play this one, like, all the way through, and I just don't have the time to commit to that right now. But yeah, I could tell I would really dig it.
Yo, Slicer Dice is on Steam finally. Holy shit, this game's great. I have it on my phone. It's super awesome. If you just want to play fantasy, simple dice rolling for all your abilities, and it's like, get angry because you can't roll what you need all the time. It's a fucking actually super good game. Oh my god, that game is, I'm super getting that. Once it's out. Wait, is it out now? Shit, it's out now, Pog!
He's so excited. What's it called?
Slice and Dice. It's basically it was a mobile game. It's now been fully fleshed out with more content. Holy shit. Basically you have a party of players, and all your abilities are a different face on a die. So you customize all the faces on the die, and you roll them to get different abilities and try to math out your best optimal turn. And then the enemy does their roll and does their shit back at you and stuff like that. I think you actually see their roll before you do yours, so that way you can plan Slay the Spire style. It's actually really good. It's a super crunchy, like, difficult game, but it gives you a lot of, like, tools to grow your power and stuff.
Yeah, I think I've seen this before.
Yeah, I think somebody had this on itch as an idea, and then that person just didn't develop it any further.
Yeah.
But they released everything in the Creative Commons, and I think that this developer probably just built further on the idea and actually, like, implemented it. There's quite a lot of those ideas where it's like somebody like, oh, okay, well, here's a game. I don't know, it seems all right, but, like, I don't really have the push to keep building with this. And so they'll drop the entire thing into Creative Commons, and it's like, holy shit, well, yeah, and I mean, yeah, Wolf Rat B, yeah, I remember this encounter. I did actually try this out at one point and thought, this is dangerously fun. I will pick this one up at some point.
I have a screenshot of like my first normal mode victory on Slice and Dice, and like my main gimmick of dealing damage was that I had a Valkyrie on my team who would kill himself, and then I had a Barbarian who would get stronger when somebody died.
Yeah.
So I kept trying to kill him at the right time to just do like 40 damage to the boss.
Yeah, just so people know, like, okay, so whenever I started working on Vagabond, I realized at one point that like I needed to not get in on a bunch of video games. Whenever I say that like I own Signalis and like I had to tell myself I'm gonna stop because if I keep playing this, whatever. The last time I played it was July 2023, and you can see right here, played time for 80 minutes, and I put it down because I was like, this is a good game. I'm distracted by a million other things, and I want to come back to this. But yes, I 100% will be playing Signalis. It looks very interesting.
I'll be very interested to hear if you finish it, like what ending you get, because it's like Silent Hill 2. It's like you're gonna have like very little control over it.
Yeah. There's a couple other ones that I know I need to get to. Two of them in particular that I know like would have a massive influence on me. I need to finish Citizen Sleeper. This game is fucking cool. There is a TTRPG also being made as Citizen Sleeper. It's a sort of, what I really like about this is it's essentially, it feels a lot like Blades in the Dark as a video game. It's not super far away from a Blades in the Dark.
I have seen a game like this.
It's very good.
There was a game where it's because you're making a lot of decisions by the limited dice that you have. There's literally another game I've seen with this exact mechanic that got popular like over 10 years ago.
This is actually getting turned into a TTRPG.
I could see that,
cool. Yeah. And if you look, there's the Citizen Sleeper 2 is actually in development too.
Yeah. And then Disco Elysium, I still haven't been able to get it.
I did play that about a couple of years ago. That game is a marvelous role-playing experience.
Yeah, that was amazing.
I mean, everybody there's tons of people whose opinions I highly respect that have been like, it's one of the best games ever created, and it's like, so many games should aspire to do what that's doing. And I'm like, I gotcha. I want to dedicate the time to it.
It is a remarkably shallow game in terms of it's small pool. It's a small pool with an incredible amount of depth put into that small pool.
Yeah. When and who is making the TTRPG? Is it Magpie?
All right, I'm gonna take off. It's like 1:30 in the morning. I got stuff to do.
Shout
tomorrow.
yourself out. Do all that good shit, man.
Kedhup, QEDHUP. I guess my main thing right now is on my Ko-fi shop. I've got my Void Home early access release. You guys can, if you're interested in a sci-fi survival horror, that's more on the narrative side of things. So Aliens and Event Horizon type of thing. Check it out. Other than that, check out my YouTube channel. I've got a lot of stuff there of various RPGs. I'm sort of branching out more and more. A lot of Cypher content, but I branch out more and more. All that good stuff.
Hell yeah.
All right, later, guys.
Yeah, man. Thanks for hanging out.
Take care, man.
It's good seeing you. I'll talk with you later.
I won't be too much longer. My wife has sheltered herself in the other room to watch her videos.
No, you're all good. I was doing some polishing on this, and I wanted to get some ideas out there. Wow, those dice are pretty. Oh, I really like the shimmer on the black. Oh,
Those
wow.
are nice dice. Wow.
That's actually iridescent black on those. Ooh. That's sweet. Yeah, after having played the game, I'm like, I can see how these are going to interplay with each other. Like, dude. Oh. Yeah, as far as like, if you wanted like a chill, sort of more narrative focused, like, scrapper space style game that isn't like survival horror or anything, this is like a political turmoil style game that I don't think it really hits the cyberpunk vibes, but it hits a sort of chill futurism in a way, but there's still like tension. There's still it's so hard to explain like the kind of oomph that this really is. It's like scrapper punk, maybe.
It's very different from the game that I saw that plays similarly like it from many years ago, because that was strictly like you're on an expedition to Mars and you're just trying to live.
Yeah. I mean, that's essentially kind of what's going on with this one.
Those are some nice cards.
Dude, the whole game, the presentation on this is just very pretty. I mean, they had to know that this was going to go wild. This is for anyone who's played Citizen Sleeper, the moment you play it, you become an immediate fan. This shows the real strength of what you can do with a D6. Wow. God, it's just very, very pretty.
The real strength of a D6 is Warhammer 40k.
Oh, yeah?
Which is hilarious, because all I hear about it all the time is people that they go like, oh, I really like everything about the game except actually playing it.
That's the thing. Yeah, I keep hearing people that are like, well, you know, I would really get into war games, but that's the only option I have. You know, it's like, because nobody else is going to play. Yeah. Sort of the D&D problem, right?
Yeah.
So, like, it's funny because I'd love to check out some games like Frostgrave. Have you seen that one?
No.
Frostgrave is a interesting. It's a fantasy war game, but they're all played out in like scenarios and situations. So like you're doing a skirmish against like an event that's going on.
Oh, so there's small scale combat.
Yeah.
Yeah, that to be fair, honestly, it's like kill squads in 40k. I feel like that's more of the kind of thing I'd be for, because I've done the grand fights like over 10 years ago, and it's like, bruh, no, it's a little too slow. It's fucking the whole game is 6 turns.
Yeah.
I'd much rather have it be a lot more going on in the one session.
Yeah. I like the idea of here's the miniatures, here's a map, here's a scenario that's going on, play it out as per the rules. That's like, yeah, these are cool. I like this idea a lot. It's just, you know, I haven't been able to really, I don't know. I'd love to check it out on something that was a bit like, maybe like Tabletop Simulator. Because like
that's a very good way to play games like that nowadays.
Yeah, I love the idea of this, but like I don't have all the shit to put this together. Like to test a game that I maybe or maybe don't like. You know what I mean? Like this is a huge problem with war games. The barrier for entry is literally too expensive to like it gatekeeps people away from it.
Yep.
You know, like I guess I'll rent a military. That happens, right? Absolutely shit.
I will admit, even with the tabletop system I'm trying to fuck with and stuff like that, the number one thing I was trying to do with it is like, you know how some people are like, okay, it's either going to be a war game or it's going to be like a narrative game with maybe that kind of ties back and forth. Some people, it's entirely theater of the mind. It's like, no, mine is going to be a narrative game, and that's going to have a like static, small scale battle map, and that's it. Like I want to make it. I want to remove the element of the game, which is the DM has to prepare the battle map. It's like, no, there is a literal field where your battles take place on, and it doesn't matter. It's mainly there to serve the purpose of your positioning in a narrative sense, and that's it. Yeah. And I'm trying to do that. I'm going like, man, no, I'm 900% certain that people probably won't like it. But I'm trying my damnedest, because it's like I'm trying to invent a system that is to solve a problem that I have, which is I want to minimize prep. And one of the things that goes into prep is preparing a battle map when you need it. Because I mean, like, some people want there to be a battle map. It's like, yeah, and so do I. I want to be able to know that my positioning matters. So there needs to be at least some element of it.
I know this is such a big sticking point for me whenever people are like, well, yeah, but we do everything with like I won't play this game because it's not like good for theater of the mind, or it's requiring technical combat, and like these types of games are not really built for TTRPG. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I like the tactics of it. I love like thinking of the wargamey strategy elements, and like there's bounds to the rules to simulate the combat. I love that idea. Like a TTRPG with tactical combat, sick. Like that's part of the appeal of D&D, personally for me. And there are people who are like, well, no, I don't really want to play a game like that with tactical. I'm like, okay, well, like, it's fine for these to exist, you know. Like I don't think that a game is not a TTRPG because it includes like war game elements, you know. Like
My wife strictly likes everything about D&D except the combat. She says that any D&D campaign she can play that is entirely roleplay she would love, and she does love when she gets to play them, but she says combat's the one thing she absolutely loathes and hates it, and she wants to do as few of it as possible, but understands D&D is a combat-based system for the most part because it's grounded in the combat, so she has no choice but to really engage with some parts. And like I started to go like, the reason she doesn't like the combat is because it's too complex for it to be quick and fun and easy to do. Like, I mean, I make fun of the fact that I play a lot of Warlock, and I just go like, yeah, 90% of the time I'm hitting Eldritch Blast, but there is a bit of catharsis to knowing that on my turn, if I don't really have a really better option, hitting Eldritch Blast is like too super fine and does not mean that the guy after me has to wait 10 minutes for my turn to be over. I'll go like, hey, does anybody mind if I drop this spell slot right now? I only have one left. We should probably hold on to that for, never spending it the whole rest of the game. Anyway, Eldritch Blast.
Well, a thing that like a lot of TTRPG fans just, well, honestly, okay, here's the thing that the TTRPG market has not been able to really like come to terms with, or I guess really realized here. Y'all want to know why D&D 5e really succeeded, like did really super well? Because the kids on like Stranger Things were not playing D&D 5e. They were playing like a D&D, basic expert maybe. I think that they had basic expert. Yeah. So like, no, like if it was just Stranger Things that was making it popular or whatever, people might be going and checking out those games instead of this one because people are going for nostalgia bait, not we want to play whatever this D&D thing is. Now, if it was just Critical Role, I'm sorry, but like, no, Critical Role does not have normie appeal. No. It does not have normie appeal. Most TTRPGs out there do not have normie appeal. D&D 5e, though, is one of the easiest ways to express that, and it has normie appeal. That's the weird thing. Why does it have normie appeal? I don't know why amongst everything else that's out there, more normies have gotten into like D&D 5e than any other role-playing game.
It might be because the setting is generic fantasy that everybody is familiar with, and the name itself is generic fantasy. It might be the fact that the game is so generic fantasy that people are like, yeah, I know what elves and goblins and orcs are because I'm like familiar vaguely with like Lord of the Rings. Then you know literally everything in D&D. And that might be why, along with nostalgia, basically.
Maybe, like, God, I don't know. Like, I honestly think the accessibility is a huge thing for it, and not enough people have focused in on that angle. Like, honestly, I mean, whenever people are saying streamlined, it's like, well, okay, but we have to emphasize why that is, and really pay attention to a lot of these games that are like, despite the fact that that's one of the things that made D&D 5e successful, we're going to go in the opposite direction. Like, this is why, with like MCDM RPG, like, I don't see that system really going anywhere.
MCDM is like the D&D meant for people who like Warhammer.
Probably.
It is meant to be a lot more about, like, the game is about the combat, it's not about the roleplay. I feel like that's the angle they're going for, which is also like kind of like antithesis to Daggerheart, because Daggerheart's very much like it's about the narrative, it's not really about the combat, but the combat and the crunch is there. The only thing I kind of look at is that it's like, okay, you have quite a bit of crunch in this game, actually, technically speaking. Some of it's I do like, some of it's I don't think are good at all. And then it's like, okay, so why is the game mostly hand-wavy stuff in the background, even during combat, but you bother making me do this crunch to get it all hand-waved anyway?
Right. It's like, let's have you do the crunch for mechanics that aren't really pulling their weight.
Yeah.
Yes. Like, anytime that something's taking up my time in order to, like, engage with the game, and it doesn't justify why I had to take up that time, I'm sorry, I just don't give a shit about, like, figuring out who my character's ex-girlfriend was and why it ties into this other person over here.
What's
Fuck
my
no.
motivation?
Yeah, I'm like, that's all shit that I can figure out. I would rather the game have the mechanics that are fun and evoke the dopamine feel or like the hype, not this like, I would like to express like the way that my character is feeling in this moment. Fucking stop. Like for me, I don't know, man. That's just really not my style of roleplay ever.
There is one thing I heard about from Daggerheart, and I think it is like this is clearly playtest, but it is a very good point someone brought up in terms of actual playtesting the game.
That it looks too good to be a playtest?
Well, I mean, like it is fucking. I mean, like they're in a much better spot than the MCDM were because they probably, unlike MCDM, had a lot of budget to invest into it when they needed to. But the thing that came out of it was they were like, oh yeah, during our playtest, something happened that clearly shows that this is a problem that needs to be addressed in the game. And I was like, I literally was wondering this. Because there was like, oh yeah, in the combat, it's like the DM or the GM gets to take their turn whenever the players roll with fear or fail a roll. So there's like a more than 50% chance that the DM actually gets to take their turn. So it's not a matter of the DM being able to take their turn.
Yeah. But I saw Will talking about this. Yeah.
But they said there was a point in our combat where we had a ghost. A ghost has like a paralyzing touch that is extremely fucking dangerous. But they were also resistant to physical damage. They had martialists in their party. It was in their best interest to not take their turn because they were then giving ammunition that could possibly get thrown back at them by the ghost. Because if they failed a roll or rolled with fear, the fight was going to get worse for them. So they literally just didn't take their turn. And I'm like, that's what I thought was going to happen. There's going to be a situation where somebody shouldn't be taking their turn. And also, I thought about another thing that was like, I wonder if this will ever happen. And this is a problem that every fantasy RPG has. What happens when the players decide to murder Hobo? The GM can't do anything until they fail a roll or roll with fear. The players just get to start killing people, and the GM can't react yet.
For the most part, here's the thing that I thought was kind of cool, right? I like the fear and hope as a concept.
Yeah.
The one thing they can do to fix it is, okay, they've already pulled this idea from Zweihander. They just didn't really go whole hog. Actually, no, this is a Zweihander thing. I don't remember seeing this in Warhammer Fantasy. I might be totally wrong on that. But the way that this works out is whenever you're rolling to crit in something like Zweihander, let's say that my skill is like a 38, right? If I roll a 44 and that's above that, I have failed, right? And I critically failed because it's a 44. So two of the same numbers, right? Now, if I roll like a 22, it's under my score and I have critically succeeded.
Oh, I see.
Now, the thing is with Daggerheart, anytime you roll the same result on both die, it's always a critical hit, like a critical pass.
Yes.
And the problem is this greatly shifts the success chances in favor of the player.
Yeah.
I mean, you're critting more. I think Trek crunched the math out on this, and it was like somewhere around like 8.75% of the time that you're critting. Which, like, I don't mind more crit chance, but like I do mind whenever that is overriding that much of the success mechanic that hard.
And you get hope, and you get a stress relief, and you get whatever you want.
And like, you know, it's a lot. And again, it's a playtest. It's a playtest. I totally get that. It's a playtest. I'm gonna keep hearing that ad infinitum. It is a playtest. Totally understand. But yeah, this was, as I was seeing the mechanics play out, I was like, I can already tell what the kind of game that they want it to be. It's not for me. And seeing, like, I can see some of the things click with their game. They're just not the way I would prefer to do, really run or prep anything quite like this.
For you mentioning the fact that he's gotten a chance to go into Vampire Masquerade, I will admit, Vampire Masquerade, I think, is a very interesting thematic system and such like that. I will admit, I'm probably only going to ever play like the Bloodlines games, just because those are just, you know, the first person 3D action versions of those games and such like that. I fucking hope at Masquerade 2, after all of its development hell, is not terrible. I will be a Tremere, Blood Mage all the way.
I have sat here with this feature that I've had to change. Okay, if your crit roll as for your Deadeye feature is an 18 or lower, you don't provoke intercepts. That's cool. But like, why not just go ahead and give you that, right? You don't provoke intercepts. Well, you're already a backline character, so you don't really give a shit about that anyways. It's a flavor thing. It's not super great. You gain training with finesse, and you don't provoke intercepts. It's like, whatever. That's whatever.
Is there a benefit to using bullet time then in melee range?
Not really. There's just nothing pushing you forward like that. I was just kind of, yeah.
God, is there any other interesting bullet time or bayonet or whatever when you hit the witch time? Is there anything you can rob from that?
If your minimum crit roll, as per your Deadeye feature, is 18 or lower, you... you know what? Wait, okay, well, what if it was something like, if you, no, there's too much shit happening on a crit.
You could make it that if you pass the dodge check in using witch time, without hitting the range for your crit, it maximizes your crit range to the 16.
Yeah, like you pass the dodge check, it instantly becomes 16. That's really good, actually.
That actually is really good. I just didn't know if it was too good. Because it's just that, like, it really encourages you then, if you reset your crit range, to be like, okay, allow myself to pop bullet time and see if I can get that back up instantly. Because it's not like you're getting a lot of other... You're getting maneuverability out of the abilities being granted to you, especially like synergizing specifically with bullet time and the ability to dodge. So it's not buffing your damage. That'd be the only thing that kind of indirectly buffs your damage by giving you that crit threshold.
Set to 18 or set to 16 if it was previously higher. If you pass a dodge check with bullet time, your crit range is instantly set to 16 if it was yeah.
Well, it actually doesn't need to be previously higher. It just sets it to 16. Because it can't be any lower than 16.
Not as per Deadeye, but there is a way for you to get it lower.
Oh, okay, never mind.
With your Deadeye feature.
Because I was thinking that usually the follow-up attacks you get from doing like Bayonetta Witch Times usually result in you doing some kind of counterattack that's stronger than your normals.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, that's not a bad idea.
I mean, if you're the game that I played a shit ton of that was like a God of War like or an action game like that was the Castlevania Lords of Shadow games. I do not recommend, but if you do, just the first one. And the only reason I say that is because the setting is extremely fucking cool.
I would love to actually just go through the entire Castlevania series at some point.
I did. It took a while.
Yeah, not Simon's Quest. I think I am fine skipping.
Including Simon's Quest. To be fair, I had a guide. It didn't take that long. It's not a very long game. It's just it's just really shitty.
I think you can complete all the mainline Castlevania games, like at least up to 3 in like maybe 4 hours.
The problem is that 1 and 3 are, especially 3 are, really hard. Yeah. 3 is a marvelously good NES game, but it is brutally hard. I actually think it's marvelous because there's actually like, besides the fact that you can have a different companion and you can switch out as you save the other characters, there's like multiple paths you can take and they're all completely different levels. It's a really cool game.
How strong is Wu with the extra action on critical defense check? Yeah, that's with the that's part of the intent and why I've been kind of being very sparse about what we give it, because this is the gunslinger that's better than any other gunslinger at critting on a defense check. So that's where we have to be, like, that's why this is their capstone, is fucking crazy strong. Like,
Getting those crits all the time.
yeah, and like D6, if the average, like, here's the crazy thing with this, right? If the average roll of a D20 is 10.5, number one, you're probably always passing these because you know you built into this. But number two, with it being a D6 on average, so 10.5 plus 3.5, so 14 on average, 2 under you critting on just about every single check on average is crazy strong. You're basically always passing dodge checks, and you are most likely critting most of the time.
You have a limitation on the grit, right, though?
On the what?
On the grit, you have a limitation on the uses?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you're probably fine. Because once they're expended, it's not like they have a reliance on it forever.
Yeah, I mean, the only way to regain more is through critting. Like, you gotta keep attacking in order to get that grit back.
Oh, okay, yeah. I like that a lot, honestly. Like, the fact that, like, Gunslinger is all about, like, you know, crit range and such like that. It sort of, like, reminds me of, like, Risk of Rain 2 Railgunner, where Railgunner has a 100% chance to crit through scope. So they don't, whenever they gain a stat increase to crit chance, it doesn't go to crit chance, it goes to crit damage instead. Which is fucking demonstrably funny once you get a run going. It's just like, okay, well, where's your weak spot? And you're dead.
You know? Wait. You gave me, okay, True Grit is not really... You just gave me an idea there.
Oh, dangerous.
Yeah.
I'm seeing you typing. Let's see this. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Where would that come in? Oh. This is the cake way to do this. Hey, God. Oh, shit. Yep, this is the thing that scales. 4th level. If you crit with a firearm attack, add double your awareness to the damage rather than just your awareness.
There you go. I definitely feel like I have a friend of mine that really likes like gun-firing ranger characters in D&D and such like that. I feel like this is something they would absolutely get behind. Which, by the way, when I heard originally, like, you said that you didn't have people playtesting Gunslinger, I told him that, and he was like, what? Fucking why? I would do it. How?
Yeah, we had Mitchell. Oh, yeah, and I just... so I gave that to them at 4th level, and I think at 10th level. If you crit with a firearm attack, add triple your awareness to the damage.
Oh, God. You're just fucking cracking skulls at that point. That's brutal. Oh, man. Is the sniper going to be okay with this?
Probably.
Oh,
we'll see.
No.
It's very good.
It all requires a crit, though. That's the thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Especially whenever Sorcerer and Wizard are getting so much.
Well, the dichotomy between like Hunter and Gunslinger feels very much like Sorcerer and Wizard.
Mm-hmm.
Being like, it's the same general archetype. It's just one of them is more about the functionality, and one of them is about the raw focus.
Yeah, one is a single hit, whatever. The other is like, I mean, this is supposed to be the Devastator, whereas the Hunter is like the single focus shot, right? So like, I thought a couple times about removing harrying from the Hunter because I wanted to reinforce, like, we need to make sure that it's a single dedicated scary ass shot rather than like the Gunslinger just throwing out a shitload of bullets, right? Casual 25 to 30 damage on a crit. I mean, at 10th level?
It's 10th level.
There's a couple things in why I think that might not be terrible. So double your awareness. Let's say your awareness is a 7, right? So a 7 times, so a 14 damage that you add in on a crit. That's good. At 4th level, let me see here. So 4th level, we have a lot of enemies that get like armor 7 around there. So TL5, let me see the Titan Crab.
Titan crab, giant enemy crab.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going for the goofs.
Exploit for massive damage.
Okay. So 3 armor there, plus 1 shell. 60 health. So this means with that gunslinger doing, let's say 14 damage. Well, that's on top of the damage dice, so like 20 damage on average on a crit. So 20 damage on average on a crit is like 17 as it's getting reduced over here. This should not be a boss.
You remember, you have to crit to do that damage.
Yeah.
It's not your average. And the thing is with you don't have harrying on the gunslinger. You're getting 1 shot. You might land the shot, but it might not be a crit shot.
That's if we take that away. I don't know that I want to take harrying away from it.
Oh, right. You're talking about taking away the harrying from the ranger.
Hunter.
From Hunter, yeah.
Yeah. So if we take it away here, the problem that would kind of bring up, well, no, dual wielding is fine. Yeah, dual wielding would be okay. Yeah, time to snipe a dragon out of the air. Yeah. The safe decision would be to make True Grit only double your awareness. That would be a safe choice. I think we might actually. I think you might have been right on that, Mitchell. I think you can get rid of harrying here. Honestly, why wouldn't we? I like harrying feeling more like this is the thing for martial focus. A gunslinger, you want to throw it into like one specific like dedicated shot. Quick draw, this is already getting you something really, really nice. Once per round, you can make 1 attack with a firearm against an enemy that takes the attack action.
Which is just off-turn attacking.
It is.
That's technically already giving you a second attack.
Yeah. And like, here's what we can do. Harrying can go away. This could be at 5th level. And this character is still going to perform extremely well.
I agree.
Like, get rid of the quick draw here. Get rid of harrying. Because harrying implies... personally, for me, harrying implies more of a martial focus. So, like, quick draw there at 5th. Yeah, if you put more emphasis on the one-shot playstyle, you can remove the extra attack. So, like, 1 shot, right? Boom. Does this say you need to hit? Where was it? Yeah. And you didn't hit with a firearm this turn. After you hit an enemy with an attack using a firearm, the number you must roll on the d20 to crit on attacks, or on subsequent attacks. decreases by 1, but no lower than 16. The reduction resets to 0 if your turn ends and you didn't make a firearm attack.
Locks it in so it only works with the guns.
Hmm?
Locking it in so that way it only works with guns.
Yeah. Okay. So after you hit an enemy with an attack using a firearm, the number you must roll on the d20 to crit on subsequent attacks decreases by 1, but no lower than 16. The reduction resets to 0 if your turn ends and you didn't make a firearm attack this turn.
That feels a lot like in Risk of Rain Returns, Bandit has a slightly nerfed version of the ability that he has in Risk of Rain 2, where if he kills a guy using Deadeye, I believe that's what it is, he gets a crit damage multiplier increase. And he wants to, but his ability that he has with that is on cooldown, so it's like a 5-second cooldown. So you want to like get people down low on HP and then just pop them with that last headshot to get your crit damage going up. But the thing is, on Risk of Rain Returns, that entire effect that you're on is on like a 10-second timer. So if you miss one of your shots, you won't have enough time to do it again, and the effect, all the stacks you've gained, go away.
That's kind of
sick. It's very fun, actually, because it's all about like getting that damage multiplier as high as you possibly can and maintaining it as long as possible. Because like for the first little bit, you have to whittle guys down until you pop up. Then after a little bit, you see light, small enemies, and you can just kill them using the Deadeye. And then after a little while, then you don't have to care because you've scaled hard enough, kind of thing. But you just gotta make sure that when you take that one shot, you don't miss. Because if you miss, it's all gone.
Yeah. What if... Okay, is there a way to actually do that in here? Because, like, God, that would be so fucking funny and cool if we could. Like, Deadeye. Alright, so we do that. And then we give you a multiplier. That would bust things open. No, that would introduce some tracking I'm not a huge fan of.
You already have a lot of tracking with tracking the crit range.
Yep, that's one thing to track, and I don't really want to do that to another thing. Because what I was thinking about was you get a multiplier to your crit, or you get a multiplier to your awareness based off of how many enemies you killed for the duration of your Deadeye so far. That is cool for a video game, not cool for a TTRPG.
No, I agree. It's
not practical to track.
But what I'm saying is that Deadeye evokes the same vibe that Bandit has with his Deadeye feature. Yeah.
Boy, this is the thing though. What do they need at this point? Like, okay, I want to look at grit right here and see. You have an amount of grit equal to awareness. You regain spent grit when you rest, and regain 1 grit whenever you crit on an attack with a firearm. You can spend grit to fuel grit techniques, which you know 3 of now: Buck Up, Bullet Time, and Big Irons. When you roll a 1 on any of the damage dice with a firearm, you can spend 1 grit to make that die explode. Buck Up: when you take damage, you can spend 1 grit to reduce the damage by a roll of your hit die. Bullet Time: you make a defense check against an attack, you can spend 1 grit to gain a d4 bonus to the check. If the result of the check after applying this bonus, okay, it counts as a crit, right? Okay. What do they need? Because, like, grit is cool. And I like that this feels like you're tracking ammunition without tracking ammunition.
Grit also makes me feel like I'm chewing tobacco in my back molar. Very on theme.
The Gunslinger Trail is fine, because this is basically getting you 2 features with the Gunslinger Trails. Milestone, Bad Medicine. If you crit with a firearm attack, add double your awareness of the damage rather than just your awareness.
4th level is when you're doing your damage scaling, typically, right?
Somewhat, ish.
Is it 4th or is it 5th? Is it like around there?
5th is where they're getting a huge power spike. This is
Quick Draw is appropriate for that because it's basically giving them 2 attacks.
Yeah.
It's just off turn.
Which is just a thematic thing, realistically.
Yeah, because it's like pop shotting.
High noon. If you hit it with a firearm attack, you can make another attack. No action.
So here's the thing about high noon.
Mhm.
There's two different types of high noon. There is the McCree high noon that one definitely represents, but there's also the high noon which is like, God, have you ever seen Call of Juarez?
Juarez?
Yeah, I was gonna say, have you seen the standoff in that game?
It was yes, yeah.
So I was gonna say that's the other kind of high noon that you have, which is the very slow and deliberate, but when you hit the shot, it's literally that's it. You just get it.
Yeah, it's Red Dead Revolver's. It's Red Dead Revolver's Deadeye. Do I host paid for games? Do I do that? Sorry, my brain is frazzled right now. Like on Start Playing and everything. Yeah. I am probably going to be slowing that down because I am coming up on probably managing a pretty big Kickstarter here soon. So I'm trying to kind of reel back other commitments like that. Okay, so I like the idea, but the thing is, that would require a called shot system.
True.
And the cool thing, though, is that you could easily do that in a game like maybe, Warhammer.
Also, I mean, like, your crit value is resetting after you use high noon. So it's not likely you're going to crit repeatedly. So it's basically just giving you that one extra shot.
What Kickstarter is that? Hush Hush still? Oh no, it's the Kickstarter for Vagabond. The physical book Kickstarter. Whenever that's ready to go, I've already talked with a dice manufacturer a little bit. So yeah.
Oh, we getting dice with our books?
Hopefully.
That'll be pog.
I found a dice manufacturer that I really, really like. I've already ordered 3 of their sets, and they told me that they can do the custom set that I have in mind for Vagabond. And it appears, based off of what I've seen, I'm going to try and get some samples in. They may not really increase the final price of like a whole set.
Depends on the design of the dice, but yeah, I mean, like if it's simple enough, then it probably wouldn't at all.
And I'm thinking,
what is it you said that you probably can buy D6s on Amazon and make money buying them now?
Yeah. So I think like with the dice set and everything, the cost is looking like around maybe about $6 to $7 a set. And it would be, D4, 2d6, d8, d10, d12, 2d20. So, and they look really pretty. I'd love to see a sample of them. Because I sent them the kind of swatches for Vagabond's look, so like the color swatches and everything. And they said that they've already got ideas for how they're going to incorporate that, and I was like, sick, okay.
It's like the black and green thing you got going on?
Yeah.
Oh, that's my colors.
So it would be
tempted.
Black opaque with green and dark blue swirls, like paint swirls, a yellow shimmer in like a little bit of like, right, and then white lettering on it. I was like, ooh, that would be
black and green's like my ultimate color combo. Like everything I have is that. I'm tempted now. I don't need dice, he says. I already have 3 sets. I have enough.
Yeah, right. Like, here's my current dice bag of these are the ones that I like, we have a lamp that's literally full of dice, like over there to my right, or my left. Wow, jeez. Yeah, I'm like, oh, what? I guess, I don't know, can people see in there? It's a bag full of dice, all right, people?
The 3 sets that I have is where I got rid of my old set, my first set, because it was like, I literally wore out the numbers on it. It was like a cheap set.
Really?
Yeah, no, weirdly enough, because I fiddle with my die as a DM. So I actually wore the number off my D20, and I was like, oh, okay. So I got a set of it's black and green, set of like semi-transparent dice that my wife got me. She also got me another set that's a summer set with like suspended clouds and coloration on it. It's very nice.
Aw.
I think it's by Everything Dice. So those guys they make good custom dice. Check them out. And then the other one that I got was a I don't remember, it's the common one you can find. It's the steel dice makers that you can find everywhere. It's just a simple black steel dice with green numbering on it. And that's all I got. And I like those steel dice a lot because like the weight is there, and much like my username used to depict, the D4 can kill me. It is very sharp. In fact, actually, they started making D4s with clipped quarters after I bought them.
Yeah, that was always my thing with metal dice, because I've got like 2 or 3 sets, but I'm like, I can't use these. They're gonna fuck up my like dining room table. If they hit
that's
my
why I got a
screen.
tray, a dice mat for it.
Yeah, I rolled one once, and it hit my DM screen and chipped it. And I was like, oh, okay, well, lesson learned there, I guess.
Yeah.
On a side note, my local library is looking for new TTRPGs to add to their catalog. Do you have any suggestions for teenage to adult players you think will deserve attention? Ooh, let me get back to that one. I will support the Kickstarter for sure. Oh, thanks, Ben. You played The Alchemist for the first time in a level 12 one-shot yesterday. Hell yeah. Killer class, thank you. A lot to digest for a high-level one-shot, though. Yeah, there's a lot happening with it. D&D 5e also just kind of like, I think has a problem of suiting itself to multi-page character sheets. But yeah, I appreciate it, man. Thanks so much. So new TTRPGs to add to their catalog. Do I have any suggestions for teenage to adult players you think deserve attention? Blades in the Dark. Blades in the Dark is going to be getting a lot more attention. It's just naturally, it will. As the result of Daggerheart getting more popular, more people will be looking for the original. Shadow Dark is good as one that isn't as what's the right word? Gritty, I guess is the right word there. And Shadow Dark is still very family friendly. Into the Odd is awesome, and it's not very edgy. It's really not edgy at all. I mean, Monster of the Week could be fine, but again, like, Monster of the Week is also like, you know, there's cuss words and stuff in it, so it might not totally be right. Karen, yeah, Karen could work. If you have a lot of people handling it, it's not the most well put together book. That's just because it's printed on the cheap, and it's like it literally costs like 50 cents to buy the book. But yeah, that's an option. Is the merchant in Vagabond? Nah, I don't have one yet. You reached level 12 as a merchant, your first ever non-DM game, and you're enjoying this. So, shucks, thanks.
Yay, breaking the DM curse.
Yeah, right. Root is another one. Yes, Root would absolutely work for that. There's one that I did the layout artwork on. Let me see here, called Mystery Business, and this is no, not Misery Business RPG. Yes, thank you. I did all the layout work on this one. So this is by a good buddy, Greg Leatherman. Mystery Business is literally a Scooby-Doo style TTRPG. Think Call of Cthulhu for teenagers. What a great way to introduce people to the Call of Cthulhu D100 system as so like a lot of the D100 systems kind of have this problem of being a little bit inaccessible for people under, like, let's just say 18. They tend to really bloat out their page counts and like overwrite themselves.
God, fucking doing Call of Cthulhu combat is one thing, but if you have a gun, oh Jesus, help you.
Dude, Call of Cthulhu does a very, very bad job of expressing itself.
Yeah.
I feel like Call of Cthulhu could do with like 1/10 of the page count.
Yeah, it's way overridden for some of its stuff.
Yeah. Paranoia is another one in your... Yeah, I need to be checking that one out for sure. But yeah, Mystery Business is a way to introduce people to a D100 system without the clunking clutter of something like Call of Cthulhu, Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, Magic World, like, you know. But yeah, so this one was by Greg Leatherman. I've checked it out. As I was doing the layout on it, I'm very familiar with how the system works. And yeah, this is a great family-friendly game. And if you look, the price point is actually fairly fair. So yeah, checking it out.
Poggies.
Yeah, Poggies. But yeah, I was really happy with how the physical book actually turned out. I didn't know if maybe he had anything on here about seeing it. Review a table of contents. Did we not print the table of contents with it? Or just print it? Prove it. Okay, cool. Yeah.
I love that I went to the Dagheart playtest on Drive-Thru RPG, and I noticed there wasn't that many comments, and a good, like, it's pretty, like, it was very, like, lots of 5s and lots of 1s.
Yeah, so you've got a lot of people who have decided that Critical Role is apparently, like, the big representation of, like, liberal Hollywood media and TTRPGs or whatever. Yeah. So, of course, they're going to go brigade that shit, right? And, like, yeah, this is also a problem with the way that they kind of, like, keep presenting themselves, is, like, Critical Role's messaging isn't super great. They're not very good at expressing, like, hey, there's a situation that's been going on. Some people online are asking us to take a stance or something. Sometimes I'm like, really? We need the imaginary goblin game streamers on Twitter or on Twitch to make a grand statement about this political situation?
I mean, to be fair, they are celebrities.
Yeah, but who the fuck cares what Matt Mercer thinks about Israel-Palestine?
I mean, but also remember that people care about, like, other celebrities that also are equally unqualified in what they have to say about these matters, which I never understood.
I know. I'm like, I don't get what, like, I don't know what this... Okay, so, like, maybe they're bringing attention to it to their fans or something like that, but, like...
Well, here's the thing that I don't understand. Fucking,
shit.
like, you know Asmongold, right?
Yeah.
Why the fuck does anybody give a shit about what he has to say about anything?
No one should. No
one shouldn't, yet they do anyway. Like, I mean, some of the stuff that comes out of this guy's mouth, like, he was on, like, the list of content creators getting, like, main focused in Dragon's Dogma 2. And all people were like, what's this misogynistic, like, piece of shit doing on here next to a bunch of other really nice creators? And he's like, yeah, I guess I'm being canceled over it. It's like, you know, I'm just a person that lives in my mom's attic, you know, playing video games. Whatever, and yeah, I'm, like, massively successful about it. So, like, bite me. And it's like, yeah, no, but that's the thing is, like, you kind of, like, I've heard you say stuff about, like, basically, like, I'm not gonna lie, because I'm in animation and it's adjacent to the video game industry in that regard. We're both, like, basically do kind of the same stuff. And it's like him basically saying that, like, all he cares about is if the game is good. He doesn't care about, like, any of the bullshit and abuse that people go through in order to make a game. And I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah. Well, like, so whenever that take was going on, honestly, I thought that he was kind of right. Because, like, yeah, the vast majority of the market doesn't actually care what animators think. Now, if it's just that simplified, then, like, yeah, of course. And then, like, the corporations are going to, like, not really value animators and everything. That doesn't mean it's right.
No.
You know, but, like, that's a sad truth of the market. You know, and in all honesty, I disagree with, like, 90% of the dude's takes, but it's very clear that the guy is informed and is progressive.
I like to believe that his intelligence level is only as high as it needs to be at the particular moment. Yes, because, like, have you seen his reactions to, like, the stuff he was reacting to for the Monster Hunter blindfolded runs that were fucking floating around?
I'm just like, well, so that's the thing though, is, like, the way that he's built up who he is or whatever is by stirring shit.
Yes.
And if it's a hot button topic, especially if it involves women in the gaming scene, and it seems like, I mean, Carl Jobs taking jabs at this chick. It's like, Carl, why the fuck do you care if this chick cheated on a goddamn, like, you know, Monster Hunter speed run? What? Like, who cares? Who fucking cares?
I think the reason they cared is because she doubled down on the fact that she legit did it, and that was the shitty thing.
even still, I'm like, who the fuck cares? Like, okay, so
She
like,
wasn't even the first person to do it.
yeah, I'm just like, nobody. If somebody is really going that whole hog into it all, I'm just like, because whenever that was going on, I watched a little bit because like I was shocked with just how fucking stupid that was.
It's also blatantly obvious that she's like cheating because there's
Oh,
no way she
yeah.
could play the game like that while blindfolded.
It's obvious, but I was watching people on both sides turn this into such a huge, crazy deal. I saw one of her moderators.
Oh
who I was
god, yeah,
like-
same.
That guy, I was like, that is just a pathetic, sad existence.
Yeah.
If this guy is like, he said he was like in his 20s and he was a physician or something like that, or a psychologist.
Position.
And this dude was like, how would you like her to meet the prerequisites for this? And I'm like, holy fucking shit, dude. You have, I don't know what led you down this life path or whatever.
Touch grass.
But like, yeah, you really need to not give a fuck about this. Because Asmund brought that guy on just to make him a lol cow.
Oh yeah, no, it was easy for him to. The fucking content milks itself.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about Boogie. No, there was a weird thing going on with centered around like Asmongold and the what is it? The Monster Hunter fucking speed run thing. It's just, to me, it's like there's a every time people say like keep politics out of gaming or what the hell ever, I was like, why the hell do people give a shit what Matt Mercer thinks about the Israel-Palestine conflict? He can't do anything about it. Critical Role can like donate money over or what the hell ever, and that's fine. Like, sure, go for it. But like, if they do donate money and then they make a statement about it, then they're gonna get somebody saying, why did you need to let everybody know you donated money to it? That seems really disingenuous. And I'm like, oh my god, people have got to stop fucking caring. They have to stop caring. Yeah, the Roach fan. Yeah. And I just brought up how ridiculous it was that like people give a shit what people like Asmongold think about politics. I'm like, oh my god, it is a very much terminally online thing. It's just drama. Yeah, that's the thing, is that with Asmongold, he does appreciate just starting drama. It is absolutely 100%. He is playing the heel. That's what he's doing. And like, there's way too many people that are buying. They don't realize that they're just helping him make more content by reacting to anything that he's saying.
It's like the entire existence of that one political streamer everybody likes to make fun about. Oh god, I forget his name. Hassan.
Oh god, yeah.
And I remember like the last bad take he had was when somebody was talking about like having a draining job, and he started equating streaming to a draining job, and everybody was like, in that particular moment, he said the literal worst thing he possibly could have done, and said like basically tried to basically say that streaming was a harder job than the other guy's job. And it's like, no, well, to be fair, Hassan's job as streaming is also terrible. He's basically arguing with people for like 8 or 9 hours straight. That sucks. And it is mentally draining. We all understand that. But like,
I don't think he
no
even
one
argues
should
with people
ever
anymore.
compare that job to like any other job, because like it's such a privileged position. Because I'm not gonna lie, compared to every other job, you are so wildly overpaid to do that job that you should shut the fuck up.
Well, and I think like there's even been discussions about how YouTubers are overpaid. And
Oh yeah.
By the way, before I really kind of get into that, I will say the overpaid thing. They're talking about there needs to be not a like deflation of what YouTubers are paid. They're talking about a squish. So there's a lot of YouTubers that are like in the like, let's say 10 million sub range. And then there's YouTubers that are in the like 10,000 sub range, right? Your boy right here. Now, the thing that they're trying to like consider right here is to do a squish where these top creators they're not really making as much, and then these lower creators start making a bit more. And the thought process on this is you don't get like the issue of, 1% of creators making all the money on YouTube. you're starting to get this distribution that's happening a bit better, right? So literally the Bernie Sandersing of like YouTube here.
Yeah, I was gonna say all we need is just that to happen in real life now.
Yeah, right. But yeah, so what this would do is it not only makes it to where like people are getting, you know, this distribution of wealth a little bit better, but it also makes it to where it's a lot easier for you to continue on into a YouTube career as you're one of these lower guys.
Because the worst thing you want to do is like take the gamble of like, all right, time to gamble everything I've saved up for to try and make a career out of this, because that's just awful.
Yeah. The issue
Actually,
is
I need to now bounce because I've ignored my wife for long enough. But hey, thanks for letting me bounce in here. It was fun.
Dude, totally. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. You want to let people know who you are, where they can find you?
As much as it can matter. I'm Gavin. I just sort of like lurk around in the Vagabond and Taron server and stuff like that. But for the most part, if any of you guys are looking for where my ghost of myself used to be on YouTube, you can find me under Death by D4. I used to run a D&D channel that was mainly providing guides for players getting into the hobby, as well as sharing my personal experiences of stories. My most popular, which being my romances with my handsome warlock, half-elf Davrian Lucera and his tiefling sweetheart named Coco. You can probably enjoy those stories a whole bunch like everybody else on the internet has. And if you feel like having a good time, I also had a smasher pass that I did with my wife of every D&D playable race, which that also did really well for the channel. So lots of good fun over there if you guys need to check out anything there. But just remember that I am retired and that the channel is dead, so you don't need to sub to me, but if you want to check it out, feel free to. Anyway, thanks for letting me hang out, Taron.
Yeah, man, totally. I'll talk with you later on.
See ya.
See ya. Quick draw. Yeah. Yeah, we need to move this up here. Because it's cool if they get that, but they don't necessarily have to. Because they're... Yeah. We can figure out a good thing to get them about travel. God, my nose started itching. Going back to YouTube, there's a lot of people I actually think okay. The last year, whenever the OGL situation happened, there's quite a lot of creators who just decided like it's time to move on to greener pastures and do other shit. What? Oh, is it like an AI thing? No. Because we have had several there's several YouTube personalities in the TTRPG scene that took the OGL thing as their indicator that they needed to piece the fuck out. So these days it's like, you know, that's the real fucking damage, honestly, that WotC did to the whole scene is like, they just completely killed the morale of a lot of people for like continuing to create. That sucks more. And that's the thing that I would say, like, they really fucking owe the whole scene an apology for. Not just the fact that like they completely lost public trust, but like, dude, they killed creativity for people. There's a lot of people that just decided like, this is too much for me. I don't know how to even talk about this game anymore. I'm gone. And fucking peaced out, you know? For Pack Tactics D&D Daily, that's all that's left? Wait, that's all that's left? What do you mean? There's still plenty of people that are still around. I know, like, Taking 20, which, like, I mean, I think Cody had a rough time with the internet, all in all. I don't think he was really great at navigating, like, especially Twitter, but I think that Cody just sort of had enough and he went and got a real job. You know, Jim Davis, Pruitt. Even Jim Davis seems to be like kind of piecing out. I think like not Runehammer. Runehammer was busy on some other projects. Runesmith, there we go. Pieced out for a little while. And I think he came back with a bit more. But like Tulok the Barbarian, after the OGL snafu, basically only made like Elden Ring content for like months. Like a long time. So like the public trust was gone, right? And now like here we are this year where like, you know, we're still trying to figure out how to fix this fucking scene. Yeah, Jordan, yeah. RuneSmith took a break. RuneSmith was gone for a little while. So you like so far for regular content creators? Taking 20 hasn't uploaded in a year. You forgot about Chris, so he's there too. Yeah, Taking 20, after the OGL situation, so Cody kind of hedged his bets really weird, and was one of the guys who was sort of throwing some shade my way during the OGL situation, which, like, okay, whatever. We had already had a little Twitter spat once before. Ginny D fucking mega smacked his ass down on Twitter, and he kind of, it seems like he just, there was a bit too much kind of happening in the scene. And he just kind of went and got a regular job, you know? And like, I can't blame him. Ginny makes great content, but it's not my cup of tea. Here's the thing, like, Ginny knows how to create a video suited for her demographic. She knows what her demographic is, right? And like, that demographic was very underserved in the D&D community. That demographic is usually young women, right? And like, whenever D&D started getting mass appeal, there's a lot of women that were like, you know, I'm not really relating to quite a lot of these, you know, mostly like older white dudes that are sort of in the scene. But like, oh, what do you know? Here's someone who I feel like is a bit more relatable, right? Okay, whatever. We know that this is how people operate. Everybody is most likely always going to find somebody who is like near their demographic, probably that like looks like them, talks like them, what the hell ever, right? And then they're going to be like, yeah, okay, I can like relate with this person or whatever. And then they're going to click on it, right? Yeah, representation matters. Yeah, no, totally. Like, we have, I think that it's interesting to see what the different demographic appeals really do with their content creation, right? Like, Ginny served an audience that was very underserved in the D&D community. Contrasting that, by the way, you and your dev partner, women love the shit out of Ginny. She's got her demographic, but so open to other. Yeah. So contrasting to that, there's another female creator who did do very well originally, and I still think could come back, and I think is coming back. And was originally the biggest inspiration for me to do a YouTube channel. Monarch's Factory, Dale Kingsmill. Dale stopped doing content for a while because she went and got a job at Ghostfire Gaming. And I think, yeah, I'm like not too unsure that she's no longer working for Ghostfire. Bob Worldbuilder is awesome. Yeah, Bob is just a very chill, awesome guy. Yeah, here you go, Monarch's Factory. So like, Dale made one of my all-time favorite, yeah, 20 plus TTRPGs that aren't D&D. What else did she list in here? Kids on Bikes, Candela Obscura, Pathfinder, Iron Kingdom, City of Mist, Dragon Age, Five Torches Deep, Alice is Missing, Blowback, Gumshoes, Call of Cthulhu, Fate Accelerated, Fiasco, Fight with Spirit, okay, Monster of the Week, Monster Hearts 2, Vampire the Masquerade, Mothership, yeah, there you go, Marvel Heroic Role-Playing, Power Rangers, The Flicker and Fade, okay. Dale had one of my favorite videos on, what was it? It was on the Feywild. And I really love that it was the video that got me into reading Tolkien's essays. Really, really dig Dale's channel. And then Dale, like, I think Dale got a job with Ghostfire Gaming and kind of put the YouTube stuff on, like, the back burner. You know, no Vagabond. Oh, we got Vagabond stuff going on. Oh, no Vagabond on there. Yeah, trust me, guys. You see the sub count right down here? Right here? Yeah. Mostly whenever people's sub counts are like, you know, 5 times that, they're gonna mostly ignore or like not really pay too much attention. Because I can't really make their number that represents this right here. I can't really help make that number go up. And that's what they're really looking out for. And like, I can't blame them. It's what I'm doing too, right? Like, but I still think that it's nice to also like shout out, you know, other smaller creators that are rising up as well. One of the ones I was super stoked to find out that is also, this all kind of ties back in, right? I randomly got recommended this one whenever she was at like 90 subscribers. And I was like, holy fucking shit, she's got something here. And dude, Val fucking took off. Are there any plans for music content in the future? I gotta work on Vagabond stuff. My listeners, oh, well, shucks. Thank you. Val, I caught Val literally like, I think on her second or third video. It was like the puzzle one. No, not Campus Mischief. Yes. It was this one right here. So 9 months ago, this video got recommended to me, and I was like, holy fucking shit. Thank you, YouTube. Val is like the best video essay. I will say this straight up. Because I saw Val's content, I was like, yes, I do want to lean in more on like the video essay format. Because Val's video essays are the tits. These are the best video essays in the TTRPG scene. Absolutely. Like, I'm sorry, Matt Colville, Dale Kingsmill, The Throne, you gotta get off. It's going to Val here. If you want a great explanation and like humor and great videography, which like Matt Colville hasn't had for any time whatsoever, Dale's got you covered. Yeah. Watch the first 30 seconds of her video and you love her style already. Yep. Did a strong video like I have here. Val puts so much care into all of her videos. The videography is fantastic. The editing is super on point. I mean, Dale, wow, I'm gonna keep tripping up on that. 14K subscribers with only 16 videos as a D&D or like TTRPG centered channel is fucking crazy numbers. Whenever I'm telling you this chick is going to take off, I'm saying Val is going to be up there above 250,000 subs. What would I say? She needs one video to hit mega viral. And by that, what I mean is for the TTRPG scene, mega viral is like 500,000. That's it. 500,000 views. If you hit 500,000 views on a video, you can reliably think that you're going to be getting about 50k subs. Honestly. She's just, I don't know what's gonna hit. Her getting 95k views on this, her average video view count is fucking insane. You would hope that you're pulling in about like 10%. If you feel like you're pulling in 10% of your total subscriber base, that's like average. That's like you're doing pretty good, right? She's like, these numbers are fucking ridiculous. That's so goddamn good. Like, yeah. So one of these days, watch, she's gonna wind up popping off. That's something she's gonna drop in this next year is gonna absolutely put her up there with Pointy Hat. Like, yeah. Don't know what it's gonna be, but holy fucking shit, it will happen. Plus, like, I mean, us Americans over here, anytime we hear someone that speaks with a foreign accent, we're always like, they must be so much smarter than me. Just listen to how they sound. It's so much fancier. Pointy Hat's been on a roll lately. And the thing that really helps out Pointy Hat is like Antonio is just that dude just shits charisma. I met him at Gen Con and hung out with him on like the last Sunday. Antonio was one of the just like most vibrant, hilarious, and just like down to earth personalities, and like quick witted, and just the dude knows what he's about. He's got crazy amounts of talent, crazy amounts of skill. Just like Antonio being like a face for the TTRPG scene, I'm all here for it. Like, yeah. I come from South Georgia, so you sound super dumb. Oh, I felt the same way whenever I was like, yeah, you know, I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and people are like, wait, where the fuck is that? And I'm like, well, you know, it's just don't look it up. Don't worry about it. The only things I've really caught are, I say going to, right? Like, oh yeah, we're going to the store. Going, so I don't ever pronounce that G. But other than that, I don't catch a whole lot of Oklahoma isms that I, you know, there's, like, I don't know, soda pop. That's not really what we say is soda pop. We say like, yeah, I want a Coke, or like, Fitna. No, that's way too hillbilly for me. You don't really get the like Fitna going to. Fitna going to, you want to go down there to the river, you go down there and catch a snake, or go frog gigging? You know, you take it, you stab them right there, you can put that on a barbecue. Yeah, you go and do that. Is a Georgia term? Yeah, you only really get the like boomhauer. You only really get the boomhauer rednecks on like the way more western side of Oklahoma. And whenever I say western, I mean the side of Oklahoma that is getting super abandoned right now. That is very Texas as well, yeah. And the Wooder, yeah. Oklahoma mass abandonment. So we have a really weird situation going on in western Oklahoma right now. Yeah. So like, I mean, I don't know if that's specifically what this is like documenting, but like we have a mass abandonment happening on the entire western side of the state. There's just like cities, or I guess cities, just towns. Amanda and I didn't recognize how bad this was until we were driving back from Colorado last year. And rather than drive through Kansas, I was like, let's just go through the Panhandle. Like, I'd rather go through the Panhandle. We're in Oklahoma. I know Oklahoma streets. This is going to feel really familiar. Like, everything will be fine. I'm going to be a lot more confident driving from Oklahoma City to Tulsa rather than, like, Wichita down to Tulsa or something. So, we take the Panhandle. Biggest fucking mistake I've ever made doing, like, any... Oh, my God. That drive was agony because we were taking this drive at night. And if you're driving through Oklahoma, the Oklahoma Panhandle at night, there's a couple different things. Number one, there's zero cell service. That's already going to be really super scary and super boring because you can't play Spotify or whatever on streaming, right? That's already kind of bad. Number two, there are no fucking working street lights on any of the highways all the way through here. Sounds like a third world problem until you get into goddamn dark city, or sorry, country dark, where like, I don't know if there's a fucking deer. I don't know. I just drove through a whole swarm of fucking bugs, and now my entire windshield is black. Like, I can't see shit, right? And then you can't pull over to a gas station because they're all fucking closed, because every fucking city is abandoned like this in Oklahoma. So like the entire time you're driving through the Panhandle, not only is it super dark, you don't know where the fucking open gas stations are. Like, and this is just a huge issue. Like, this is just happening all over the western side of our state. It's so weird. There's just nothing out here. And it's weird because if you look, it's like the people they're just gone. There's vehicles everywhere. There are buildings just kind of like left up. And there's just no support out in this area. You know, these people are all moving to where there's developed infrastructure, and it's happened over a long enough time. They're just gone. So now we have multiple cities that are just creepy. Fundraise $1 million and let's go buy a city. I mean, you could. You know, and some of these cities, another thing that hits really hard is there's a lot of cities in Oklahoma where one tornado will come through and just ruins it. It's like one tornado will hit. What the fuck? What type of theater was that? I was curious why they had a private box. So like in Oklahoma, we have a couple of different, I think there was a city called Blackwater. What was the name of that city that got abandoned? I'm trying to remember. We've had two cities that are like really, really famous for getting abandoned. One of them got accidentally lead poisoned, and there was a mine in which like it just poisoned all the ground in the area. And like, you watched me for 3+ years, so I'm happy to have you, right? Hey, welcome. Yeah, it's like Gary, Indiana, but a whole region of the state. Yes. Like, this area gets hit by tornadoes so often that, like, I think a lot of people just started to wonder, really, what the fuck are we doing staying here? The rest of the world is getting developed. We could move out 100 miles away from here, and we're out of Tornado Alley. We get nearer to internet. Everything is cheaper. It's easier for us to live if we just get the fuck away from this state. And that's what they're doing. So, like, whenever you hear about, like, Oklahomans having crises and stuff, people are leaving for a ton of different reasons. But, like, this is another thing that's happening as well. We have, like, yeah, another city here, Gate, Oklahoma. Like, this is just everywhere. It's so weird. It's so fucking... Oh, okay. That's lovely. Yeah, I wonder if you could just buy a city out here now. I wonder how long it's been since people have been over here. Like, these look like they've been abandoned for a while. Like, glass doesn't just fog up quite like that. Like, in the course of a year. May, Oklahoma. Population 30. Dude, it's yeah. So driving through all of this to try and get back home whenever I'm looking at my gas tank being at like a quarter full, holy shit. Yeah, and what's weird is all the huge buildings like this that are like out there randomly out in the countryside. Oh, see, that's nightmare. This. We have all these massive buildings out there that are just fucking abandoned. You have to figure out how ISPs work. Yeah, that's the thing is like all of the infrastructure developed across, and basically in 2 cities in Oklahoma, right? You might be able to say 3 because Edmond is kind of getting up there as well. Enid, maybe. I feel like Enid is slowly starting to bleed its population. But like, so where I live, Tulsa, is like northeast. Like, yeah. And then Oklahoma City is like spot, like right in the center, right? So we have this weird situation where people that are over on the far west just don't get any support from the rest of the state. And so they're just like leaving the state. And we're getting all kinds of shit like this happening. But yeah, it's so creepy that this is what we're leaving behind in our state. And honestly, if they don't start cutting goo Oklahoma, if they don't start supporting more jobs, this is going to start happening in bigger and bigger cities. It wouldn't shock me to find out that a city like Tahlequah winds up going this direction. Even with them having like northeastern state, it wouldn't happen to one like Claremore. Claremore's got way too much foundation, and Catoosa's got the casino. There's zero way that would happen out there. Fucking Hard Rock Casino would just buy the city at that point. Yeah, it's just wild. Yeah, if you ever want to know what Oklahoma is like, it's a bunch of abandoned buildings and 2 decent-sized cities. Is there some way you can actually get the box set? No, unfortunately. Wait, by population distribution? I'm just super curious about this now. Yeah, here you go. This is a really good example of what happens in Oklahoma. This will be short, and then I need to get back on Vagabond. Here you go. So, like, this is... When was this? 2010? Wow, this has gotten worse since then. So this is the population distribution in Oklahoma by square mile. So you'll see here's Oklahoma City. Here's Tulsa, where I live, right? So, like, this looks like... one of these is Stillwater. I think this is Stillwater, maybe? That looks like Bartlesville. Or this is Bartlesville. One of these two. I don't know for sure. That is very clearly either Catoosa or Claremore. Nowata, Tahlequah, or Muskogee? It's one of these two. I think this is Tahlequah right here. That should be Muskogee, I want to say. McAllister is down here somewhere. But yeah, so like most of our state's population, if you look, see like less than 1. This is what I mean. All this green area out here is getting mass abandoned right now. Stillwater's the southern node right here. Ah, thank you. So yeah, like this whole area that Amanda and I were driving through, we basically went through right to here. Because I am like 99% sure that's Enid. Because that was our first one that we hit, and it was like, oh, thank God. Oh. Why U.S. cities so square? These are counties. Yeah, this isn't Tulsa. This is Tulsa County, right? All of Tulsa is like right here. I think our downtown is like right there. So I live like right here. That's either... What is that? That must be Owasso? That's Owasso. That's what that is. Yeah, that's 100% Owasso. But yeah, it's just... It's weird. It's like you're living in a state and it's like dying. Like, I wonder if there's a more current one. Now I'm just super curious. Don't dox myself? No, we're good. Wait, in case you didn't hear, I live in Oklahoma, so someone did decide to show up. I live in Oklahoma. Do we have like a 2024? 2023? That's Wikimedia comments. Is the most current one 2010? Yeah. Yeah, okay, you're saying that the population's increasing. Yeah, I was about to say our population rank has gone way down. Oh god, yeah, if you ever want to see Oklahoma demographics, 70% white. Yeah, this is... Yeah. Okay. Got the starter kit, and you would say it's essential to the game. Holy crap, that's good. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, so I started blasting. Yep. The Walking Dead theory? What's that? God, there has to be something cool here. Look up Alamo, Georgia population, and that's where your family's from. $783. Yeah, we've got one of those out here called Inola, Oklahoma. Population. Oh, that's right. They just got that plant out there that actually led to a population boom. Yeah, they've been increasing. They're just up above... no. Okay, they're still below 2,000. Wow, that's weird. What program am I using? I'm using InDesign. Yeah, almost 2K. Well, and like, I thought that that was all because of the plant that they put out there, but apparently it's been increasing. Yeah, they put the plant out there in like 2015, 2016. What's eerie is what happened to 2009, 2010. Oh, was that the snowstorm? Ooh, yeah, you want to see something eerie? Ooh. Oh, that's odd. Okay, so this shows you year by year. Like, oh, okay, well, population's going up, right? Then we have this. Oof. I forgot about this. There was a blizzard that hit that year. 2000, I think it was like winter of 2009. And we got hit really scary hard by that. I wonder if that was because of that blizzard. Now I gotta dig into that later. That's creepy to actually see that visualization. It was the worst like ice storm I've seen in a while. We don't get hit by them incredibly hard like that, and I still think that that's like in the history books is like one of our worst ever. Ice storm 2009. Yeah, the Christmas Eve blizzard of 2009. Yeah, this shut the fuck down our infrastructure. Like, we had telephone poles that were getting ripped up out of the ground. Like, and that's the thing. It wasn't snow. That's the craziest thing. This was not snow. This was all ice. It was all frozen over. So, like, we had cars getting smashed. People were stuck in their homes. People lost power for, like, weeks. And there were people who just froze to death during this. Yeah, this was rough. Is there a... displaced, dissipated, yeah, fatalities, 65, 35. So it couldn't have just been that. There had to have been something else that accounts for that. God, yeah, this was wild. I remember, like, living through that and, like, going to my buddy's house because they had a generator and we didn't. Good thing we did, because we didn't get power back on for, like, 3 weeks. Yeah, American Panhandle History Stream, yeah. Sad you missed out on the Biker Fox history stream. That is still one of my favorite tangents ever. God, the Biker Fox stream was goddamn legendary. I still want to watch that video on here at some point. Like, just do a movie night and be like, yeah, we're watching the Biker Fox fucking video. I actually thought about using Biker Fox as a... I think Biker Fox inspired a moment, or I guess a little quote that I had for one of the adventures I was going to write. I almost thought about putting it in here too. Like, Verdant Keeper. Like, your seed will set your spirit free. If you... Okay. This is... He kind of became like a little bit of a meme, like, in the community. But seriously, if you haven't seen the Biker Fox shit... Oh my Christ, you're missing out. We have like a little bit of a local... If I say celebrity, he's gonna think that I mean that he's actually famous. He's not. He's very infamous for doing some creepy shit. But his name is Biker Fox. Hang on. Alright, I'll just show this real quick. His name is Biker Fox. And somebody did a video on this guy. Yeah, 2009 film. So this is Biker Fox. I just got to make sure that these are all right. No, these don't have his ass out or anything, right? Okay. So this is Biker Fox. And he's this man will ride around in heavy traffic and just do stupid flips on his bicycle. And he always wears a prosthetic penis inside of his fucking, like, leotard thing. This man is a public menace. And, yeah. This is not what you were imagining? Oh, trust me. Hang on. Oh, the full movie's on YouTube now. Here you go. God, this fucking trailer is awesome. Alright, so get ready for Biker Fox. You see here.
Fox here. How you doing today? Listen, I want you to know something. There's a beautiful environment around you to enjoy, and you need to get out there and do it. Trying to spread the word around the world. Loving, giving, hope. Oh, fuck you, you piece of shit. This seed will set your spirit free.
That quote. This seed will set your spirit free. I've got it. I have to put that somewhere in the game.
Oh, they're fucking accurate! You could feel like a teenager again. I'm not kidding you. I don't want to go back, review this film, and see you jacking off. Don't get caught up in fiction and fantasy. Here we go! Hold on! How about a big old kid? Always wear a helmet. Your bicycle. These things are so nice.
I don't. What the fuck is he doing?
Get real. Make it fun.
That's a cardinal. Is it real?
Your bicycle. These things are so nice. This is your life. Make it.
Like, I think that's a real cardinal. I think that is a real cardinal.
Get real. Make it fun.
I don't know how he does this. Look at this. This is his fucking backyard. How the fuck? Like, what? Yeah, he's a barbarian druid multiclass. Yeah. Like.
Biker Fox, are you scared? You better be, 'cause I'm coming into your bedroom at night. I'm gonna kick your ass.
That little front flip thing that he's doing right there, that stupid thing, if you're anywhere around him in traffic or what the hell ever, he'll do this whenever there's like a stoplight. And he'll just do this in the middle of a fucking intersection, hogs up traffic, and it's like, dude, get out of the way. And if he hurts himself, then you gotta wait because like the cops will show up, police or what the hell ever. Sometimes he just fucking plays like he's injured or what the. Oh my god, this dude is such an idiot. He's such an idiot, but like, holy fuck, it's so funny that he's around. That. Yeah, and he just dances in traffic. I hate this man so much. But, like, you gotta respect it because, like, I mean, he keeps Tulsa weird, I guess. But he's an absolute creep. And, like, yeah. But anyways, so he would be a little bit of, like, a little Tulsa Easter egg I would be throwing in some way, right? Yeah, if you haven't seen that documentary, and what I just showed you seems appealing at all, go give it a watch. Yeah, he's a Tulsa guy. That cop car that was in there was definitely a Tulsa police car. Yeah, he's one of our local cryptids, I guess you could say. But he's such a menace that like he's gotten us national attention. Like, there's people who are, like, in from out of state that have now had encounters with Biker Fox. Everybody's got a bad story. The dude is a fucking creep. Okay. Yeah, that's right. It is 3 a.m., huh? Alright. Oh. Even Hellboy didn't want to take him. Yeah, later, Just the Craft. Thanks for hanging out. Look how back. Ah, thank you. Oh. Okay. So we are still going through and cleaning up everything that's happening with the third levels. For most everybody in the game, this will get clipped out. Nothing at third level. But, of course, amongst everything, you're gonna use the art to bitches get. Ah, shucks. Oh my god, why am I hiccuping? Oh god, we're good. Right? We're good? Nice. Alright, what's gonna be the good thing here? We need to pluck something out of the bard. Oh, wait, here we go. Because we want to emphasize something cool about Hunter. Okay. This just doesn't do anything. That's what sucks. How about this? Sense. That already makes this feel a lot cooler. So, okay, with Experimentalist, whenever you craft as a shift task, you gain a study die as per the study task. Okay. Whenever you travel, something, right? Let's go down to Troubadour. Or wait. Well, what about wizard? What are they getting as an expert, and how can we make that cool? Right, page master. Because I already feel like I know what I'm going to do for rogue. Rogue is going to get like thievery as a like action, not a shit or a scene task. Right. So this is when you make a survival test, you begin the test with one pass check is not exciting at all. People don't really respond to it well. Whenever you travel, okay, the exciting things around travel are like we have the danger die. Or I say the danger level. Whenever you're traveling in the wilderness. Yeah. So it could be something like whenever you travel in the wilderness. Man, what is this? So what if it was whenever you travel at a normal... Whenever you travel at a normal... Okay. Additionally, okay, I like that idea. Yeah, thievery as an action sensitive. Yeah, right? Okay, what else would they want? Additionally, you can forage while moving at a normal pace. Well, because it needs a little bit more oomph. You can hunt and forage while moving at a normal pace, and Unforeseen task. I don't know that they really... Does it need to be that complex? Oh, this seems to be S. This was before the... Oh, wait. What if we do make that small caps? I don't hate the idea. Okay. So... This is a decent thing. We say a slow pace. You can only do this while you're traveling at a slow pace. We'll test survival for the shift. For the shit. Finding resources if they pass. Okay. Okay. Finds either. Something cake like that, I guess. The hero finds here. We're doing the polish here. There we go. Okay. That's a thing. I don't know that it necessarily... Yes, yeah. Okay, travel. This is going to be where the hunter specializes. Ooh. Hmm. If you choose to push on me on this for a shift, you gain 1 fatigue and the danger level increases by 1. For 4 shifts. What does it say? Something like that. Okay. Now, if we say you get a benefit, we're going to push on. So that means you can push on for 1 shift each day without gaining fatigue or increasing the danger level. Here, there we go. Here. Wait. And can one shift per day. Without and can push on during travel without the penalties of pushing on. Without your group suffering the penalties of pushing on. You can travel faster. You can, while everybody else, if they don't have a ranger in the party, because your group does have a ranger in the party, they can travel faster. What if we get, okay, if we get rid of this? The danger level is 1 lower than it otherwise would be. You can hunt and forage while moving at a normal pace, or while traveling. While you travel at a normal pace. Further, when you travel at a normal or slow pace, you can push on during travel for 1 shift per day without your group suffering the penalties of pushing on. Right? Is that cool? I know, it's late. I don't know how many people are actually in here. How are we doing? Hey, there's 19 of you guys? Jeez. Hey. Okay. Now that we've done that, though, Wander the Wooded is not super interesting. Oh, I don't know that this is actually all that cool. Wander the Wooded is... It's okay. It's like Hunter's Mark is supposed to be the like sneak attack comparison. Wander the Wooded this is not as good as Resourceful. In fact, no, it's objectively just not. Yeah, it's not good compared to. It's super situational. Okay, so. Hunter's Mark is good. What is the Gunslinger getting otherwise? They're getting the crit range reduction. This is comparable to Hunter's Mark. And then they're getting Grit. Right. This is just not good. You can forage, hunt, and track while you travel at a normal pace. And checks you make against natural hazards are favored. Yeah, and then we'll just cut the rest of it. Yeah. This is not bad. It just feels like a lot in here. Okay. Okay. I like a lot of the Hunter's Mark thing on, you know, it's armor immune, weak, and status immunities. Maybe do the -1 to danger level since it's taken out of survivalist. Wait, oh, up here? Oh. Something like that. I don't know. Wait, hang on. Oh, ENnie, thanks for the $5. Is it something I to say that you're in the process of converting all your D&D players to Vagabond players? That freaking cool. Well, thanks, ENnie. I appreciate that, and thanks for the $5. Okay. What's the oomph here? Um. Ooh. Shit.
Hey
Jesus
Taron,
Christ, it's scaring
stopping
the
by
fuck
to
out of
say
me.
hi and that I'm in the process of converting all my D&D players into Vagabond players from how freaking cool this game is.
Thank you, Minnie. And holy shit. Holy fuck. Oh, that was funny. Oh my god. Tracking abilities like with bloody beings or something? Yeah, they do. Oh my god. Alright. I need to probably wrap it soon. You woke up from the sun. Sorry, Top. Yeah, I'm probably not far behind. This is already super good right here. Like, well, I guess incapacitated means you can't take actions or move. Man. Alert to danger. This needs like... right? Ooh. We could just call it vigilance, but like, it's so many things. That word's become quite overused. Especially in TTRPGs. Vigil, I like. Does it mean that? Vigil, it means like alerts. Yeah. Yeah, the act of keeping awake at times when sleep is customary. Hey, what do you know? We're doing vigil right now. The action or state of keeping careful watch for possible danger or difficulties is vigilance. I mean, I guess if the shoe fits. I mean, that's good. And it keeps it distinct from Gunslinger. Sharpened instincts? Vigilance works. It's just I was being a pretentious baby about it. Predatory reflexes. You can skip your moves to make a detect or survival check. Who cares? If you pass a check to dodge or parry with a roll that exceeds your difficulty by 10 or more, it counts as a crit. This is tracking in here. But like, what if it was like, mm-hmm. This could go into some redundant builds. It's okay, but it makes one of the big meaty things out of tactician not really great. Damage reduction to see an incoming threat. Oh my god. Okay. What are we looking at time-wise? 232. Okay, I could try and hammer this out, but like I just really shouldn't. Let me see what the comparisons are to other stuff in here real quick. Gunslinger is getting bad medicine. When you crit with a firearm attack, add double your awareness to the damage rather than your awareness. Oof. Okay, so bigger damage. Oh god, Hunter just doesn't stack up right there. They do need a crit thing. Because like Gunslinger's getting this. Um. Okay, so quick draw is their harrying thing. So they could get a once per turn. Right. Okay. You can make an attack against an enemy that makes an attack. So what if this is attacks? Okay. Wait, the chum bucket or Elden Ring? What? Isn't this a, what? Okay, so this is consistent across all attacks. And it no, it doesn't double on a crit, that's right. You deal an extra d6 damage. Attacks you make that hit the target of your hunter's mark. Deal an extra d6 damage. So we throw in more and more damage dice. Wait, it says Elden Ring? What? Why? Huh? None of y'all corrected me on that? We've been broadcasting this to the fucking Elden Ring category for 6 hours now? What? It's fine. Everybody watches on YouTube anyways, and Twitch is falling apart, so eh. Okay. No. I like keeping this open. This is flat across all attacks, dealing an extra d6 damage. Very good. Attacks you make that hit the target of your hunter's mark deal an extra d6 damage. Further, checks you make against the target of your hunter's mark can't be hindered. Sorry, I didn't mean to cough right into the mic. It just caught me off guard. Isn't it 2 a.m. where I'm at? Yeah, it is, Trek. What's going on, man? Because this is just not interesting right here. Or, what if we do this? Because it's a crit boost. It's a crit boost for the gunslinger. What if it's like this? You make yada yada yada. Further, the okay, there's got to be a cleaner way to write that. Could they make their target vulnerable? That would be just too good in general. Oh. Attacks you make that hit the target of your hunter's mark deal an extra d6 damage. That's fine. It's extra damage, but like, meh. Further, defense checks you make forced by the target of your hunter's mark can't be hindered. Oh my god. Okay. I think that this is okay. But why is it just not making me go like, oh, yes. Vulnerable to use your prey. I mean, that's just a favor on all your attack checks. Yeah, I mean, it's just universally incredibly good. Well, you know what? Hang on. Maybe there's an idea in here. Attacks you make against the target of your hunter's mark are favored if they aren't otherwise hindered. It is more crits, yeah. More reliable crit, too. Hunter's critting more. Gunslinger's critting bigger. I like that. Yeah, this is more reliable crit, whereas the gunslinger is more spontaneous crit. Like, more, like, boosh crit, right? Crit wide, crit tall. Okay. Okay, so this would be what's the call on this? we have an homage anywhere? Should the name Predator be in it? We've already got Predator at least once or twice. Yeah, we've got it in Apex Predator. That's a good 4th level. Yeah, Hunter knows where to shoot, Gunslinger knows how to shoot. Yeah. Okay. Wait, each time you hit the being that bears your hunter's mark with an attack, it reduces the roll required to... Yeah. Crit by 2 rather than 1. Yeah. It's actually going to make against some... Okay, yeah, there we go. Alright, so this should be... Come on, alright. I'm gonna do the cheat thing. See, Fire Emblem ability names. What's like a bow one? Aptitude. Actually, what is... We must have a name here. Void bow range. No, that's just... Okay. Bow fair. Strength, light, armor blow, magic find, wrath, miracle, defiant strength, darting blow, dual, quick, or lost. Gotta have like a cool. What are they saying for like crit, right? Prowess. Okay, here we go. God, all their names are just kind of bland. Bow prowess. Like prowess, right? Prowess seems fine. But like... Vantage. What does vantage mean compared to advantage? A place or position affording a good view is something. Huh. Vantage point. Yeah, okay. Huh. Skill strength past darting blow. Alright, so what? There has to be another game with other skills. that we can draw from here. I'll just mark World of Warcraft. Abilities. Arcane Shot, Wing Clip, Disengage, Aspect of the Cheetah, Beast Lore, Call Pet, Dismiss Pet, Feed Pet, Min Pet, Revive Pet, Bane Death, Lair, Call Pet. Kill Command is such a fucking cool term. Oh. Counter Shot. Born to be Wild. Alpha Predator. Killer Instinct. Cobra Shot is such a funny term. Cobra senses. How do I manage mages? Some resources? What do you mean manage mages? Like, what are they, like, how are they casting spells? Wait, what is your... Oh, I guess it's just... It looked like you were typing with, like, a special form of, like, English on there for some reason. Like, the letters didn't seem like they were, like, normal font size for some reason. Yeah, so they're using a mana system. It's kind of like something like spell points. But yeah, the way that, like, magic is working in the system is a customizable thing, very similar to, like, something like Errant. It's Cyrillic. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're getting, like, this idea, right? Like, oh, okay, well, this is like the flame essence. So, like, anything that you can think of for the word, like, flame, it tries to give you some, like, boundaries for which the power of that should operate. It's just Russian letters. I meant the chat message itself. How do you manage mages? Some resources. It felt like as I was reading that, it didn't look like the font that the rest of the chat was, like, getting sent in, and it felt like, wait, what am I seeing here? I could also just be extremely tired. But Jimmy hit a being that bears your hunter's mark with an attack and reduces the 2 rather than 1. This is not great. Ooh. Oh! Ooh! Got it. Got it. Oh! This is actually going to be better than what the gunslinger's going to get. Okay. Well. That's quite good. I mean, 2, right? 3, 7, 18. There we go. That would most likely be a crit on this one. 5, 6. Let's roll another. 16. There we go. That's in crit range. There's a nat 20. Okay, 2. Yeah. Okay. Let's say on average, your difficulty is going to be probably about like a 6 or an 8. Yep. Okay, that'll hit. Now. And on the attack rate, not the damage rate. Yeah. Wait. What made you think on the damage? Could quick draw be renamed to predatory reflexes, or should it stay the same to synergize with gunslinger? I think it should stay the same. Quick draw could go up and just as is to the gunslinger. We can keep the wording all the same. Yeah. I don't know why I was going to do that. Okay. Yeah, this is the way this has to sit now. 1, 2, because if I move this over, we're not in alphabetical order anymore. Could all get a little bit fiddly. This is already a buff. The roll required for you to crit on attacks targeting it. Each time you hit it with an attack, yes. Attack, but no lower than 16. Here we go. And that should clean that. Yes, it did clean that up. Uh-huh. Yes. I knew I could do something there. Okay, like this is here. This is fine, but like it kind of sucks to just keep saying these are favored. These are favored. That's favored. It's otherwise favored if it's not blah, 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 right? Like, this is niche. You're already preventing a pretty big deal right here. You can forage, hunt, and track while you travel at a normal pace. You can keep the party moving forward. the checks you make against natural hazards, such as avalanches or extreme heat, are favored. Just not really coming in a whole lot. I don't know that I want to get rid of it, though. What's the... Here. Eh. While you travel. You know, checks you make against difficult terrain and natural hazards are favored. And that doesn't eat Hunter's lunch. I just don't really know that they need something nutso kicking in for difficult terrain. Oh shit, that is InDesign telling me it's time to log off. Shit, okay. Well, that is InDesign crashing. We're fine. Things are saved. We'll be okay. We'll be okay. InDesign's just gotta chill its shit. Go. And take it a second. Yes, save that. Okay. I'm gonna head out. It's late. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here. Hope y'all had a great time hanging out with me. Because I sure know I did with you. Alright, so there's some people who are definitely asleep right now. Who do we send them to absolutely upset them? This is gonna be loud. Absolutely upset them. Echo. Redirect. Who's on right now? That would have been so funny if there was like a doom metal. Is there like metal? So good. Gangsta rap radio. Do we do that? So sorry, people. I'm sending you over. If you are asleep right now, I'm sending you over to Gangsta Rap Radio. We're gonna go raid them right now, okay? You all have a great one. All right. I'll catch you all later.